Okay, so we are now live, and I'm going to be holding on to some of this information for right now because I'm expecting the Sardon, the Don Carlos of Swindon, to show up, but it's not going to be for about an hour. So I'm going to be hanging out for most of this. Let me give me a second before I actually start this because I got a bunch of fucking articles here to cover, and I'm going to get them all ready. They're not going to be in order, which is unfortunate. Oh, hang on a second. The fuck? Okay. So I want to make sure that I have all the articles that I need to cover this because there's a lot going on that's involving the New Zealand shooting, and I wanted to do a video today on it, but I honestly don't have the time. It would take me like an hour to record it and probably 4 more to edit it down, just based on the fact that my editing is incredibly slow. So what I plan to do is once Don Swindon shows up, I'm going to restart the stream, and I'm just going to make that the stream and have it be a newscast. But for right now, I'm just going to hang out. And maybe I'll just shoot the shit with the chat. And if you have any particular articles, you can feel free to bring them up. But I'm just trying to get all my ducks in a row right now because there's so much to go through, man. It's fucking crazy. There's just so much going on right now that involves the shooting. It's fucking crazy. One of the biggest things that's been going on is that well, the big two, as far as I can tell, is that the government of New Zealand is cracking down on their own population. They are censoring a whole slew of websites. They've censored totally, meaning they've taken them off where you can't access them in New Zealand. They've censored BitChute, Zero Hedge, 8chan, 4chan, Kiwi Farms. Like, there's probably several I'm leaving off that short list because it's unbelievable, but they are just mass censoring their own population because of this. It's crazy what's going on right now in New Zealand. They've already announced that they're going to be assuming sweeping regulations in form of gun restrictions when already that's like they're not known. Like, people, I had some joker on Twitter send me a fucking a link because I said that it's not a free nation, that America is demonstrably more free than New Zealand. And he sent me some bullshit article from the Heritage Foundation about economic freedom. And I just laughed at him. I just laughed at it. Economic freedom. Freedom for corporations to fuck you is not liberty. I can't stand the capitalists among me who are just living, breathing fucking memes. Like, you have your government cracking down on you, and you're trying to tell me about how free you are to have a government fuck you in the ass and have no liability for it. That's fucking freedom. You know what's amazing to me is that on my own channel and on Twitter, since I put out that video, I have been inundated with disinformation, with apologists, with people telling me that I don't know what I'm talking about, and I just, I argue with them. And I just go, okay, let me find an example on Twitter, because this is so stupid that I'm not going to bring it up to Sargon once he shows up. But let me find this fucking guy on Twitter who's been tweeting me. Like, he tweeted me like all morning with like straight up disinfo, like just bullshit. And I'm like arguing with him, like, what the fuck are you talking about? I can prove this. And he just kept going. He kept arguing it. And it was unbelievable to me. It's like, yo, are you like, I don't even want to use the word, but are you trying to gaslight me? Like, are you trying to make it out like I'm crazy when I can prove to you that I'm correct? Like, okay, here's how it started. This morning, I talked about how the Prime Minister of New Zealand is wearing not a hijab, it's a dupatta, which is like this weird cultural thing that exists in India and Pakistan. That's like it's basically not hijab. It's not a niqab or hijab. But it is part of Muslim culture. It is part of modesty culture specifically, but it's something found particularly in India, which has had cultural issues with Islam for a long time, which resulted in the splitting off of like basically the Indians kicked all the Muslims into Pakistan, and that's what became Pakistan, because it was just a never-ending civil war that they were engaged in. And that's what she's wearing. She's wearing that whatever, a dupatta, which is part of Indian culture, but it's directly linked to Islam. But anyways, let me find that tweet. I gotta find it. Okay, so this guy on Twitter, I said, okay, based on multiple days of footage, I take it the Prime Minister of New Zealand is a convert to Islam. I guess I'll show this. Let me get this up. Let me I'm missing one here though, so let me find that. Because it's true, I can prove this. I have all the articles here to prove it as well. Let me find it. Where the fuck is it? Oh, fuck me. Hold on. Hold on. Where the fuck is it? Okay, here it is. Okay, I'll share this in a second. Oh yeah, I can prove that I'm correct here. This is one of those things where, like, I know I'm correct. I've seen the evidence. I know I'm right. But this guy is arguing with me, despite the fact that I tell him specifically, dude, I can prove that I'm correct about this. Like, what the fuck are you doing? And he just keeps arguing with me. Why is it blinking? Why are we... Okay, there we go. I don't know what that was. It was blinking for me. I might be having some video card problems. I hope not, because... Anyways, so let me go through this with you guys. Because I'm not going to cover this with Sargon. So, I tweeted... let me start with the... original. So I say, based on multiple days of footage, I take it the Prime Minister of New Zealand is a convert to Islam. This is how she's dressed in public every day since the terror attack. So the terror attack was fucking 4 days ago. This was 4 days ago that this terror attack happened, okay? And for the past 3 days, she's been wearing a hijab. Or, excuse me, a dupatta. That appears to be... what it actually is, because it's a full dress. It's a full gown. It's not just like the hijab is like a piece of cloth you wear around your head. She's wearing full garb. It's not limited to just a headscarf. It's full garb. So I make a correction and I say, so this may have been somewhat hyperbolic. She's dressed like this for 3 straight days. And it's because on 3 separate occasions, wearing 3 different outfits, she's dressed like this. And I believe it is on 3 separate days. It's either 2 outfits in 1 day or 3 days and 3 outfits. So I looked it up online because one of these articles, let me, where is it here? Right, no, that's the wiki. This is it here. This article identified it as not actually being a hijab because it's a full outfit. The full outfit is this, which is called the dupatta, like right here, as you can see here. It's what a few different cultures wear, but it's more linked with India and Pakistan than anywhere else, to my understanding of it. But it is a full dress. It's the full garb. It's not just the hijab, which is like let me show you. Let me find hijab. Hijab is okay. Yeah, the hijab is just the veil. Okay, like right here, right here. Okay, see this girl right here? This is the hijab. It's just this like veil right here, like the scarf. This is all hijab is. Okay, it's just one aspect to the outfit. Because I've seen women that wear the hijab and a whole bunch of other different kind of outfits, like pantsuits and shit. Okay, the hijab is different. But in the case of the prime minister, she's wearing a full outfit. So that is something that you should keep in mind, because to me, because it's also linked with this. And I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking that this is linked to what is called being a Dhimmi, which, and you can go look this up. This is basically this outfit is a blend of a localized culture and Islamic influence. And this is something that Hindus wear, but it's part of Islam. It's part of Islam. This is coming from Islam. This to me is the connection, is that this is what Hindus wear to be modest. Dhimmi, is that how you pronounce it? So the reason I bring this up, and I could be wrong about this, I'm no expert on Islam or Indian culture, but this appears to be part of it, is that Dhimmi, non-Muslims, would dress modestly to basically conform to Islamic standards. And this was the creation of that. The influence of Islam in India created the dupatta. Again, I'm just going to say I could be wrong here, but that's my understanding of this. So her wearing this is incredibly alarming to me, because it's not normal. It's not normal. This is not normal. She is not a Muslim. I would hope not. I mean, maybe she has converted at this point. She might have. It's why I asked the question. Because, dude, she's been wearing this for days. Like, that's the whole thing. I'll give you one day. I'll give you one event. You wear it with Muslim. You go to a mosque. You're not allowed in because you're a woman. So you don this for the sake of being led in the fucking door by the imams. Okay, I get it. Maybe in that case you have to wear it. This bitch was wearing it in public all over the place for days. For days, she was doing this. And I had some guy on Twitter defend, and this is the thing, like, I've had this on my channel, I've had this on Twitter. It's been fucking days of this shit where it's just disinfo. It's just people arguing for the sake of arguing. And I'm just like, yo, what are you talking about? So Korn says here, which I think is the god from fucking Warhammer, she only wore this while talking to Muslim leaders. In her other speeches to the public, she doesn't wear it. That's demonstrably false. And let me, where's the article? Where's the article? Right here, boom. In public, after she wore this was on the second day, I want to say, after doing this wreath laying ceremony, she then spoke to the press. So this is the second day, this is the second dupatta, and then she gave a speech to the press about diversity, inclusion, all this other shit. So this is public information. How it took me 5 seconds to find this article and prove this guy incorrect. She was in public. She's wearing a second dupatta. She spoke to the press. Okay? Go back. Okay? And I said she wore it more than one day, and it was at multiple events in public for around 3, if not more days. This is provable as it was filmed, and you can find footage of this. And he says in response, she wore it while she was talking to members of the Muslim community as a sign of respect or something. When she was talking to the press or about changing the gun law, she was not wearing the veil. That is demonstrably false. So let me see if I can find, maybe it's this article. Okay, here. This was the original. This is right after the wreath ceremony. She spoke to the press. So that's where she spoke to the press in the patata. This was in the private event right here. This is the third. This is the third right here. Third event. Third time she spoke with the press. Third time she gave a speech. Third time she wore a dupatta. And let me find the original. Let me find the original. Here's the original right here. This is the original event. This is the first day. This was when she met with the leaders. She also spoke to the press on this day. She also gave a speech on this day. So 3 days. I just proved it. I just proved it. 3 outfits, 3 days, 3 times she spoke to the press, 3 events at a minimum. I just proved it right to all of you. The images do not lie. So I say to him in response, like, bullshit disinfo. She wore it while meeting with leaders. She later spoke to the press, still wearing it. She did, and that's on tape. She, on a different day, attended the wreath-laying ceremony in a different dupe, dupatta. Again, she spoke to the press. She did. It was filmed. Then she did a speech wearing the same garb. 3 days at least. 3 days wearing the same fucking, like, the same kind of outfit, but 3 separate outfits each day. Is this like legit disinfo? Is this like legit gaslighting? Because I can prove that I'm correct about this. And he just continues to shift the goalposts. To me, it's just fucking crazy. It's like, I'm not making this shit up. I'm not here spreading fake news. So I'm not going to cover that when Sargon gets here. I'll just mention it in passing and see if he gives a shit. But in large part, it's not. Oh, Discord. Discord is apparently another one. Discord is allegedly another one they're censoring. But I'll stop sharing for right now because that's all I got for that. Actually, I should have probably kept those up just to keep them handy. But let me I got some super chats and I'll read those. Like I've been ever since I put that video up, dude. It's just nonstop. I've been inundated with shit like that. Like I make a statement that is demonstrable, and I get people saying, "No, you're crazy." No, that isn't true. That isn't true. That's a total lie. That's nonsense. This didn't happen. That isn't happening. You don't know what you're talking about. And it's like, okay, well, I can prove everything that you're trying to contradict with me, and every time I do, and just say I just state it. It's like, just shift the goalposts. It's fucking crazy, man. Bazinski says hi. Hi, Bazinski. Yo, your Presidente is in Washington, D.C. right now. Let me find that image. That reminds me. Now that Bazinski's here. Oh, yeah, come get your bitch. You weren't here the last time when we're deporting some tubby cunt for assaulting a MAGA hat supporter. She's getting deported for it. You need to come pick her up, dude, because she's Brazilian. What the fuck was I even gonna post? Let me find. Oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. This is from last night. I tweeted this before I went to sleep. I just saw it. It made me laugh. Hold on, let me share the screen. This is Jerry Bolsonaro. Oh, am I not sharing? What the fuck happened to the share screen? There we go. I don't know what's going on. Fucking thing's bugging out. But I don't know how many people are really give a shit about this joke, but I saw this picture and it made me laugh. Because, like, this looks like fucking ghetto as shit. Like, he's, like, super low, sitting on the couch, like tapping on his phone with a fucking, I don't even know what kind of pistol that is, tucked in his waistband. But he doesn't even have a holster. It's just like tucked in his fucking waistband. I saw that. It made me laugh so hard. Fucking like street hustling boomer Jerry Bolsonaro here, looking gangster as shit with a gun tucked in his waistband. Is he's fucking like bullshitting on Twitter. He got in trouble a little while ago because he posted some fucking crazy video of like two gay guys in a street fair like pissing on each other. That was some fucking. I watched it, I was like, whoa, what the fuck? Yo, fucking Jerry's crazy, dude. Jerry's got no fucking chill, man. Socialists out to get him. I'm not surprised, dude. He's already had one assassination attempt against him, man. I doubt it's gonna be the fucking last. You know, I really, and I don't say that lightly. Like, I mean it. Like, I do legit think they're gonna fucking kill him, or at least attempt to again. Like, I legit believe they're gonna make another attempt on his life, because with Brazil and everything that I see seems to confirm it. South America has a fucking South America has a socialist problem. And Jerry Bolsonaro is not a fucking socialist, bro. And that's what makes him a mad lad, is that he is legit trying to make Brazil great again. He's doing as much as he can with the authority that he has to pull fucking Brazil out of the socialist swamp, so to say. Bolsonaro is his own bodyguard. Yeah, dude, he's a legit fucking gangster, man. I swear. But like I said, like this image is legit like street. Like this, like just tucking a pistol in your fucking waistband is ghetto as fuck, man. Like the guy that threatened to murder me in Buffalo, that's how he had his pistol, except for in his case, it was like right over his cock, which I can't imagine any sane man doing. Have a round in the chamber. You got a Glock with no safety. It's just hanging over your cock. It's like, yeah, okay. Great idea, dude. You're gonna fucking shoot your cock off and bleed out. Are they using obscenity law, Z-Star? Is that specifically what they're using? Because I know that they're using a certain case of law to actually censor. Because I don't want to get into it because I want Sargon to be here when we get into it. But is that actually based on obscenity law? I don't need chat to catch up to let me know. No, I'm waiting on. I'm going to restart the stream once Don Carlos shows up, because him and I are going to go over it. And I've already invited other people. I'll put it in Discord. Everyone is invited. Okay, just wanted to invite everybody. I've invited all of Sargon's capos. Z-Star says it's a general obscenity law that is usually for CP, but can be used against any media the government picks. Wow, I didn't know that. I haven't seen it said that is the technical basis of the law, but I'm not saying you're wrong. I just don't know. Because obscenity law is something very specific in terms of actual, like, legal philosophy. It's something very particular. I'm just checking out what's going on. Anyways, super chats. Adherent of Lady of Columbia says, we live in a time where fanfics are better than most media. I swear to God, I'm moving up to Alaska to get the F out of collectivist Illinois. Can't wait until the moral panic is over and creativity can explode like in the 2000s. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I'm pretty black-pilled on culture, but on the society as a whole, like I have a positive outlook. I think that in the long run, the left is basically just going to tear itself apart, and in the end, we're going to be the ones that win out. Because the way that I see it is, people like Beto O'Rourke, Beto O'Rourke, all he has behind him is money. That's all he has, and it's because he married the daughter of a billionaire, I think it is. Like, that's probably where all his connections are coming from, because he's just some fucking loser. He's some nobody. Came out of fucking nowhere and is raising millions and millions and millions of dollars. First to run for Senate in Texas, now to run in the general election, or the primary for the Democratic Party for president in 2020. That's crazy. He came out of fucking nowhere. He has nothing under his belt, as far as I'm aware, outside of maybe some local shit in Texas. I'm not aware of anything other than that. And yet he has all of this money behind him. And the thing is, though, he's not going to win shit. He's not going to win anything. He's totally irrelevant in American politics. Like, all he has is money, and it just seems to like come out of the ether. You know what I mean? Somebody on Twitter today called him left-wing Jeb Bush. I guess. Jeb Bush was the governor of Florida. Say whatever you want to about Jeb Bush. At least he had some political career. He owes it to his daddy, sure. But at least Jeb managed to get somewhere. Fucking Beto O'Rourke, what the hell has he done? Other than change his name? Anyways, almost had it said, here's some cash to keep me entertained while I'm at work for the next 3 hours. By the way, did you hear about Steam censoring reviews because developers were bitching about review bombing? I'm not surprised by that. Steam's out of control. They're completely out of control. They are mass censoring games at this point. One Angry Gamer has composed at least a partial master list of all the games they've just arbitrarily banned, and it's been every single one as far as I can tell, and it's just growing and growing and growing. And outside of oh Jesus, how do you say it? Because people got on my case for I pronounced it Yahweh, but it's Boys Love Games. I forget how to say it. They're not censoring those games in particular, even though they clearly violate their rules. The new rules they put out in secret, their new rule list of no child exploitation, so nothing in no lolies, nothing in school, no girls that could be perceived as being underage. They've just banned games fucking willy-nilly based off those rules, with the exception of Boys Love Games. Boys Love Games have been completely untouched by those rules, even though several games violate several of the rules. They just go untouched. They're not even held up. They're green lighted to go on Steam. So, that to me is, I've said it for a long enough time that when it comes to censorship of art, it's never equally enforced. You can call me whatever name you want to. You can say whatever you want to about me. I'm absolutely right about that fact. I continue to be right about it as it's demonstrated on Steam. Valve does not equally enforce the rules as it relates to what they censor off their platform. It's always arbitrary. It's always a case-by-case basis, and there's clear hypocrisy, a clear double standard. Basinski says, breaking news, Turkish man shoots 3 dead in Holland. Yeah, well, nothing's going to change there. He could shoot 100 people. Nothing's going to happen there. Have you seen all the Yang memes that got me dying? Do you mean the ones supporting him because he's offering neat welfare? Salad Fork says, Islam del enda ist. I assume that's supposed to be some Latin phrase of murdering Muslims or something. Funny that conservatives in Britain are using obscenity to censor porn and require licenses. Makes me think about something he was arguing against. Yeah, it's what I said a very long time ago, is that's the exception. Even in American law, say whatever you want to about UK law and how draconian they are. The same shit's in our law too. And eventually it's going to be utilized. The only issues that exist currently is that the left is too fucking stupid to actually use the law. Josiah says, But will internet free speech still be intact is the bigger question. The neocons, even evangelocons, lost in the long run, but we pretty much still lost privacy of phone records. Well, as far as I know, a court did something with mass surveillance, and that might have been that in particular that they've now halted, but it's going to have to be, it's just need to be, it needs to be rejiggered by the government. They always find a way to get around, privacy laws. The government always manages to find a way around it. That was the big deal with the Five Eyes, is that we don't spy on us. We just have the Australians or the UK or the Germans or whoever. We have them spy on us, and then we buy the information off of them. Like that's how you get around the Constitution. The government always comes up with ways to get around the law. Yowie. Yeah, whatever. Not Yowie, is it? I don't think so. That doesn't sound right. But yeah, today's been crazy, man. Today's been fucking crazy. There's been a lot of shit going on. Somebody on Twitter says it's a Taurus PT92 with a 20-round magazine made in Brazil. Is seen in Max Payne 3. Really? That gun was in Max Payne 3? I don't remember that. I'm gonna look that up. That sounds like South American lies to me. South American disinformation. Oh, you're right. Nope, you're right. It is. It is in Max Payne 3. Yep. Yeah, you got me there. It doesn't really, I mean, is it the same? Is it the magazine that's throwing me off, or is it the grip? Let me zoom in. Let's enhance the image. Oh yeah, you're right. What position does he have the safety in? What position is the safety in? Can anyone tell? What position is the safety in that picture? Is the safety off, or am I crazy? I'll turn it over to the chat. I don't know. It's safe? Okay. That'd be fucking crazy if he's sitting like that and he's got the fucking safety off. Oh, Jerry. Oh, Jerry. Fucking mad lad. Oh, man. But yeah, there's a lot of crazy shit going on today, man. There's a lot of shit. Oh, man. Let me try to think if there's anything else I was going to talk about. I got a few things saved here. Let me delete this email. Donald Trump Jr. wrote an article on censorship for the Hill. Fuck off autoplay video. It doesn't do this on my laptop, and it doesn't do it on my phone. It always does it on my desktop for some reason. Can I turn it off? I don't see any features for that. But in any case, Donald Trump Jr. wrote an article for The Hill about text censorship. And I've said this for a while now, that this can only go on for so long until enough conservatives get fucking banned, and the establishment just has to respond. And you better know that the Don, the President Trump is hearing about this from his son, because his son regularly retweets a bunch of people that Donald Trump then in turn retweets. So he obviously pays attention to social media, what his son is talking about, and culture at large. Unlike many presidents, I don't think that many presidents in the last several terms have really paid much attention to culture or social media at large, regardless of which administration they came from. Even with Obama, he was very much an activist, and he influenced culture, but I don't think that he was the one perpetuating it. It was just kind of the cult of personality around him that was doing it for him. And the other thing is, what's his face? I'm probably going to save this for a video and upload that tomorrow. Is that Desmond, I believe it was, the drag kid, got his family investigated by CPS in fucking New York, and they were like, oh, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Your kid spacing out on narcotics, your kid dancing on a stage. What was crazy about the article that I have here, I guess I can mention it because I'm going to put it in a video regardless of, covering. Oh, that's the wrong one. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, Desmond got investigated by CPS, or his family did. And right here, here's what I love, is right here. No clothes came off my child. That's demonstrably false. He took off his jacket to reveal himself as wearing that skimpy outfit. So that is like, that was in the video. You can watch the video and watch him strip off his jacket, have the crowd hoot and holler at him. And by the way, here's the thing. It was in a gay bar. The majority of the audience was men. If you go back and watch the footage, it was gay men that were watching this kid strip tease. Okay? She calls her critics homophobic. Now, I want you to think about that. I'm not even going to give any commentary. A bunch of gay dudes go to a gay club, like a cabaret club in New York City, to go watch a boy strip and dance on a stage. Okay? And she calls the criticism of that act homophobic. I want you to think about that. I'm not even going to offer any commentary. I'm just going to let that sit. I'm going to let that linger, and I'm going to let you think about that. What the implications are by calling it that. I got to tell you, like, after 2015, when gay marriage was legalized, man, the frickin' brakes came off the train. I'm sorry to say it, but it's true, man. Like, our culture has just sped ahead so quickly that it's barely recognizable anymore. Like, there is no line anymore. Like I said, the brakes have just come off the fucking train. Baczynski says Desmond is going to kill himself in 20 years. I don't think so. I think he's going to come out later and say that he was victimized. And I think he's going to go on like a talk circuit and talk about that. I think that's what's going to happen with Desmond. I don't think he's going to kill himself. I think he's just going to be the guy everyone knows as the former drag kid who was molested. Redion, and his parents are going to get away with it, by the way. Radion says, Reddit is full-on assault mode for anime. Every sub is getting brigaded and mass flagged. Loli was just a pretext. Yeah. Any asshole could have told you that. Any idiot could have told you that Loli was just the beginning. It was clear as day for me from the beginning. It's why I stood up right then and there and didn't give a shit what people had to say about me. It was because I knew that this was just a means by which that the left and the censors would continue to censor fucking everything that people enjoy. Not Loli, but just anime. Anime, weirdly enough, Yuri. They have a hard-on for censoring Yuri. And I think it's because they don't control it. I think Yuri is something special, and I'm not just saying that. I mean it. And you can see this from, go on like Tumblr and see what people say about Yuri. if they aren't the ones controlling it, they hate it. Because they're the queers and the bulldykes. Like, and I mean queers as in their own identification, like genderqueer. They don't like, their enemies are the lipstick lesbians. And that's nearly all of Yuri. Nearly all of Yuri is lipstick lesbianism. Nearly all of it. And that's why they want control over it, in my opinion. Is because they hate lipstick lesbianism. Because it's traditionalist. Zyklon says, I was pro-gay marriage and thought the gay agenda was a bunch of nonsense. Guess egg is on my face. Yeah, I guess it really is, and it's on my face as well, because by all appearances, man, this shit is accelerating, and it's getting fucking insane. It really is. It's starting to get really bad, and I gotta say that, like, it's like the awful shit that exists now is not justification for preventing gay marriage, but it does mean that gay culture, which is separate from mainstream culture, it's like a parallel culture. It has a lot of baggage that's coming with it that is incredibly fucking degenerate. And it is, in some cases, just illegal. Like, I stand by the fact, that that kid, Desmond, whatever his name is, if you were to take that kid, that event at a gay bar, the cabaret stage dance, if you were to print flyers of that in his outfit and distribute it in New York, that's a crime. That's a crime. And I'm not even saying that that should be a crime, but I'm just telling you that is a crime. I am confident that it is a crime based on my knowledge of the law around what materials can be actually distributed. That is pornographic in nature. It is illegal. You cannot distribute advertisement for events that are perverse in nature, that involve children. That is illegal. It's a federal standard set by the Supreme Court. So it's a problem. You know, like, it's not even like, oh, it's degenerate, like, oh, who are you, Mr. Conservative, Mr. Moralizer? It's like, okay, it's not just immoral, or well, it's immoral, yes. Degenerate, it's illegal. And they're just getting away with it. They're just getting away with it. People can't just be fags without the culture aspect, asks Zyklon, or I think it's Zyklon, I think it's how to say it. They can. They absolutely can be gay and not be like the crazy culture aspect. They definitely can. There's plenty of enough examples of people who are gay that don't act in that way. Like, there's several gay conservatives that are basically not like Milo. Milo himself likes being flamboyant and all the rest. And he's actually one that actually likes drag culture and all that shit. But there's many gay guys and gay girls that don't embrace that shit. And the thing is that there's not enough of them. And somebody said it in the chat. It's Zelixon. Okay, thank you, Zelixon, for the support. Somebody said it in the chat. It's just a matter of there's no policing of the community, and I agree. There's no policing of the culture. I think that's more of what you mean, because the community aspect's gay, or excuse me, the community aspect is collectivist nonsense. There's a Freudian slip for you. It's collectivist nonsense. There is no black community. There is no gay community. It's culture. There is a gay culture. There is a black culture. But the thing is that it's just not being policed. There's no one internally saying, okay, we're going to lose ground because we have all this degenerate shit that's attached to our community, or excuse me, our culture. I mean, I'm slipping. All you need to do is offload it, but they won't do it. And it's because, here's why. People ask, why won't they do it? And the reason is the idea of hegemony. It's the idea of, we dominate culture to such an extent. We dominate the society to such an extent. There's no reason for us to change. There's no reason for us to give concessions. Josiah says, you've never pronounced my name right. Well, I'm sorry, Josiah. It's kind of what I'm known for, at least. So don't take offense. But thanks for the support, Josiah. Isn't that the name of Jesus? Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't it, or is that the correct way to say God? I don't remember. I'm not quite literate in terms of the Bible. I have read it cover to cover, at least the New Testament, anyways. Fucking dry read, I'll tell you that. Desmond is molested. Ooh. Well, that's what's gonna be the fucking like the Hallmark episode. When he's interviewed by the View or whatever the fucking morning shows are for NBC. So thanks Zelixon for that. Oh, God is Jehovah. Okay, not Jose. It's Jehovah. Thank you, Fox Traka. I forgot. That's what I was looking for. Jehovah. Baczynski says Steve De Maria, a trans kid is in my son's high school, had a heart attack caused by the chemical cocktail for transitioning, 17 years old. Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, I've heard of people having medical issues because of the not I guess the hormones, but whatever else. I know that it's not exactly good for you, and it like causes all kinds of fucking medical problems. Like, is it like if you're a trans male or a trans female, you can make yourself sterile? I don't remember which gender it is or sex, I guess. But I believe the part of the transition. I mean, I don't know. I don't mean chopping your cock off and your balls off. I mean, based on the chemicals, you can sterilize yourself. Adherent for Lady Columbia of Lady Columbia says, "What's your current projected outlook for the 2020s at this point? Personally, in 5 years, I see much of these people lose after Trump becomes normalized." I'm not really sure in terms of 2020. I have to look at a lot more polling. Like we have to get closer to 2020. I wouldn't make any real predictions until probably after the Democratic primary. Like if right now I'd like I've said before, I'd put money on Trump just easily winning. But at the moment I'm just waiting. You know, I don't like to make early predictions because that's how you look like a fucking idiot. Like I even at the end realized Trump was going to win. Like I had been convinced right before the end based on polls that he was going to fucking win. And I didn't say anything because I didn't want to be embarrassed. I didn't want to look stupid. So I didn't say anything. And when he won, I just couldn't believe it. You'd have to go back and watch the stream that we did on Sargon's channel back in the day. I haven't watched that since it happened. Maybe one of these days I should rewatch it. But man, it was something else. Election night, it was something else, man. It really was. At watching Hillary Clinton go down and then just freaking she was allegedly fucking just pissed drunk, just hammered by the time she lost, and that's why she didn't get her concession speech that night. That's allegedly why she didn't do the concession speech that night. She was literally drunk off her ass because she's allegedly an alcoholic. Zelixon says, "Come on, there's no way someone isn't slipping him a salami." That's the thing, is that it's just really bizarre. There's a lot of sexual aspect to it. There's just clear sexual aesthetic to what he's doing and to the overall, like, just everything involved. And people that are involved in drag, like, they don't even pretend otherwise. They specifically tell you that there's an entire sexual component to the whole fucking thing. And it's like, yeah, no shit, it's a fucking fetish. Anyways, Jack says, despite the good intentions, do you think legalizing gay marriage just marched us closer to defining even more protected classes in our law? Not exactly. Not exactly. the actual case itself isn't like what I would consider my perfect case scenario for how it, like the best case scenario is it's just changed in terms of the law. Like it's just a matter of changing a single aspect to a law. And I know that conservatives / Christians in the United States think that this was a very significant change in terms of like the basis of marriage, the role of marriage. And I can tell you, I can say that I'm not really, I'm not on board with a lot of the new age shit that has happened with marriage. Like I do see divorce as a problem. I think divorce is having a negative effect on our society and on kids that are growing up to be kind of defective adults. It doesn't always end up that way, but it seems to have an effect, a bad effect on kids. And I think that while you could put onus on many things like the welfare state or whatever, I do think that there's a problem with rushing into marriage. I do think that that's a problem as well, is that too many people aren't actually addressing whether they would be compatible, and then they rush into a marriage, and then the relationship isn't working, so they have a kid as though that's going to fucking fix it. And then by that time, it's like they're already completely dysfunctional. So then they eventually get a divorce because it's just inevitable at that point. They're too different. They're too fractioned. It just won't work. And so that's having an adverse effect on our society. And I'm also not on board, and this might be me being outdated, but I don't like the hyphened last name shit. At first, I never even understood what that was. Like, if you asked me 10 years ago what, like, let's say Smith Coleman, what that meant as a last name, I had no idea. Like, I legit did not understand what that was. Like, the person's name was Smith Coleman. I would be like, so they're like, is their middle name Smith and their last name's Coleman? Like, I had no idea what that meant. But it's this like new age bullshit of combining the last names of both, you know, husband and wife in the relationship. And I don't like that. I legit, and again, this might be me sounding outdated, I legit don't like that. I don't even know why it is exactly that it bothers me, but I legitimately do not like it. It just seems weird to me. And like, I don't understand what it would be that you're a woman and you don't want to take your husband's last name. Like, why? Why not? Like the only case that I would see that there's a defense for that is something like you're you know, Jane Ford, like you're the grandchild of fucking oh god, I shouldn't even bring up Ford if I can't remember his first name. Your last name's Rockefeller. You're named after John D. Rockefeller. You're an ancestor of Rockefeller or Carnegie or somebody, and you change your last name. You know, maybe then I could see that as being something that you want to cling to because it's part of your heritage. You know what I mean? But if you're just some fucking random person who's had like 14 generations in a row of just plebs, why don't you want to take your husband's name? Why? Like, I legit don't get it. Maybe someone that did that has to explain it to me. Like, I'm not even trying to be like too dismissive about it, but like, I just legit don't understand it. I like legit. Somebody has to explain it to me. Henry Ford. Sorry, dude. I don't remember these fucking names. Ford's lucky it's still in business. Transcended Phoenix says, funny how the Bible thumpers fear-mongered against gay marriage, claiming it would lead to rampant pedophilia and bestiality. Odd how they're slowly being proven right. Yeah, it is. I don't know so much about bestiality. There are weird fetishes out there, and I'm aware of some of them. But in terms of pedophilia, that to me seems to be the big one. That seems to be the thing that's slowly encroaching. And it's like, whoa, we need to put the fucking brakes on. Holy shit. Like, this is getting crazy. And it is legit getting crazy. Zelixon says, what aside from appeal to tradition, why shouldn't the husband take the wife's last name then? because I'm not even sure what would be a good argument for it other than tradition. I don't really have an answer to that. That's just the way that's just the tradition as it is. And I don't really see the need to change it. I mean, it would depend on who the wife is. Like I said, if the wife is the descendant of somebody influential, then I could see a defense for it. Then I could see the defense. But in terms of, you know, I like I said, I just don't like it. I don't see why that has to change outside of, oh man, look at how modern I am. Look at how nuanced I am. Let me sniff my oh god, what is it called that you put what is it? Is it brandy? There's a special, yes, it's a brandy glass, a cognac glass. Like let me sniff my own farts in my cognac glass. I'm so nuanced. My last name is Stefferson. What's another like long last name? I guess Carnegie. Stefferson Carnegie. Because that's what it is. That's what it is. It's some bullshit new age garbage. That's what it is. Change my mind. Change my mind. Hashtag change my mind. The hyphenated last name, combining the last names, that is new age bullshit for the sake of virtue signaling. That is two people virtue signaling. Autistic Whisperer says, how many people gave you this response? Go watch porn whenever you bring up this up with lowly and censorship, because that kind of dismissal is what I see bringing this up. I don't know really how much I've noticed that. Yeah, Jacob Rees-Mogg did the same thing. Jacob Rees-Mogg did it. But it's short. See, that's how he can get away with it, in my view. That's why Jacob Rees-Mogg doesn't have an annoying last name. It's short. Rees-Mogg, it's short. There's people out there with like ridiculous fucking foreign last names that are hyphenated with like Anglo names. They're the most retarded. Like there's somebody that works in the company, my company, that has a last name like that, and it is fucking retardedly long and difficult to say. And you know what's funny? Most people in the company, based on that person's prompting, they just call them by their maiden name anyways. How is that for fucking ridiculous? Your last name's so fucking long that you just go by your maiden name. Because no one knows how to say your stupidly long name. There you go. I have a defense from my side. I want to hear from the other side. Defend your bullshit. This, you know what's irritates me now is they changed the broadcaster so that you can't see how many people are watching live. Like I have no idea how many people are fucking watching this. No idea. Hyphenated names can't last very long. What if one hyphen marries another hyphen? Oh my god. Oh my god. That would be fucking crazy. 4 names, 8 names for the next. It's a short-sighted practice. Absolutely. I didn't even think about that. Like, Jacob Rees-Mogg, like his kids, like his kid, John Rees-Mogg marries Mary Stefferson Levi. So it's Rees-Mogg, Stefferson, Levi. How fucking long of a how would you even know how to pronounce this? It would be ridiculous. It sounds like some fucking Hispanic name. You know? Like Santa Marita Fajuta. Like you just go down the line, like a fucking crazy ass name like that. This is a conspiracy of the Hispanics, man, and the South Americans. This is a Central American and South American fucking conspiracy. They're trying to spread that crazy shit to the West, man. That's what the fuck's going on. Apparently fucking Don Swindon's being interviewed. We're all waiting on Don. We're all waiting on the interview with the Don to be settled before we can move on. If you want long names, look at Africa/Arabia. Oh yeah, I think isn't the Saudis? Don't the Saudis have like crazy ass long names too? Like Muhammad Mahmoud, Bin Laden. Like they also have crazy ass names too. Yeah. What do you think the Anglos were thinking when they came up with like short names? What do you think the Anglos were thinking? Like, okay, who's this guy? Oh, he's George Miller. Why Miller? Because he's a fucking miller. He works at the mill. He's a miller. Okay, good enough. George Miller. That's what his name is, George Miller. What's the there's like a German name. There's like a super popular German name for he's from the city. I should look this up. I don't know. Some of you might know it. There's a German name. It's a last name that just means he's from the city. He's from the town. He's from the area. It's like, it's also short. It's like, there you go. There you go. You don't need all these fucking, is it Stratler? I think somebody already had it in the chat. Somebody, I think they already have it in the chat. It's just this simple, like, he's from the city. You know, that's Hans Stern. Is that it? Is that what it is? Stadler? Like, all you need is just a first name, your given name, and your last name. That's it. That's all you need. You don't need any of this other bullshit. Just all you need is a given name and a last name, nothing else. And I think they sat down. I think it was a Catholic conspiracy. Speaking of conspiracies, I think it was a Catholic conspiracy. The Catholic Church sat down one day, said, okay, what's this guy's name? What is this guy's name? He just goes, okay, how about Smith? His name is Smith. Well, why Smith? He's a smith. He works he's a smithy. That's all it has to be. Why got to make it so complicated? He's a smith. Call him Smith. That's it. All he needs to be. There you go. I'm doing deep dives in this stream. Okay, we're bringing light. We're opening our fourth eye to the Catholic conspiracy to shorten names. And we're also opening our fourth eye to the conspiracy of the Africans and the South Americans, especially the Saudis, of perpetually increasing last names. There's a certain word that starts with an E. That's like you multiply it. You multiply the last names with hyphens to such an extent that that ends society. Divorce becomes impossible because who the fuck knows who the person's original name is anymore? It's been lost. We're breaking into these serious fucking conspiracies here, okay? Short name bad. By Uriah in the chat. Exponential. Okay, that's the word. The only reason I didn't know that word was because the Catholics were hiding it from me. You don't understand what's going on, okay? We are breaking the conditioning, okay? There is a conspiracy right now from the South Americans, the Central Americans, and the Africans, and the Arabians. All of those people are included in this conspiracy to exponentially lengthen last names, and they're using the hyphen. That's where it's coming from. Somebody unironically in the chat said it was the Jews. They unironically said that. But I'm saying it's all the groups that I just named. And the Catholics the Templars are at war with them. The Templars of the Catholic Church are at war with the South Americans and the Arabians. They're at war. And it's over the length of last names. And I take it seriously. Okay? And I want to know what side you're on. I want to know where the chat stands, or you're getting fucking blocked. Okay? You're getting thrown out of this fucking chat. I want to know which side you're on right now. You're either on team exponential fucking I wish I knew some Spanish. That would I at least be able to make a joke out of it. But I don't. Or Portuguese. Although Portuguese, man, if you want to talk about a religion that is fucking incomprehensible, I'm sorry to my Portuguese viewers, or excuse me, my Brazilian viewers mostly. One of which is in the chat with Bazinski. Okay, your language is indecipherable. I don't even know how we managed to bridge the language gap. That's what I want an answer to. You know, what like Nordic white man landed in Japan and was like, I mean, I can't imagine the first conversation that was had. Because fucking, have you heard Norwegian speak? Have you heard the Nordish speak? The Dutch people living in the Netherlands? Yo, have you heard the one blonde Netherlands anti-Muslim politician? Have you heard him speak in his native language? It's fucking incomprehensible. It's like they make like noises with their mouths. That's like it sounds like somebody making like a fucking joke about Jews and the way that they speak. Like they make with their fucking words and shit in Dutch. You know, that's the thing. The Dutch landed in Japan and they already knew. They're like, our languages are so incomprehensibly like complicated and abnormal to anything resembling Latin that it just clicked. It just instantly worked. They just broke through the communication barrier instantly. But unfortunately, the Japanese were too racist to let him in. That's history. That's the history of fucking diplomacy. I'm just saying this to be incendiary and watch how the chat reacts. That's the only reason I said any of that shit. Well, the good news is that English is the lingua franca of the whole fucking world. So it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. Fucking Bazinski says, if you get me on, I'll shout Portuguese gibberish at you. Also, I can explain why the Dutch do the throat scratch. How do you know? Bazinski, how the fuck could you possibly know that? You're some random Brazilian. How could you conceivably know why the Dutch do that? Like, I don't even, like, I believe you, and I just don't even understand why. You couldn't be on more opposite sides of the fucking planets. Anyways, I missed a bunch of fucking chats. Hold on, I gotta back up. Johnny Bravo asks, what are your thoughts on the black pill collapsitarian movement? They're faggots. I mean, that's the short way of me putting it. They're not even trying. Like they're not standing for office. They're not actually campaigning for anyone. They're not donating. Like this fucking faggot who did the shooting in New Zealand. Like, yeah, bro, I made a bunch of money through Bitcoin. Hello? Why don't you help elect somebody? Why don't you go to a meeting at a political rally? And dude, do you have any idea how far you go with just money? Like this, like only someone that is politically illiterate would have like no idea the fact that they could write like a $2,000 check at a political rally and be that fucking politician's best friend. Like I've seen it fucking happen. Like, this guy has money, and he spends it all on these guns and then kills a bunch of people. Now he's going to spend the rest of his fucking life in jail. It's like, yeah, I came into money in my 20s, and rather than do fuck all with it, I hung online. I went on an image board with a bunch of internet junkies, did nothing, and then shot a bunch of Muslims. Wow, congratulations. You really changed the world. You really saved the West. By fucking killing a bunch of Muslims in a country where a bunch of fucking negging assholes are coming after me now, like feeding disinformation to me. You really changed a lot, dude. Lil Adatolera, something. Al Nisar Salar Dindu Yafsuf Inbin Ayub. Bazinski says, long man good. Go long, Louis. Patrick says, Saudi names would be longer if it wasn't for the insect. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Dahamed says, we must fight the Saracens. Mitch says, the Papist hyphenation must be stopped. No, it's not the Papist hyphenation. It's the South American. And they're Catholic too now. So how they're trying to influence the West that way. That's the link. The Pope is part of the conspiracy, by the way. Christian Wordy says, but I can carry the prestige of 1,500 years of Central Europe rulers of Austro-Hungary, Arabsburg, married to Luxembourg of Bohemia. We was kangs and she. Bazinski said, okay, you would shout Portuguese gibberish at me. Lil whatever the fuck says, they make noises with their mouths. Yes, Luis, that's called speaking. No, they just make guttural noises. It's just like that. Like, it's just weird fucking noises that don't make any sense. And they say it like a mile a minute too, man. It's crazy. Nemesis says exponential hyphenated names because screw you, Death Note. Yeah, that's the way to get around Death Note. You fill out the whole fucking book in just one name. That's how you get away with not being part of the Death Note or whatever the fuck. I don't know where fucking. I'm probably gonna have to wind up calling my mother. I don't want to do it on the stream because we're gonna go out and get food and it's almost 4:00 and fucking I'm waiting on the Don. I'm gonna text my mother right now. Okay, we'll see what she says back. Yeah, if it goes on too long, I'm just gonna have to. It's gonna be fucking funny if I wind up having to scrub this whole thing because I get fucking donned. I get stood up. Do I still watch Medicare? No. No, I haven't made fun of him and his porn licenses yet. I take it that Darth Faggot just got censored. Thanks for the $1, Darth Faggot, but I take it he just got censored. I never watched Worski. I never watched Ralph either. I'm sorry, Darth, but you're getting censored. I take it. Just shout it out in the chat, Darth. If you have something to say, just shoot in chat, if that's what's happening. Because I assume you're being censored. Oh. Hold on. Getting a message from my mother. Okay, I'm trying to push back us eating until 6. I think he's doing another interview with that guy from UKIP. Baczynski says, I lived in Holland. The Dutch phlegm their throats cause of the Spanish language ancestry. Okay, I'll take your word for it. How many languages do you speak, Baczynski? I have to assume you speak some amount of Dutch. Oh, man. Somebody just typed subscribe to PewDiePie in the chat, and it got censored. Did anyone just see that? Did my mods just see that? That just got censored. Someone just typed subscribe to PewDiePie in the chat, and that got fucking censored. I'm not even joking. What the fuck? Yes, the last... it's getting censored, yeah. It's getting censored. What the fuck? Wow, dude. That has to be from the shooting. That has to be from the shooting. I'm gonna put this out on the Capo channel on Sargon's Discord. Subscribe to PewDiePie is being censored in chat. This is fucking crazy. Oh fuck! I'm getting a call. Hello? Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess we're gonna have to skip because I'm waiting to do something. I'm waiting for somebody to show up, and they're taking their sweet time. Yeah, more or less. Yeah. Yeah, that's great. All right. Well, I guess we'll just put a pin in it, and we'll have dinner some other day. All right. Yep. Bye. All right. Well, she's busy anyways, so we'll just eat later. No, I didn't mute. I didn't have. Who cares? Who cares? It is still being fucking censored. Baczynski says that he speaks Portuguese, Spanish, English, can do intermediate French, a basic Dutch, basic German, and he knows the Cyrillic alphabet but do not understand Russian. All those languages, and you don't speak Japanese. I'm sorry. I'll give you a C+, Baczynski, for knowing 1, 2, 3 languages fluently, and 1 intermediate and 2 basic novice level speech. So that's 3, 4, 6 in essence. But I'm gonna give you a C+ because you don't speak fluent Japanese. That's where I have to tip my fedora to you. I am an only child. Somebody asks how many languages I speak. I speak bad English and English. What is a cross between a platypus and a platitude? I don't know, Darth Faggot. Is that what you're trying to ask me before? No, it's all the people in the chat are denying it. The mods can attest. There was a whole bunch of subscribe to PewDiePies that have to be approved. So yeah, it is true. Nope. Someone is a little whatever the fuck says. Didn't tell your mom you love her. Nope. She knows, and I know. It's pretty accepted by now. I've been around for 28 years. I think she knows by now. Every time I say this, the chat just goes crazy and people get fucking censored. The bad news now is I'm probably gonna have to make myself some dinner. But I'm not really hungry because I had a big lunch. Unfortunately, this is the problem with fucking Don Carlos gets delayed. Oh, what's his face? Hold on, I'm reading through all this shit. It seems the guy on this guy JB, who is the one that pointed out the pistols, is showcasing the actual Taurus pistol right here. And a screenshot from Max Payne 3. I guess this is the 20 round mag. Is this the 20 round right here? It looks bigger than 10 or even 15. Because 15, I think, would probably be about here. Or am I crazy? Let me see. Yeah, is that the 20 round mag? Because it looks like it. Critters Buggin says, why are you gee? I don't think I'm gee. Oh, man. Is there anything else that went on today that I can stall? I can use the stall for time? Oh, here's a woke tweet by Michael Tracy that he just tweeted out. Who says, The Economist says, what do you want to ask Ben Shapiro? We are interviewing him for this week's The Economist Ask podcast. Reply to your questions. And Michael Tracy responds, why won't he debate me about Jewish identity politics in Israel? Oh, man. Put some brackets in that question. Aged boomer. Didn't I already read yours, Aged boomer? Age boomer. Speaking of censorship, any thoughts on the Devil May Cry 5 censorship on PlayStation 4? It's just PlayStation 4 at this point. They've been going hog wild with censorship. They censored the one girl's ass as one of the protagonists was carrying her. They put like a massive, like, retarded lens flare in its place to censor just her buttocks for like 2 seconds, I believe. Yeah, it's cringy, but it's just PlayStation at this point. And what's funny is that, dude, all this crazy shit is going on the Nintendo Switch. All this crazy shit's going on the Switch. It's really funny. What do I think of Chapo Trap House? I take it is that a genre of EDM? Bazinski says subscribes to and sub or messages were held up for review. Also, Don Carlos is always late because he likes to take time to count the bongs. I don't really know how much weed he ingests. It doesn't really seem. It seems to be at a really random amount of time. Oh, hold on, Rags is responding. People in my chat. Yeah. But yeah, I know he ingests some amount of weed, but I don't really know how much. Get Rags on? I'll ask him. People are Bored, waiting for Don. Want to come on. All right, I asked Rags if he's available. Didn't the leader of Israel just say Muslims are the ones who brainwashed Hitler against the Jews? Maybe. I don't know, man. That's pretty fucking woke. I think he just did like a 4-hour takedown of fucking Jim Sterling. Is that right? Could someone comment on that? I saw a 4-hour video put out by him the other day. Is that a 4-hour video on fucking Jim Sterling? I need confirmation on that. Basinski says bongs as in Big Ben bongs clock. Oh. I figured he meant weed because I know Sargon does weed from time to time. Oh, it was a stream? Okay, dude, I thought it was a legit video. Almost had it says, remember ripping people in half is okay, but a female's left cheek is too, I think he meant risque for Sony. Risque is a Q in it. I don't smoke, no. I smoke cigarettes from time to time. I'm currently out. But I don't do weed. However, I will say that lead is legal. Don't ever forget that. It was 2007-ish Jim Sterling article, Fat Princess versus Feminism. I remember that. I legit remember that. Where he turns he tears, I think you meant to say, feminists to shreds, how times have changed. Yeah, he's become a fucking, it's because of his fat wife. That's why. His wife who looks scarily like him. Alpha Frag says Chapo Trap House is the biggest socialist podcast. I know what you're talking about, at least loosely. That's the guy that after some election, he had like some crazy hair. Like he looked like that. Is it $1 Million Extreme? Is that that comedian? He looks like a worse version of that guy. Like he honestly looks a bit uglier than that guy. And he like goes on some crazy drunken tirade about like political violence, about encouraging it. That's really the only thing that I've seen it, other than like some clips of like the few soy boys on that podcast. Like that's about it. Jim Sterling. Oh yeah, Jim Sterling defended rape play. Man, what a long time ago that was. What a long time ago. Sam Hyde. Yeah, that's the comedian I was referencing. He's like he retarded Sam Hyde. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Retarded Sam Hyde. He just got that's one of like 3 or 4 clips I've seen of that show. I didn't see what happened to stream V stream earlier. Yeah, I remember back in the day when Jim Sterling first. I was around on the Escapist way back. I'm talking like 2006, 2007, maybe even like 2005. But right around then, late high school for me. I was there when most of the names that came and went were on the Escapist. What's his face? Yahtzee is still around, but and people still watch him. He still gets like decent numbers, but my God, does that feel like a lifetime ago? He got hacked midstream with nudes. That's crazy. And that's too bad for him. Hopefully he can manage to not have that damage his channel. Hopefully he starts changing all his fucking passwords. Did you see Tim Pool on Jimmy Dore? No way. I'll look that up right now. That's crazy. Tim Pool, Jimmy Dore. I have not heard of that. I'm surprised. There's a few videos here. Okay, here it is. Oh, I got my headphones plugged in. Let me unplug them. Hopefully that switches. It might not.
Not so much a fan because I feel like she's a left-wing version of Trump in a lot of ways. So we can talk about that later. We don't have to get into that now.
Yeah, let's not get into that now. But it's amazing that.
Hold on. I forgot I wasn't sharing my screen. Sorry about that.
But she's just advocating for, like, when she advocates for Medicare for all and a Green New Deal and free college and whatever, according to the polls, those are things that are overwhelmingly popular.
Right.
And so then
Stop. False. False. The idea of expanding healthcare is popular, and then when it comes to the question of, okay, how do we pay for it? Do you want to increase taxes to pay for that healthcare? The answer is no. It's overwhelmingly no. So that's misleading, and that's pretty much progressive MO.
And they make her look like she's some crazy loon. Anybody who advocates for, like Bernie's advocating for things that are super popular.
He's
not a fringe guy. Go ahead.
We're going to get into it now because here's my issue.
Oh, okay.
I made when the Green New Deal was being danced around, I made a video saying, yes, 100%. If we're going to take, first of all, we can reallocate the tax money we dump into blowing people up, which is insane. And we can start investing in new technologies, infrastructure, and actually do a Green New Deal. Like, that sounds amazing. What did we actually get, though? It's a mess. The timeframes are ridiculous. There was a joke of an FAQ that makes everyone look crazy.
What's your biggest
first of all,
I haven't read the Green New Deal.
So I got to address that super chat. Tim says he quit Patreon, but he still takes money there. That might be him just waiting it out to the end of the month. If not, you're going to have to tweet him because I don't have any personal connection to Tim if he is still taking Patreon money on Patreon, I mean. But to clarify, I have closed my Patreon account. Just in case anyone didn't know that. I'm exclusively on Subscribestar now. So if you want to support my channel, you'll have to go there because I no longer have a Patreon, and you can go there. It is now closed. Somebody else in the super chat, Jared said, Yahtzee wrote a book that makes fun of PC SJWism, differently amorphous. Well, I know that I've seen some video content from him a while back where he basically, I think he was on a live stream, and he said, basically, he talked about PC nonsense and that he didn't like it. So I don't think, as far as I'm aware, he's not really engaged in the culture war, but I don't think he's on the side of the SJWs based on what I've seen.
Deal, because
she's got a whole section on identity politics. And that really bothers me. And my disdain for identity politics comes from my mixed race upbringing. And we can get to this later.
Okay.
But I'm reading something like, stop. You have environmentalism. You have a very, very popular environmentalism push. Don't put the thing that is upsetting to people in it.
So you know what's funny is the corporatists use identity politics to squash progressivism. You know what I mean? Like
everyone does.
Even like at the DNC. So Tom Perez will get rid of a real progressive, replace them with somebody who checks a box, like say a transgendered person. You think, oh my God, that's super progressive, except their policies are regressive.
And it's so easy,
right? So you need that. Did I make my point?
No, right? No, I agree, because what ends up happening is, there are actually celebrities right now saying they refuse to vote for Bernie Sanders because he's a man, and I'm like,
so weird.
Somebody said in the chat, Kyle asked, do I watch Jimmy Dore regularly? No, I used to a while ago, but I don't watch him anymore. I think that Jimmy Dore, I think honestly is one of those guys that kind of needs a redemption arc that is currently just not on that path. He's done some bad shit, and it's not even the spitting on the horseshit, like spitting on Alex Jones. He's done a whole bunch of propaganda videos against cops, like really ridiculous videos about cops and him being anti-cop. And a shooter, the Baton Rouge shooter that assassinated several cops, Gavin Long, he was a religious TYT viewer, and he did reaction videos and like response videos to Jimmy Dore's videos about cops agreeing with him. So I have to say that, and Atheism is Unstoppable did a response to that as well. And I agree with Atheism is Unstoppable that Jimmy Dore needs to legit walk back some of his rhetoric on police, because he's gone into the territory of legit advocating of violence that has, in my view, in the view of Devin Tracy, has directly influenced a fucking cop assassin, a terrorist. Like legit influenced him to do it, and he acted on it. And I don't say that fucking lightly. I used to really like Jimmy Dore. But the thing is that in my view, he at least needs to fucking talk to somebody that is not like an anti-cop fucking lunatic, and just walk back from the ledge. And in my view, and I like I said, I'm not saying this lightly, he needs to honestly disavow what he said about cops in the past, because it is fucking insane. And one of the people that liked his videos was the guy that went out and fucking assassinated cops. And that isn't happening with me or anybody else. Okay. You're not hearing somebody listen to Don Carlos and walking out and blowing away a bunch of people based on his rhetoric. You know, Jimmy Dore said some fucking crazy shit, and he needs to fucking walk it back, in my view. And legit, he needs to. Josiah says we need to start calling child thoughts tater thoughts. No, Josiah, no. Josiah then says, wish I could stick around, but I promised a friend I could watch Captain Marvel with them. It better be a chick you want to bang, Josiah. God damn. Everyone I've talked to that's seen that movie says it fucking blows. Anyways, let's get back to this video.
Weird that you're allowed to say that stuff.
Yep. And Vox wrote an article saying, we don't need a white man. Why is Bernie?
If Jimmy Dore talked to Donut Operator, I'm pretty sure that would be the shortest fucking conversation ever. There's no way Jimmy Dore wouldn't wig the fuck out on Donut Operator, even though Donut Operator is, you know, he's totally he's not monotone, but he's a friendly person with a friendly personality, all that sort of thing. But I'm telling you, Jimmy would not last long with Donut Operator, because they're just coming from such different directions on the issue of police. There's no way that conversation would work.
And Joe Biden, they point out, we'll give Bernie a pass because he paved the way for progressive values. And I'm like, I actually am really excited for all of the females and all the people of color who are running. I think they will bring a value perspective. But I'll tell you what, that's not the reason I'd vote for you. If a woman was running and says, here's a perspective you may not have heard of, and she explains it to me, and I go,
so Subject to Change just asked, why is Jimmy Dore acting like he doesn't see the issues with progressives? The nigga isn't blind. It's because he's part of the church. Who goes to church and then starts criticizing the pastor or the priest? Who does that? Who stands up and criticizes the priest? Nobody, and including Jimmy Dore. That's his problem, is that he's a coward.
oh wow, that's a really good point. That gives you that proves to me you're a good leader.
Right.
Instead, going, I just want to vote for a woman. I'm like, that doesn't mean anything to me. Right. I'm not just going to vote for a man. I'm just not going to vote for a white dude.
Sarah Palin was a woman. Sarah Palin was a woman. Yeah. I didn't vote for her.
And I'm right now, as much as like people probably don't want to believe it, I'm Tulsi Gabbard and Bernie Sanders are the candidates that I'm looking at. I just started looking at Andrew Yang because for some reason he's like lighting up, but I don't know anything about him.
Because he just says things that that make sense to people, right? And he comes from, you know, and he doesn't sound like a crazy he's like he's a business guy,
right? So
that's why, you know, he's like the anti Howard Schultz from Starbucks, right? So he's the guy.
But, you know, the thing about Howard Schultz is that he keeps talking about how we're seeing the rise of these like far left individuals, and the most concerning thing to me about it, though, is the identitarianism.
Yeah, that is concerning, no doubt. I mean, especially when it supersedes what's really the problem. I mean, not that that isn't a problem. Like that, it's important to get. It's all important. But if you look at Barack Obama's cabinet, I mean, Barack Obama was African American. Barack Obama's cabinet was filled with women and minorities.
It's like they forgot they exist.
But they all came from the same class,
right?
Which is why Barack Obama's policies screwed everybody who wasn't on Wall Street or in the upper 10%. But everything got worse for us. Even his Obamacare.
The reason why progressives like Sanders is because he's an old socialist. That's why.
Help poor people. If you have a $5,000 deductible, poor person still doesn't have access to health care. Yep. And that's what people don't realize, which is why Barack Obama got his ass kicked in 2010. And he was just, and then why Hillary Clinton couldn't beat Trump. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I feel like, Bernie's...
Sorry to keep pausing it, but people in the chat are saying funny things. What's the name of that old black guy? That's like he has his own podcast. I don't know if you'd really call him a conservative, but he's like an older, he seems pretty old black gentleman that talks about race and, about black people and that sort of thing. He's talked to Devin Tracy before. Devin Tracy's covered him before. I think Sargon has actually talked to him. Jesse Lee Peterson. I want to see Jesse Lee Peterson have a sit-down, face-to-face interview with Cenk Uygur. I would legit right now pay $1,000. I would pay $1,000 to watch Jesse Lee Peterson speak to Cenk Uygur for 3 hours like he did with Sam. Oh my God. That would be that would be one of the most insane interviews that has ever been recorded. Jesse Lee is the poor man's Larry Elder. Maybe so. I know who Larry Elder is as well. Larry Elder is probably better spoken. But I do think that Jesse Lee Peterson is just... I don't even know how to describe him. I don't really listen to him much, but I watch clips of him, and it's just fucking hilarious. Oh, he's spoken to Histon Piker. That's right. He spoke to Cenk Uygur's nephew. That is right. He has spoken to him. But I legit want to see Jesse Lee Peterson sit down with Cenk Uygur and talk. Oh my fucking God. That would be one of the craziest conversations.
He said a lot of things in 2015, 2016. For one, he said open borders is a Koch brothers proposal. We need to strengthen our borders. We need to, he voted for the Secure Borders Act. He said the free trade agreements are bad for the manufacturing base. These were very populist American positions. He said the gun debate is urban versus rural. He said a lot of things that I felt like he understood.
No, Chelsea Valkenburg, you're actually wrong. I said Cenk is Cenk Uygur. Brown Fabio is Cenk's nephew. So you're incorrect.
The nuance between, he's an independent. It feels like he really was trying to communicate with everybody and figure out the best path forward. So when he came up and said, here are some things that show you I understand the other side. And
can I ask really quick, where did Cenk come from? I'm not a fan of AIU. I just watch his videos. I watch his videos just because he has something to say, and he's interesting. Okay, I'm going to invite Rags. Hold on. Come here. All right. I got to plug in my headset again. So I guess we're done watching this fucking video. It doesn't seem to be going anywhere anyways. This is fucking boring. It's fucking boring, bruh. It's fucking boring. Hopefully my headset's fucking plugged in because it's going to be awkward if it ain't. I think it is. So let's see if we can get Rags in here. Anyways, yeah, can someone say where Cenk came from? Because I have no idea. Cenk came from AIU laughing at Jesse Lee Peterson mispronouncing Jake. Is that where it came from? Jesse Lee Peterson called him Cenk? That's hilarious. Hey there, Rags. Can you hear me all right?
I can.
All right, yeah, I'm just kind of stalling for time. I've been stalling for time for like a fucking hour and a half because I don't know where the fuck Sargon is.
Well, let me see. He said that he said he had an interview or something.
Yeah, he said that like 2 hours ago.
Well, you know how he can go on and on.
Yeah. So I was apparently Tim Pool went on Jimmy Dore's show, but it's boring as fuck.
Yeah.
I was hoping for something interesting.
Nothing really came of it, huh?
At least not the video we watched on the stream. It was boring.
Oh. Well, that's no fun. Old Timmy.
So now that we got you here, we could probably talk about gaming to some degree because there's always news about gaming.
Ugh.
If you feel like it.
I hate video games.
Isn't
They're the
that
worst.
Isn't that a quote from who is it from? Isn't it from Red Letter Media? Rich Evans?
Fuck movies.
Yeah, it is. It is. Isn't that a quote from Rich Evans? Is I hate movies.
I hate movies.
Or is that Jay? Was that from
No,
Jay?
I think that was the Plinkett voice that Mike does.
Oh, okay.
I hate movies.
Yeah. Oh, man. If I was to say if I was a fan of anybody in recent times, I would say I am a fan of Red Letter Media.
I love Red Letter Media.
They're
always
dude,
watch their stuff.
I freaking binged watch, like, for days, their Wheel of the Worst shows.
Yeah,
like,
I watch
bro.
I'll rewatch them over and over. Like when I need to go to sleep or when I'm cooking or whenever I just want to have something to listen to in the background. I can always turn to Best of the Worst to keep me company.
Yeah. Those
I'm never
episodes
alone
are
at
fucking
home.
Crazy.
I really, really like this stuff. It's just good, solid commentary. It's just they just mesh so well together.
That review they did of Captain Marvel was really good.
Oh yeah,
like,
yeah.
The first half of it, all they did was talk about was
Wisconsin.
Yeah, Wisconsin. That was so fucking hilarious. I liked it. I was like, yo, are they ever actually going to get into when they're talking about like the movie? But they actually finally get to it. And then it was actually, that part was great too. So yeah, they do some really entertaining reviews. And I'm actually surprised they're still under 1 million.
That is really surprising with all the views that their videos normally get, and with all the memes out there, and with all the awareness the channel has. It's pretty. I mean, a lot of work goes into their videos. A lot of work goes into it.
Sure. Well, Mike, I believe it is the guy that started it. He actually, hold on. Somebody just sent me a video that Jesse Lee Peterson talked to Jank.
Oh boy.
Oh my God, he did!
Wow.
Oh my God, I'll have to watch this later. That's crazy. Thank you,
Jesse Lee Peterson.
You will know me by my failures. I can't believe it, dude. That's crazy.
Speaking of, you will know me by your failures, Chink.
Yeah.
I like Jesse Lee Peterson. He's just the right amount of silly and
yeah.
I really like it.
Well, I like he's so hilarious. It's like he's so like people compared him to Larry Elder. I don't really think there's much of a comparison.
No, I don't think so at all.
Larry Elder's okay, but he's kind of like stock.
He's
like,
more serious,
conservative. And he is very serious. But with Jesse Lee Peterson, he's so like
he's kind of Alex Jonesy.
Yes, he is, and he basically sets people up in a very easy fashion by just going, well, why?
Well, why?
And
why?
it sets them up so bad to have to explain their reasoning for things, and it's so hilarious how he'll tie them up by doing that. It's amazing. I should probably watch more of them than I do currently. But I see this on Twitter because it's an ever-growing master list. Are you aware of the fact that fucking Steam is like legitimately targeting Yuri visual novels? Like unironically targeting them?
Yuri means
Japanese lesbian visual novels.
I hear stuff about it, but I don't know the extent of how broad their reach is for them.
It's getting fucking ridiculous because 2 visual novels that I've kickstarted that are now from 2 different studios, I believe, because they split up. They've both been banned off of Steam.
What's the reason?
Because they're one of them was in a school setting, so they changed the whole goddamn story. They still kicked him off.
That doesn't. I don't like
It's
that.
fucking
I definitely
crazy.
don't like that. I'm definitely on the side of allow things.
Well, the problem is that people are now saying, like, you listen, like, these people that are making these visual novels, like, you just got to go to Mega Gamer, you got to go to JList or not, well, it is JList, but Just USA. You got to go to the visual novel websites now. You just can't go to Steam anymore, because the thing is, and here's the crazy part, and this is true, they're letting on boys love games, which are gay, like Japanese games. Like, they're allowing those on, even though they violate their new rules they've created for so-called child exploitation.
We have to ask, why is Steam so sexist against the women's?
Well, it's because I forget how to say boys love. It's YOAI or AI, and that is very popular with girls. And very popular with SJWs, girls. They like that. That's a particular genre they like, and I know that.
But lesbians are built for the male gaze.
Exactly.
And their objectification. But
exactly.
when a guy's doing it, it's totally fine.
And it's like there's one which is like a furry one that also had forced sex and was set in a school. Mm-hmm. That violates 3 rules. 3 rules right there. It violates. They got greenlit, cleared, and is now for sale.
All right. So the rules are what exactly?
Let me see if I can find them. I talked about them in a video not that long ago. There's like an unwritten. Well, it is unwritten, but it's basically on the dev forums for Steam. You know what I mean?
Sort of. I think I probably can. I can pick up what you're putting down.
Yeah, okay, Don Carlos says he's going to be on in a minute.
You know, I did a stream with Fringy Mahler and Das Bullshit the other day about Jim Sterling's Steam video. Oh,
yeah, we mentioned that earlier. What was that about?
Oh, he made a shitty video about screw Steam, and he kept bringing up games like Rape Day. And like, see, Steam's terrible because there's some games I don't like on it. And he does his Jim Sterling thing, and he whines and he bitches because he went out looking for bad games and he found one, and he's doing the whole outrage about, see, we have all these games about murder and slaughter and indiscriminate violence, but someone makes a stupid game about rape, and that's just that's just not acceptable. He just has a hate boner for Steam for whatever reason. Plus, he's not very smart.
Let me see if I can find the rules that were changed on Steam. Get out of here. I'm reading a Kotaku article on it, but it's somewhere around here. I unfortunately don't remember the video I did that I talked about it in, but there's a specific set of rules they have for developers for what's now allowed on their platform. They actually went back and they said that they weren't going to be moderators, or the fashion police or the taste police was their word, but they reneged on that something extreme. And now they're just getting crazy with how many games they're banning off of their platform. Even though they have, now they're starting to ban movies. They're starting to take movies off their platform too. They're getting so crazy. I don't know. Well, the thing is, I already know what's driving it. It's 1, internal, 2, XI, activist groups that are pressuring them. Those are the 2. Here it is. Found it. Let me share my screen. Let's see here. Come on. Right here. Oh, no, actually. God damn it. I'm wrong. That isn't it. Fuck. This is just what you can report something for. And this is the big one right here. This last one is child exploitation.
Contains content that exploits children in any way.
Yeah.
So in order for it to be child exploitation, don't you need a child to be involved?
How do you prove the age of a fictional character?
A fictional character is not a child.
According to them, it is.
Oh.
Because they're retarded, don't you know?
I suppose. I'm very libertarian when it comes to what people like to fap over. It just doesn't really concern me. I don't care.
Oh, that's because you're immoral. I'm sorry.
Oh, well.
The immoral thing to do is create unenforceable standards and then just enforce them willy-nilly on people.
Selectively forcible.
Oh yeah, well that's the big question, right? Is why are all the Yuri games being outright banned? Even though they're like trying to change the entire game to fit the qualifications that Valve states they have, and they get banned anyways.
Well, once
so
a
now
criminal, always a criminal.
They're just stuck there with the.
You can't just get forgiveness.
They violated their own integrity as artists just to get their game on fucking Steam, and it gets banned anyways.
I think one of the examples that I brought up on my stream yesterday with them was BioShock is a game where you can kill small children in order to just increase your power level, and yet for some reason that's still on Steam, and I am outraged. I cannot believe that Steam would allow such a terrible, violent, exploitative game to be on their platform. I just want some consistency. Ban BioShock. Hashtag ban BioShock.
Yeah, it's never going to fucking happen.
Yeah, of course not.
I already said a long time ago that part of the ESRB rules is that full frontal nudity isn't M-rated, it's AO rated. And Grand Theft Auto 4 had full frontal nudity, and so did Witcher. And do you think for a second that they were not going to allow that in the market?
Different rules for different people.
Yeah, because they ban Japanese games. They either don't rate them, refuse to rate them, or they'll say they tell them outright they're going to give them an AL rating, which means they can sell their game nowhere.
Once your game reaches a certain budget level, then it's okay. But if you're some small indie studio who wants to make a project, then sorry, you're not a big studio, so you're not going to bring us as much money. Sorry.
Let's see here. I think I might have found it. Fuck, no, this isn't it. God, I can't fucking find it now. I might have to look to the chat because they posted this in the dev section of their forums. And it was like a chart. It had all the rules. Unfortunately, I can't find it now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is somebody in the chat remember which video that was? Can someone shout that out if anyone remembers what that video was? Because I honestly can't remember. Usually people can help me out with my own content because something I can't focus on every day. I thought it was shocking hypocrisy and deafening silence, which I made back in December.
Definitely a lot of hypocrisy going on.
Yep. It's unfortunate that I don't really have more time to talk about this stuff because there's been a lot going on when it comes to Steam. They've been just getting fucking crazy about banning shit. Like one angry gamer keeps track of all the stuff they keep banning, and it's just the list is ever fucking growing.
Like I don't understand the mindset that these people have. It's like if you don't like it, then just don't fucking buy it.
They don't believe in that. They don't believe in that concept.
Like we got to enforce our standards onto other people, and
yes,
we have the moral good behind us that justifies any sort of censorship or action that we take.
Sure. Well, it's the issue of the issue with progressives, and I've said this for a long time now, and I've encouraged everyone to say it, including Sargon, and he occasionally will just say it publicly when he's talking to people in UKIP or whatever, is that progressives are totalitarians.
Well, yeah.
And so when you ask, like, why won't they accept my content or my views or whatever else on this platform, it's like, well, they're totalitarians. Why would they?
Yeah, they want to control you.
Well, they want there to be one acceptable political position, and that's theirs, and everything else can get fucked because it's moral. It's not just wrong; it's morally wrong. That's legit how they view the world.
Oh, the less of these people, the better.
Oh yeah, believe me, I agree, because it's just amazing to me how detrimental they are to the world. They really do nothing but make this world worse. That's pretty much all they do.
On my stream, we pretty much said as long as it's legal, as long as it's properly tagged and isn't false advertised, and as long as it's a working product, then let it be out there.
The only thing I would question, I wouldn't question the other two because I agree with the other two, but legal I would question. Who defines what is legal?
I would say that it'd be a regional thing. Like you can't upload stuff that breaks the laws of the country that you're in, but I think that's more of a pragmatic reality.
Well, I understand that, but it would also beg the question of who would even notify Steam of that. It would have to be I would imagine like this, whatever censor board exists already in the country for TV, or if one exists for video games, they would have to use that to notify Steam.
I'm curious that, I mean, what the content that you put out there that really violates the law, I'm wondering what kind of stuff that would be for most countries. I mean, it would have to be things like just, and it wouldn't have to be.
I can answer that question. I can answer the question. Whatever gets attention. Whatever. If I'm a politician and I hear Grand Theft Auto 5, Grand Theft Auto 5, Grand Theft Auto 5, that's what I'm bringing up to get censored. Somebody says Rape Day, Rape Day, Rape Day. That's the game I'm bringing up to be censored.
Yeah,
that's every single time. Every single time that there's been a game that's been questioned for censorship, it's always been one that's reached the ears of politicians. Those are the ones that get censored.
It's so depressing to listen to people like Jim Sterling who just lay down on their back and they just take it. They're like, oh, well, I guess we got to shut it all down. We can't allow any of it. We got to censor ourselves, or else the politicians will try to do it to us. And he just admits defeat.
The only people I would say that are worse, and I mean worse in a real way, and it's why I'm pretty much on culture, not on society. It's different, but on culture, media, I'm black-pilled. I'm telling you, it's just going to get worse. There's no light. It's just going to get worse. The censorship's going to get worse because all signs point to that. So when it comes to art, throw in the fucking towel. Because the industry doesn't stand up for itself, the artists don't stand up for themselves, the developers don't stand up for themselves. They're all worthless, and so I'm pretty much black-pilled on the any real artistic medium.
Can I make a prediction?
Go ahead.
So I think that the Christchurch shooter is going to represent himself in court because he plans to floss dance at the judge.
I think that he's that, and he's going to continue to just talk about why he did it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, of course. But I think specifically it's so he can continue trolling in the court, like he did the OK sign. I think he's going to continue down that.
Okay, so now that we're actually getting this started, let's move on to the actual story and get away from being black-pilled on media. Although I stand by my statements. Nearly every developer in the gaming industry is a fucking worthless human being. They are an artist that is owned. They are property. They are resources. And I have genuine respect for artists, but only the ones that'll stand up for their own work. I have no respect whatsoever for any artist that goes along with censorship of their own work. I have no respect for them whatsoever. And on top of that, really quick, anything that's done to them, they deserve it because they're weak. So now let's move on.
Okay.
So I'd like to welcome everyone to this stream. We're now starting over. We're now rebooting this stream. And I'd like to welcome Rags and Sargon of Akkad to the stream, and we're going to be talking about not about Jerry Bolsonaro. Did you see this photo of Jerry Bolsonaro looking like a gangster motherfucker in Washington D.C. with a Taurus tucked in his fucking waistband with no holster?
Dude, did you see him playing VR shooting games the other day?
Did you see him? Yes. Did you see him sitting next to Steve Bannon and consulting with Steve Bannon?
I got his fan club here with me.
Did you see that shit, dude? Steve Bannon's back in Washington. He's consulting with Jerry Bolsonaro, bro.
Good. That's good. That's good news.
So yeah, Jerry Bolsonaro, dude, he's been on a tear lately, dude. He's been going crazy.
Yeah,
So,
tweeting
yeah.
gay porn at his political opponents, saying he wouldn't even rape them.
He posted a video of this gay parade where one like gay guy like pissed on a tranny or transvestite, and he's like, look at this degenerate shit that's in our street. It was fucking insane, dude. And go look it up. I'm not even joking. He tweeted that out to show exactly what was going on in Brazil. It was like, yeah, this is degenerate shit. Come look at it. And I was like, yes. Holy shit! Like, it's
Louis was
nuts.
just like, "Yas, Queen, slay."
But with Jerry, it's like all you need to do is show what's going on, like how degenerate certain things are with gay culture, and everyone turns away from it because it is fucking degenerate.
Well, I've always had a problem with pride parades.
It's the same with radical Islam, though. You know, like you get all the videos of the hate preachers in the mosques, and everyone's just, oh well, you know, they don't really want to think about it.
Well, you know.
But the implications are staggering, and nobody wants to consider them because they're quite scary.
Oh, they are quite scary,
yeah,
and we're going to get into that. So where we're going to start is since I posted a video, that happened a few hours. Like I posted my reaction a couple hours after the shooting broke. It was on the same day, a couple hours later. It was in the middle of the night when I did it, and the thing that surprised me was how quickly it's been like 4 days since the shooting.
Mm-hmm.
And since then, I don't know if you can see how many articles I have on this. There's been nonstop news about this because New Zealand has had legitimately a Chinese-style crackdown on their own citizens.
Oh yeah, it's been scary hearing.
It's been crazy. They are legitimately arresting one guy so far. Supposedly there's two right now. Right now, there's at least one guy, an 18-year-old, who's been arrested and charged with distributing like illicit material. He's currently remanded to jail. He went up for bail, was remanded. He's been refused bail.
Yep. And what I find is amazing about this is that it only took one fascist to turn New Zealand fascist.
Into a fascist state.
Yes.
Isn't that amazing?
It's like they're on a contest with each other.
Yeah.
They're playing right into it so fucking hard, and the fact they don't see it is mind-boggling.
Yeah. It's like they wanted it, you know. I mean, literally, he's in his manifesto. He's like, "Yeah, I'm going to go and use a gun specifically, so that they start outlawing guns first thing."
Yes, let me find the tweet. They've already confirmed in 10 days there's going to be a proposal.
Yeah,
because the thing is too, fucking what's his face, Richard Hawkins retardedly tweeted this out earlier today, like a total idiot, a schmuck.
Richard Dawkins, do you mean?
Yeah, Richard Dawkins, right?
Yeah.
Said he was like, yeah, look at America's. This is, by the way, this is a lie. New York Times claims that the way that you get a gun in the United States is to pass an instant background check that considers criminal convictions, domestic violence, and immigration status, and then you can buy a gun. That's a fucking lie.
True, yeah.
But in New Zealand, it is way, way more complicated. That's where the shooting happened.
Yeah.
It's already incredibly like self-defense isn't a legitimate reason to own a gun. Like if you say self-defense in New Zealand for a reason you want to buy a gun to a cop, they'll deny you the license.
Well, then what possible fucking reason do I have to own a gun?
Supposedly,
I want to go shoot up a mosque. I mean, what are they going to say?
I have no idea. And by the way, allegedly, I haven't seen a full article on this yet. Apparently, his gun was actually illegal.
Shocker.
I heard they were legal. I heard he had legal weapons.
I mean, I've seen contradictory, at least people posting about it online about it being illegal, but I haven't been able to confirm that yet with an article. But this is also the thing I was going to say. Not ever since this shit, I've seen nonstop disinformation, man. Nonstop disinformation, and that's what this fucking article is.
Yeah.
This fucking article is disinformation. This is demonstrably not true. Anyone that owns a gun knows that this is bullshit. You can't just get a background check and then boom, get a gun. That's a lie.
Oh, but it was in, what was it, the New York Times, so it must be true.
Yes. This is the thing. It's from the height, the tip of the iceberg. You know, the top of the pyramid for so-called news media, the Fourth Estate, enshrined in the U.S. Constitution. You know, the dumbest thing the founders ever wrote.
The media wouldn't be shit.
This industry was worth a shit.
Well, I mean, you know, you're just saying that because you're a fascist.
Well, anyways, let me get up this. I had a bunch of people, and I'm gonna mention this really quick, and we can get on it and off of it if you guys prefer, because I thought this was fucking crazy. Okay, so this morning, I looked this up because I was reading articles on this that the Prime Minister of New Zealand was running around wearing a hijab. Okay, so that's what was said.
Yeah, she converted to Islam pretty quickly.
Hold on. So I tweet this out, right?
Oh yeah, fucking hell.
I'm looking around at these articles, and there's even articles like, where is it? No, not that one. Where is it? This one, where this guy who's a Muslim says that she wears a hijab. Okay, that's what this guy says. So I look it up, and I realize she's been wearing a hijab for 3 days straight. It's in different outfits. Okay.
Oh, she's fully converted.
So I corrected myself and I said, so this might have been hyperbolic. She's dressed like this for 3 days straight. And I found, based on my own research I found some articles from like Muslims on this that have more knowledge than I do. It's actually called a dupatta.
Oh, okay.
And dupatta is something allegedly from the Indian subcontinent that's influenced directly from Islam, because it's part of modesty culture, which is directly from Islam. I don't actually think it's from Hinduism. I just think it's called that because it's in a majority Hindu culture.
Possibly. I mean, like things, this kind of like modesty dress, that it's pretty ubiquitous among sort of like conservative and religious societies. So they undoubtedly have their own version of it.
Right. But the thing is in India, they had an issue with Islam and Islamic influence for quite a while, up until they split the fucking nation.
Yeah.
And then they became Pakistan. I also found in my own research that allegedly dupatta is basically like white or it's what you wear for non-Muslims. It's what non-Muslims wear. That's called a dhimmi. It's literally a dhimmi.
Well, she's probably not actually paying tax yet to avoid being forcibly converted to Islam. So not quite a dhimmi. But one thing I learned, which was very, very good to know, is that if you call a sort of social justice type, a lefty on Twitter, a dhimmi, they get really offended, but they can't really explain to you why they're offended. Yeah. It's really great.
Well, it is.
So I've been calling them just dhimmis, just generally. I think it fits.
I think honestly, like, weirdly, it actually is true.
Yeah.
Like they have quasi. So anyways, let me back up. So go back to my original tweet. So some guy, and this is the thing, I've been dealing with disinformation for whatever reason for days, where it's like people are just giving me shit that's just demonstrably not true and just asserting it.
Yeah.
And so this guy comes onto my Twitter and he says she only wore it while talking to the Muslim leaders. In her other speeches to the public,
not bad enough.
She doesn't wear it. Okay, so I realized, I listened to it and I go, no, that's specifically not true. She wore it at more than one event, in multiple events, in public, and for around 3 days. Okay, and I can prove that. I can prove that she wore. Okay, this is event 1. This is event 1.
Right.
This is event 2. She's wearing a different one. And let me get another article or let's see if this is the one. Okay, no, this is the gun one. She's announcing she's gonna. Okay, so that's event 1 right here. This is where she met with Muslim leaders right here. This one. This was day 1, I think. Let me see if I can find day 2, because there was another post with this is what happens. I can't fucking find it. Well, anyways, I already showed. There's another big one. That's I can't find it. It's somewhere on here. That's the other photo of it. That's day 2. There's a bigger photo from one of these articles where it shows her. I think it might be this one. Let me scroll up. Yes, this is day 2 right here. Different dupatta, different outfit, different, and every single time and this is in public too.
Yeah.
She spoke to the press. She gave a speech at every one of these instances. That was filmed.
Oh, I mean, she's just a good Muslim. I don't know what you're complaining about.
So anyways, I don't want to stress this, but I went back and forth with this guy for all this morning about this, and he kept moving the goalposts. Like, he kept just using disinformation. I'm like, no, dude, you're wrong. Like, this is nuts. She's walking around wearing like the shit that's part of specifically part of modesty culture. Muslims all around are actively praising her for doing it. Like, this guy is probably an Islamist right here, praising her for doing this. Got 55,000 likes and 16,000 retweets or replies on Twitter. This is submission.
Yeah.
Like, this is submissive behavior.
Yeah. This is her kind of being contrite. This is her saying, well, this was the evil West that did this to you.
Yeah.
And therefore.
Because even if you go to meet with Muslim leaders, you don't have to wear hijab. You don't have to wear dupatta. Why would you? It begs the question why. And the answer is probably to be let in the mosque. She had to. I don't give a shit if you are the fucking prime minister. You put that shit on, bitch.
That's exactly the same as like Angela Merkel, isn't it? You know, she wears a hijab whenever she gets the opportunity.
Has Theresa May?
Oh, undoubtedly. I'm sure she would have done. Absolutely positive.
Anyway, so let's get back to the fucking crackdown. It's currently people and this is legit. People in possession of the Facebook video, people in possession of it who are New Zealanders, they're facing 10 years for possession.
Fuck.
And 14 years if they reposted it. 14 years in prison.
I'm sure the terrorists would be thrilled to hear that.
Yeah. Well, do you have any idea how? And so here's the other thing: New Zealand are going after Kiwi farms, specifically demanding IP addresses, email addresses, names, dates, messages for anyone that communicated with this fucking guy. And the guy that runs Kiwi Farms replied to him and basically told him to go fuck himself. The cops told the cops to go fuck themselves.
Yeah,
that was his reply. And the thing is that, like, you don't even have a reason. Like, you're outlawing mere communication or even possession of this guy's content when he streamed it on fucking Facebook.
Yeah.
And by the way,
you understand what
Facebook's not going to get. Facebook's not going to get banned. Facebook's not going to get slammed.
That's the crazy thing. Let me find the article.
Facebook gets off scot-free.
There's been a
club, but you ain't in it.
There's been a ton of outlets and websites that have been banned from New Zealand, outright shut down.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to find One Angry Gamer had a write-up on it. Let me see if I can get that on screen. And it's been a bunch, and it's growing. Apparently, somebody said earlier in Discord that Discord is up. Discord's also included on the list.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can't share it on Discord.
I've already told my server nothing. I told my mods, scrub anything, no questions asked. If people just ban people, cut off fingers to save the hand at this point. I'm not going to risk it.
BitChute.
Sorry for anyone who gets annoyed by that as well, but what the hell do you want us to do?
Yeah, when it's your server, you can come to me about how annoying it is.
It's not just New Zealand. It is actually Discord itself. So that's the big difference. So right now in New Zealand, they've shut access down to archive.is, BitChute, LiveLeak, 8chan, 4chan, Kiwi Farms, and I think one other, Dissenter from Gab, which is totally innocent of this.
Yep.
It's just a text service. You can't post videos or anything using Dissenter.
Yeah, but you might talk about things we don't want to talk about.
Yeah, that's the difference.
We can't control you and what you say.
So these are the ones that have been proven so far. The ones that I just mentioned. Those are the ones that have been proven to be blocked. And the thing is, it's the government petitioning the whatever it is, the web host services or the web providers, the internet providers, and they are basically saying, like, it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do to shut down. They were protecting children, like right here. This is one of the guys that works for them. You know, apologize to any legitimate internet users. This is an extreme situation, and as concerned NZers, we are decided to help protect our children and vulnerable people from these awful images.
Awful.
And they're just disconnecting their country from entire websites.
Yeah.
So this is in my view, a Chinese-style crackdown
I mean, this
of their
is
own population.
like this is the kind of thing that you would expect a Fourth Reich to do.
Yes.
This is absolutely what you'd expect it to do. If
Yeah,
it was ever to come to
this is
fruition.
some fucking Iron Curtain shit right here.
Mm.
And this is day 4.
Yeah. Well, we're not in free countries. This is what I tell people. It's like, I don't consider my country to be free.
No.
I definitely
Sadly
don't
not.
consider New Zealand to be a free country.
No, definitely not. When you're getting
Oh, yeah.
arrested, when you're getting arrested because you reposted, and he reposted a clip with like a meme on it, so like a Call of Duty meme. That's what he reposted. He's facing 14 years in prison.
Insane. It's fucking
For
insane.
posting a meme.
And the thing is too is that guy's fucked. He's going to be offered a terrible plea deal, or he's going to be facing a fucking jury of hysterical morons.
Yeah.
So I feel sorry for that 18-year-old guy, dude. He's fucked. You know, if I had to offer anything, he's remanded to jail, so he's fucked. I would fucking say flee to America, dude. You're a fucking
honestly,
you are an unironic political prisoner of your own nation.
And America is unironically the last country left standing that is even vaguely free.
Yes.
Like, we honestly,
and it's because we have a fucking meme lord in chief in the presidency who would veto any fucking bullshit like this.
Yeah.
And it's unrelated, really, but it is related. Fucking Don Jr. just wrote a big op-ed for The Hill, which is a super beltway outlet, basically condemning Silicon Valley as being censorious and that conservatives need to find their balls and step up. And the thing is, if he wrote this, I know for a fact, and a bunch of people, Jack Posobiec, who's a journalist for One America News or whatever, he's flat out said he knows for a fact that Trump is aware of the situation.
Good.
So,
on God, Emperor.
So
we're all waiting.
You know, all the leftists in this country can say whatever the fuck they want to, so long as we have Drumpf in chief. He's not doing shit to cater to your nonsense.
Yeah.
Because thankfully enough conservatives in this country have found their fucking balls and have looked around at the world in horror.
Yeah, is this what we're going to let the radical left do to us?
Yeah.
Well, apparently so.
Where we have fucking wannabe Islamists as the prime minister of our country. Somebody on, like, I think it was 4chan or something, called her a zombie, or no, a vampire tranny.
Who did they call this?
The prime minister of New Zealand, because she's ugly. But no, I'm saying she's
very progressive, though.
I'm saying she's dude, they call her the Pacific Trudeau. That's what they call her, legitimately. Unironically as a compliment. They compare her to Emmanuel Macron and Trudeau, unironically.
Yeah, they're doing great in the polls.
Yeah, bad luck for her poll numbers.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I don't think it matters at this point, man. She's George Bush in September 12th, 2001.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Like, unfortunately, people have said to me that this is the first. First people were saying this was the first mass shooting. That was disinfo. That was a lie. Then
what was the previous one?
In 1985, there was another mass shooting like it.
What was the deal?
I don't know. I didn't look it up, but this may have been the first so-called terror attack in New Zealand. Supposedly, that's the new allegation, but that might be disinfo too. Because there's a lot of it fucking floating around, and people asserting it at me, and I don't know where these people are fucking coming from, but they're there and they're asserting things my way of like, oh, Louis, you don't know what you're talking about. It's like, okay, well, I could prove whatever you're saying to be total horseshit, and it's kind of weird you're coming out of the fucking woodwork with this. Let me get to the super chats really quick. Prince of Conquest says, for whatever reason, daily reminder to boycott Mexican beer. Dylan says Louis isn't white, he's in brackets Irish. Bazinski says chat gonna get Sargonitis. The guest says this sounds like the U.S. overreach reaction to 9/11. Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Almost had it says America is the only free country left, and even that I say trepidatiously, and I agree. Campuses aren't free. So we have our areas of authoritarianism and growing. And I said it to Rags before you came on, because he was streaming with a couple other people about progressives and talking about why are they doing this? Why do they think this way? And I've long said it, and that's
we know why.
true.
We know
why.
why.
Well, right. But I'm just saying that the simplified way to put it is they are totalitarians. And once you understand that, you understand why they're acting in the way that they are. What they do makes sense from that position.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And it is because they have. Oh, here's the second day. Here's the image I was looking for. If I didn't say it earlier, that's the second day where she was laying a wreath and then gave a speech, wearing a totally different outfit. So she's been like that it's been 4 days, but for 3, she's been dressing like a fucking Muslim.
God, I tell you what, it would be just such a funny fucking thing if this did get her to convert to Islam and then radicalize.
She wouldn't be the first white woman to fucking fucking convert.
It would just be really funny to watch the New Zealanders sit there going, okay, I'm against gunning down Muslims in mosques. However, I'm not in favor of like implementing Sharia law either.
Islamophobe.
Exactly.
So this was something that happened the other day, which I actually was surprised by. Fox News suspended Jeanine Pirro.
Yeah.
Because she said it in her boomerish manner of, does Ilhan Omar have questionable loyalty to the United States Constitution because she is a Muslim? And it's like, no shit.
And it's not just because she's a Muslim, it's also because she's a radical leftist.
Well, I think honestly that's a cover. I think a lot of the radical left bullshit, especially around Israel, man, it's getting pretty fucking questionable around her thing, because she doesn't stop talking about Israel. It's getting crazy.
I'm sure. I mean, that is true, but like, what I mean is, the radical left also don't like the Constitution. So she's got lots of reasons to. Yeah, of course they hate it.
Oh, here's the biggest piece of evidence to me. She's another acolyte of Farrakhan. Like, unironically, she's an acolyte of Farrakhan. God, and Farrakhan is a bona fide anti-Semite.
Oh yeah, he hates Jews. He hates
the guy who's anti-termite. God, you're just a racist.
So,
he's not. He's just pro-wood.
Yeah, exactly. Pro wood.
So all I know is that at Fox News right now, like, I'm trying to remember, isn't there a German word for like, or is it a German word? Like, there's a word for like the thing you can't name, the thing you can't question.
Fucking hell.
Verboten.
Yeah.
Forbidden. Yeah,
well, that's just forbidden. Yeah,
that's forbidden.
It's Islam at Fox News.
Wow.
Because this was tepid. This is tepid, like concern trolling.
Yeah.
And she gets fucking suspended. Her whole show is suspended now.
I can't believe of all the groups that the leftist picked to just fillet all the time are Muslims. Like, it's so shocking. You would think that they would be the last group of people that super progressives would want to have just get a clean pass at everything. Yeah. Are the most ultra conservative religious equivalent of
backwards cousin fucking.
Yeah. Woman beating.
Oh, there's a crazy video that went around the other day on Twitter about that, and I think it was from it was either Iran or Saudi Arabia. Like, the cops just standing around as these dudes just beat the fuck out of these 2 women.
Well, you see, those whores deserved it.
So yeah, like when people talking about, like, these are patriarchal cultures, and it's just like,
yes, they are.
Oh, okay, like in the Middle East, yeah, not over here. Like, I don't see too many fucking, like, when a dude punches a woman, it's because the woman is like a bitch and she's hitting the guy, and he just gets angry and freaking knocks her ass down. But it's like, that's treated as either terrible, and let me tip my fedora and virtue signal how awful that is.
Or hitting a woman over here is like a terrible thing.
Or it's a meme.
Yeah, or it's a meme.
I think it's becoming more of a meme now.
Well, it's like a Holocaust joke. Like, everyone, it's funny because it's universally understood as a bad thing.
It's part of that, but it's also
to explain it.
I've seen also, and I see a decent amount of women saying it too. Like, there's your equality for you. Like, that's the meme it's becoming. And that seems to be catching on, and that's hilarious to me.
Don't spread women getting hit memes, or you'll get prison sentence soon enough.
Seriously, at least in New Zealand, anyway.
Fucking hell. And like,
How
I just want to
about,
ask these leftists. I want to ask them what happens when Muslims are 51% of your country.
Oh, don't 51, not even.
Yeah, it doesn't even. Yeah,
try like 10%.
Yeah, they're 10%, and you just roll over and just let them fucking jihad all over you.
Yeah,
Man, you just let them do anything they want. They could say and do whatever they want, and you just recoil in terror at the idea. Fucking hell.
I think that honestly. Oh, and by the way, the same day, this is out from earlier today. George Bush virtue signaling about immigration.
Oh, of course he is. I wouldn't be.
Okay, hold on. I won't even go through this full article because it's long. I just want to read you to the last part of it, okay? Okay, so here we go. The ceremony comes amid expected veto fight over President Trump's emergency declaration to build a wall along the border with Mexico, a central theme of his campaign. Trump on Friday vetoed a resolution of disapproval of his declaration that passed the House and the Senate. And in an Oval Office ceremony, Trump said Americans will be put at risk if the dangerous and reckless resolution became law, meaning against his declaration of emergency. Bush last month said that the U.S. needs to welcome immigrants and thank them for doing the jobs that Americans won't do. Americans don't want to pick cotton at 105 degrees. But there are people who want to put food on their families' tables, and they're willing to do that. He said to the Associated Press, we ought to say thank you and welcome them. These are just slaves.
Thank you for being our servants.
These are just slaves.
I'm telling you. I mean, I saw some immigrants out in the cotton field one day in the middle of summer, and I looked over and I said, man, look, they're singing. They love it.
He literally said picking cotton.
This is God's natural order, okay?
Jesus Christ.
It's for the American to sit in a nice air-conditioned office and for the immigrant to sing slave songs in the field.
He is a fucking plantation owner. He is a fucking plantation owner. He's like, yeah, that's right. You Mexicans get out there picking that cotton. I don't give a goddamn. It's 110 degrees. I'm sitting here on my porch.
Y'all will work for $3 an hour, right?
I'm sitting here on my porch. You get your meal. No work, no meal. You go pick that cotton, boy. And I'm gonna sit here and enjoy my what is it? It's called something. It's a combination of alcohol and lemonade. I'm trying to remember what it's called.
Oh yeah, that's oh fucking hell, I know exactly. Arnold Palmer. No. That's tea and lemonade. Alcohol and lemonade. It's just.
Somebody in the chat shouted out.
Oh, fucking hell.
Mint julep. That's it. Mint julep.
Yeah.
I'm going to sit on my porch and enjoy my mint julep, and you go pick that cotton, boy.
Drinking my sarsaparilla.
It's unironic. This is like capitalist white supremacy. Like, I'm such a capitalist that I import my labor that does slave labor to pick cotton for me.
Fucking hell.
Woke capitalist fucking white supremacy. It's fucking insane. And this is the thing, right? Okay. I use the word capitalist and people get all fucking ass mad about that. But how else do you describe this? How else do you describe this?
Robber baron?
Honestly, kind of imperialist. It sounds like sort of
it's reverse imperialism. It's like, we'll let them come to us.
Imperialism is brain drain. That to me is imperialistic. Is we're picking all the best minds throughout the world and they're coming here to make a lot of money. But the thing is that what can you do other than set lower immigration rates? And I can't really blame people for wanting to come here and us looking as like, well, this is a doctor, so let's bring him in. But the thing is, we're bringing in millions and millions and millions and millions of unskilled laborers every year. Millions. Yeah. Millions and millions. And it's just like, they don't do anything. Like, I say this to people because of my job. Like, yep, today I put another black guy in prison just because of the nature of my job, because I work in the ghetto and I work to, build evidence against people that happen to be black because I'm working in that setting. But today, unironically, I've just been called to court and I'm going to testify against an illegal. Unironically, that happened today. Mm-hmm. I'm going to be testifying against an illegal for fraud against the state. And it's very likely he's going to be convicted. And then it's just a question of whether he's going to be criminally prosecuted for it or potentially deported.
I don't know why deportation isn't a guarantee.
Yeah.
It isn't. It isn't.
That's so fucked up.
Even with my job, where I know, the insurance company knows, the employer knows, everyone knows the guy's illegal. No one reports him to ICE, and I have a non-disclosure agreement about the inner workings of my company. And actually, this might be a violation of the NDA. Speaking of the NDA, where I can't inform ICE. I can get in trouble for that by providing them the information that I know this guy's illegal.
Okay.
I can get legit fired for that.
If you tell the feds that we're breaking the law, you're fired.
Well, he's breaking the law. The insurance company,
if they're letting him do it, then
it's not a matter of there's nothing compelling them to report the guy.
Well, he's breaking the law.
You don't have to report that. That's not the point. It's not the point.
Well, that's where your civic duty kicks in.
Yeah.
The thing is that I complained, and this is a different guy. This is another illegal. But a different illegal that I complained to the case manager. They complained to the client. That guy is likely. They already said they're going to contact ICE and consider. It has to go through their legal department whether they're allowed to forward that information or not, because it might violate some confidential agreement in terms of the contract they have with the employer. But because the thing is too, and this is the thing I don't understand, there needs to be a law on the books that says if you're an insurance company that contracts for a company that works like a farm, construction, whatever, and you find out, and it's not hard to find out who's illegal and who isn't. If you find out somebody's illegal, you should be compelled to report that to ICE. There's no law saying you have to.
Well, I mean, I don't know. What can you do, man? If your country seems to be dead set on having illegal immigrants operating freely within it, what do you want us to do, you know?
Yeah, I know. I don't know what it is. I don't understand. Like, I mean, this is the reason. If I were to give one issue for the reason why Trump's in office, number 2 would be political correctness. Number 1 would be immigration.
Oh, undoubtedly.
I think, honestly, enough people in this country are just like, okay, we're fucking done. And it's so funny, like, listening to Hispanics and that, because there's so many Hispanics that are just done. They've had enough. Because it's just like they're the actual legal immigrants, and they're just trying to adapt to this new society, and they're finding it hard because there's fucking illegals and endless waves of immigrants running wild.
Well, the progressive left is the first to be surprised to find that legal Hispanic immigrants don't want illegal Hispanic immigrants coming into the country.
They look like you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That's exactly what they say.
That's
but you're a fellow Hispanic. It's like, so fucking what? That guy's a criminal.
So?
Yeah, exactly. It's basically you're saying that we're all like illegal invaders. Okay.
These are in my view, like, these are the two factions, the two really big factions of the Republican Party. It's nativists or nativistic-ists, I guess. Mm-hmm. And like globalist capitalists. I would just say capitalist because I think it's kind of implied with globalization that they would be just internationalists. But a lot of people get irritated when I use the word just capitalist.
And the Christchurch,
although it's like, okay, think about this. Who's paying capital gains tax? Is it your, pack-a-day, working class white man living in like a trailer park, or is it George Bush?
Yeah.
Who's paying capital gains tax? So that's why I call them the capitalists, is because they are. That's what they are. That's how they make their money. They invest. And the thing is
internationalist types.
I always got to say that, like, capitalism doesn't exist without investment. It's a major component to why capitalism works, and it's necessary. And it's not a small thing to do. You're taking a big risk.
Yeah, well, we learned from David Pakman that investing isn't not everybody invests, do they?
Yeah, he doesn't, at least. I know you did, Sargon.
Oh, yeah.
If my tax was lowered by 13%, I would be over the moon.
I know, that would be crazy.
Oh my God, I would be thrilled. I wouldn't be going to the internet and bitching that I got even more money. Holy fuck. What a
David Pakman. Bad news, everyone. I've had a tax cut.
I've been working hard and I got more money.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. I'm sure that you can write a check to Uncle Sam and he
I'm
would be
sure
more
they do.
than
They
happy
take
to take
donations
all of
if,
it back, you fucking Muppet.
Well, I don't even
Yeah.
understand. I mean, it is the mindset of the progressive. Well, I should say it's the mindset of a progressive who's actually a socialist.
Yeah, the socialist.
Who's basically who thinks he is in essence the property of the state.
Jeez.
Yeah.
You must.
Well, Destiny
unironically.
openly thinks that. Destiny openly thinks that our rights come from the state, and it's just like, well, then why shouldn't I just enslave you?
Yeah, that's
and I certainly could, you fucking tiny manlet. So why shouldn't I?
The
Give me
rights
a reason.
the rights come from our rights, and this is the big thing. I have an issue with people, including you, Sargon, who are a little bit too liberal with the use of human rights. I really dislike the use of that because anything that I can point to written in black and white in the Constitution, that isn't a human right. That's a constitutional right. It's something that's enumerated as a right.
Right, but that's a right that's guaranteed by your Constitution.
Sure, but the thing is with the state, the point of the state in the United States, and I'm not lecturing this to you, I would be lecturing Destiny if I considered him worthy of debating. With the issue of our rights, the state is irrespective to our rights. The rights exist. Yeah. And the point of the state is to enforce the rights. That's it.
Protect them.
That's it. Like the whole thing with people that call themselves like strict constitutionalists that think that the government has no purpose in regulating anything but borders or the police or whatever. Like they don't even believe in schools or any of that stuff in terms of public institutions. They don't believe in any of that. They have more legitimacy in terms of their view than any retard that thinks that I'm the property of the state.
I think it's like the difference between what's legal and what's moral.
Well, it's what's the point of the Constitution? It's not even up for debate. The founding of the nation was based
upon
the
concept.
The entire concept for why the government should even exist is in practice the enforcement of the rights. That's it. That's the entire purpose of it existing at all.
That's where it draws its legitimacy from.
Yes. That's the only way, too. That's the only way the government has any kind of legitimacy.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think, unfortunately, I wrote a script for this a while back, but I never did the video. I have it on my thumb drive, but it's called something like "Why Are You Still Here?" And it's basically to anyone that is basically a European socialist whose beliefs are completely anathema. Like they're basically a French collectivist. Yeah. And my question to them is, you believe in this, you believe in this, you believe in this, you believe in this, and this, and this, and this. Why are you here? Why are you in the United States?
Yeah.
Like, what's keeping you here?
Good question.
Like, nothing you believe in coincides with anything that's enumerated in the Constitution, one, or is culturally recognized. None of what you believe, like hate speech, that's not recognized in the United States at all, except for like the far left.
Yeah, you just slapped a name on it to try and give it power.
Or if anyone wants to have their balls up when it comes to Sikhs, Muslims, anybody, Jews, there's no such thing as group rights.
Yeah, I agree.
In the United States. In the United States, under our Constitution, there's no such thing as group rights, and yet they exist in the United States. And the question that I have for all the cocksuckers calling for more as they do every day of the week, why are you here? That's not if you like, why don't you move to France, which is currently about to have a civil fucking war?
Because this is political. This is their political manifest destiny.
Yes, I agree. Rags,
good way
you
of framing it. Very good way of framing it.
I mean, you said it.
It's like I said at the beginning. It's like once you believe that morally you cannot be wrong, once you believe that God's on your side, once you believe that you're doing this for the right reason, then you can justify anything.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's every jihad, which are all just.
Yeah. I absolutely agree. It's just amazing to me. Like, what's also amazing to me is also like, if you were to if you looked at our law and compared it to French law, and you looked at the progressives and the socialists, France matches up pretty well with their view, and it's a fucking disaster.
You should stop calling them French socialists. You should start calling them faggots.
Faggots. Well, I when I say collectivists, I mean that because I think that's the most accurate way of putting it.
I'm just.
I know.
To come up with a bread joke, and I'm stretching it.
They are in essence. I know this is how it's going to sound, but they are autistically collectivist. Like they legitimately don't understand individualism. They are incapable of understanding it.
Mate, this has always been the case with Continentals, and like the only reason you guys are individualistic is because you came from England. That's the only reason.
Sure.
And it's like honestly, I've heard it described individualism as being English ethno-nationalism, and I'm starting to wonder if there isn't some kind of fucking truth to that, right?
Well, I have to say that all the founding fathers, which were all English, all of them were English, and they were. And this is it sounds kind of like blasé to say, like a duh kind of comment, but they were radicals. Oh, they were legit foaming at the mouth fucking radicals.
Yeah.
And this is how you know they're willing to sacrifice fucking everything to win.
Yeah. George Washington, basically a jihadi.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, in terms of the tactics, man, we violated all the rules, man. They didn't give a fuck. We were involved in guerrilla warfare back in the day, and we did some uncouth shit.
Yeah.
Well, we had to win. That's what you got to do when you're up against
all the excuses.
When you're
That's
up,
what the daddies will say.
No. When you're up against the hegemon of the world, you have to be a terrorist force. Sorry
that's
to
exactly
say.
what the jihadis say.
Yeah, I know.
And it's not wrong though. I mean, it's technically
no, it
true.
Isn't. Well, I gotta say, look at how successful the fucking Iraq. I mean, look at where we are in Iraq and Afghanistan. It's a joke.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? As much as everyone hates ISIS, obviously, you can't say they weren't affected.
We're doing better, as far as I can tell, in Iraq now after 19 years, or however long it's been of just martial law. But in Afghanistan, we lost. We gave up.
Yeah.
We lost. It's like, oh, I guess we're done here. Fucking the Taliban's still in charge. The poppy, or what is it? Opium or whatever the fuck is everywhere still. All right, guess we're out of here. Let the CIA just continue to do what they do, and let's just bounce. And that's literally that's the Afghan war. That's the Afghan war. Is like, well, we tried to do what Russia did, and we fucking lost. I guess we're out. Oh man, what a joke. Unfortunately, with hegemony, it doesn't always work out. The English also learned, so did the Spanish.
Every empire falls, man.
The Spanish learned that lesson the hard way when it came to us too, man. We fucked them up.
Oh yeah.
People like to say that, you know, we drew them into a war. They declared war first.
The Spanish were terrible at empire anyway.
Yep. They were.
They lost their colonial empire first. So
yeah, they did. Yeah, that's right. Well, I guess if you go back, who would be the first? Oh, I guess it would be some like Byzantine, like ancient civilization that had an empire that fell. Like
the Akkadian Empire probably.
Okay, then.
First empire, under Sargon and his successors, the Akkadian language is briefly imposed on neighbor. Akkad was sometimes regarded as the first empire in history.
Yep. Okay, then. I guess the one that lasted the longest were the Romans, and Jesus Christ, the United States hanging on. We're trying.
Well, you guys haven't been an empire for very long, so
we've had. I know we really haven't. It's only been since we've only been a superpower. No. We've only been the sole hegemon since 1991, since the collapse of the Soviet Union. We've been a superpower since after the Second World War, but we're in we're still in not a multipolar.
We had a legitimate potential
foil.
Yeah, we had another superpower with the Soviet Union, but after 1991, we are the hegemon of the world, and it's. I was born in 1990. Okay, it's been like 26 years that we've been a hegemon of the world, and goddamn, is shit not falling apart. You know, I think that's one of the unfortunate lessons of neoconservatism. Was they rolled in thinking, we can rock this shit, we can run the world, baby, and here we are 20 odd years in, not even 30 years in, shit is falling apart. Our major institutions are freaking nearly controlled by fucking lunatic socialists that want to overthrow the Constitution.
Lesbian porn on Steam.
Yep, now you can't even post lesbian porn on Steam anymore. That's right. Anyways, I guess if we want to get back to New Zealand, let me see if I missed anything here, and I'll have to check the super chats in a second because I've been busy rambling. The gun laws, we got to that. She's being celebrated by a bunch of fucking Islamists for what she did.
Is she?
Like legit, yes.
Oh, of course she fucking is. Jesus.
Yeah, the 18-year-old is facing 14 years in prison. He's been remanded and denied bail because he posted a meme video online that part of the clip was the shooting. And I already said, like, you shouldn't be going after Kiwi Farms. You shouldn't be going after the original video. And the thing is, what I can't stand is I've seen nothing, no outcry, no articles about Facebook, nothing.
Nothing. They're
radio
totally
silence.
They can do no right. And this isn't the first time a terrible, horrible tragedy.
Dude, I watched some black guy shoot some other like old World War II veteran black guy in the face with a pistol because he broke up with his girlfriend. It's one of the worst videos I've ever seen in my life. This black guy just rolls up on this fucking, he says, I'm doing this for you, whatever the black woman's name was, and just murders in cold blood on a live stream this old World War II veteran. It's awful. It's one of the worst videos I've ever seen. And still, and here, hold on. I got that reminded me, that jogged my mind. There is another aspect to this. Right here, from Zero Hedge, which is currently banned in New Zealand.
Yeah.
This is one of my talking points. Is, okay, we're now going to ban violent content.
That's a very good question.
That's every documentary. That's that's the Zabruta film. That's the 9/11 footage. That's every fucking violent movie.
That's the D-Day landings. That's everything.
Yes.
What historical? I mean, how much history are you going to censor?
Because the thing is, with the censorship of art, there's no enforceable standard.
Yep.
There's nothing you can ever enforce that's ever going to be. There's nothing that won't be used by the individual censor to just go hog wild and ban any goddamn thing.
Either.
No.
Oh, it's never good enough. It's like reparations. It's like, when have you had enough reparations? Never.
Yeah. And that applies to the Indians or like with the Native Americans. Every month I donate a whiskey crate to my local reservation, so I think that I'm morally right.
It keeps them, keeps them in check.
Yep, it does. And by the way, for anyone that might
volcano, that's how it goes.
Anyone that might clip that, just keep in mind the reason why I'm saying that. Keep in mind why I'm saying that. My point is to say that the reservation system is shit, and we should be getting rid of it.
We should. It's done far more harm than good.
Yeah, it's
what's the deal with the reservation system? Because I don't know a huge amount about it.
Basically, back in the day,
for welfare.
It's there. Long time ago, there was the Indian Wars, and that even predates the United States. Yeah. The Indian Wars occurred; they were settled. And then we had the issue of Manifest Destiny, where there's a ton of land with a ton of good resources on them, but that's where we put the Indians, or they are currently. So we kicked them off, moved them here, moved them there, moved them here, moved them here. And finally, they just settled. They have their reservations in all these different states. And basically, it's like Somaliland. It's like, there. Most of them are terrible. Not all are terrible. Most of them are terrible. And they can operate without paying any taxation. You can buy cigarettes, gas.
I don't even think they get to own the land.
No, it's part of the tribe. The tribe owns the land.
Yeah, so an individual and his ability to do different things with it is pretty scant.
And the collective
ownership's bad.
The governments are, and you'll get this from any native. Any native with any sense will just admit this to you. The governments there are all wildly corrupt.
Oh, what?
It is basically an aristocracy, and then all the rest.
Are you saying that their hierarchy operates like a totem pole?
Not even. It's a totem pole. It's a totem pole with 2 notches. Honestly, most of them. Even the one in my area. There's 2 in my area. And the one that's right by me, it's basically like massive houses, like McMansions, and then fucking trailers.
I mean, it's almost like it feels as if it can be compared to like an overprotective parent who's going out of their way to keep their child living at home, even as they get older and older and older, thinking that it'll be better for them.
And I have to say that conservatives, if they were to, I mean, they don't talk about this because they're deathly afraid of ever bringing this up, because they talk about the welfare state and that the Native American, like the reservations, that is ground zero for just perpetual welfare. It is ground zero, and it is utterly fucking dysfunctional. Highest suicide rate of any fucking population, even more than trannies. Higher suicide rate. Actually, no, that might be wrong.
Yeah,
It's comparable.
Yeah, because transgenders are like 40%.
Yeah, flip a coin, and that's what the trannies are. But the Indians are the second. I would guarantee that they're the second closest, even higher than war veterans. I know that. And highest rate of alcoholism, highest rate of drug addiction, highest rate of addiction in general, highest rate of poverty. They are totally dysfunctional.
What's awful is I think that Native Americans actually are genetically predisposed to being alcoholics.
I know that they have genetic issues in a few different ways. I know that particularly medically they have an issue with sugar. I'm not exactly sure how that translates out to, but I know that for a fact. And I've had natives tell me that genetically they have a problem with sugar, although I'm not sure what it is. But yeah, there's medical differences between races. That's kind of any geneticist could tell you that.
Any doctor can tell you that.
Yeah, sure, yeah. Anyways, so this to me is a huge thing about the censorship of violent content. That I can already say like this is a greater issue than just media. But I'm telling you, it's like go down this road and it's fucking over. It's fucking over. We might as well be fucking China. If you go down,
what are you protecting if we're just open to mass censorship?
Because too, he has in here Pearl Harbor. Yes, Pearl Harbor would be banned. That's a terror attack by a foreign nation. John F. Kennedy, that was a terror attack. World Trade Center, that was a terror attack.
9/11, can't talk about that.
So, imagine if we would have banned 9/11 video after 9/11. Can you imagine how crazy the conspiracy theorists would have gone?
Absolutely. Imagine
it would have been confirmed, mate. Well, conspiracy confirmed.
You'd have to teach children that it wasn't just a meme, that it actually happened.
Yeah, they would have no idea. Like banning violent content, and this is the thing, with of the other side of it, of like the more nuanced, pragmatic. Some censorship. Once you guarantee violent content, okay, why not sexual content then?
Well, yeah.
What's the argument against sexual content? And I'm telling you, man, the issue with censorship is like the best thing that, if any, the political realist thing to do, the pragmatic thing to do is to leave it as it is and basically call anyone that wants to censor anything a Nazi, shout them down, punch them in the face, do whatever. Because if you want to open, this is a can of worms. And I've already said this for a long time, that once you open this can of worms of censorship, especially as it relates to violence or obscenity law, which is sexual, there is no philosophical justification for it, and there's no law you can implement that will ever be evenly enforced. And once you do that, well, how do you ban child porn then? So if you open that can, man, that's the issue you're going to be opening. And I'm telling you right now, by reading the case law that went to the Supreme Court, it is as shaky as that fucking fault out in the fucking California. Okay? It is not on solid ground. Obscenity law is a fucking fluke. And I'm telling you right now, if this is the whole thing with like, it's what happened with the gays and that tranny lawsuit that was going to go to the Supreme Court the second time with that gay baker. You remember that? Yeah. The gay baker? He won his case. They were this close to removing federal discrimination laws. This close. A second case went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, no, we don't want it. And they settled it in the second highest court. They settled it out there, and the guy won again. If when you go to the Supreme Court and you open up very serious philosophical arguments revolving around federal law, it's not a joke. And if the Supreme Court is unable to have an actual coherent, or what they deem as a coherent argument for why something should be regulated, if you don't come up with something, they default to no regulation.
I'm fine with that being the default.
The conservatives or anyone that supports eliminating anti-discrimination laws, it was a cunt hair away from all federal anti-discrimination law from going away in the blink of an eye. Like what happened in 2015, June 26, 2015, when it came to gay marriage, just done. Now it's legal federally. That could have happened with anti-discrimination law. It was that close. And I'm telling you, with anti-censorship, and my thing is, my philosophical basis is, It's a hard conversation, but my thing is, you go ahead and you bring it to the fucking Supreme Court. You bring hate speech to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
You go ahead.
You
fucking
you
find
be the
out.
one to set the precedent.
You fucking find out. You find out. Like, you have somebody with some sense that challenges obscenity law, you watch what happens.
Especially in the Trump era.
Yeah. Well, all you need...
Ginsburg is pretty much running on fumes right now.
The thing is that it has been historically that conservatives of the court have argued in favor of the existence of obscenity law. They're the ones that actually, based on my understanding, it's conservative philosophy that has established obscenity law, meaning sexual stuff, content, that is not permissible, that it's distinctly different from speech as it is expression. But the thing is that as it relates to hate speech, that is in fact expression as well. And so if you're out in public speaking, it's impossible. Once you get into the philosophical basis of expression and the existence of money is speech under the Supreme Court precedent. Money is expression. Money is speech.
Yeah.
So then why isn't art? Why isn't pornography speech? Why is it different?
What's the argument?
Because pornography don't pay the bills.
Obscenity law is basically
It pays
just
a lot of bills.
In the way I'm in it.
It's hard to explain on the fly, but it's basically the distinguishation that it is obscene and it's inherently obscene.
Right.
That's the argument. But it's like saying that this is inherently hateful.
Yeah.
It's the same fucking argument, and it's on a shaky ground. It's just an assertion. It's just the philosophical argument of, well, that's immoral. We don't want that proliferating in society, therefore regulation. And it's like, all I'm saying is that if you taking hate speech to the Supreme Court, man, it's basically, you might as well load the gun and put it in your mouth and pull the trigger, because you are creating the circumstances by which that you will deregulate all media. And the thing is that I think they're well enough, because when have you heard about that? When have you heard of hate speech going to the Supreme Court? Have you heard of that?
Well, no, but that's because you guys have First Amendment, isn't it?
Yes.
And that's why they already ruled, yeah.
But I've already called it, and I'm going to wait and see if this happens, because this was a prediction I made. This is one of my talking points right here. This article from Zero Hedge. This is one of my talking points about violent content is, once you question whether violent content should be regulated off of Twitter, off of YouTube, why aren't you banning Band of Brothers?
Yeah.
Why aren't you banning Die Hard?
We got talking about this in our stream. We talked about, I mean, what about Game of Thrones? Game of Thrones.
Here's the difference, right? Here's the difference, okay? There's no distinction right now between child pornography and loli. There's no distinction. It's child exploitation, even if there's no child. Well, that's fictional violence. That's not real violence, but it's still portraying violence.
Yeah.
It's still actual content, all the same. So it's like, how do you, like, you would have to set up a standard by which that you have to prove the intent of the person filming it, of whether or not it should be allowed. Everything would have to be filtered. It's only China would, and by the way, China doesn't even do that. China doesn't even do that. So
China more liberal than the West.
Yes, it's like China filters for sex and for like ghosts and shit, stuff to do with the occult. Like that's what
they banned Ghostbusters, and that's right.
Really?
Yeah. Those are the big two they filter. It's because they are an atheist nation. Okay. And I say that as an atheist, and I shrug my shoulders.
Yeah, like, well, they're not secular. They're just like,
no, they're atheists. They affirm atheism in their culture and in their law, and because of that, they basically, I think Ghostbusters or some other game or a game or a movie involving ghosts, they just had to change the name, and then they got allowed to be there. But even in China, as far as I know, they don't even regulate for violence. So it's like, okay,
to China.
We're now looking at regulating violent content. Anything that whoever we're going to appoint to be the censor, whoever the fuck that is, they get to decide what violent content is allowed and what isn't. And by the way,
new generations, Jack.
I already know. You know what I know what's going to be allowed and what's not? What's progressive and what isn't.
Yeah.
Well, boom. I already know.
Yeah, a woman slaying legions of men will be very progressive.
Yeah.
But don't rape a woman. Murder's fine.
And I already know, like, the arguments already exist for what they'd base it on. It's like, well, portrayals of band and brother, they don't portray the black folk that participated in World War II. Therefore, that's going to be the reasoning. It's going to be representation. You know, the grounds justifying the censorship already exist. And if I remember right, there's something else that was worth mentioning in regards to this. They're censoring the manifesto. That's another thing. They're trying to eliminate the proliferation of the manifesto too. That's true. That's one of the reasons they.
Let's not explain why it's stupid and bullshit. No. Let's mystify it.
I would say parts of it are stupid and bullshit. Other parts of it should be taken seriously because this guy is a symptom.
Yeah,
this guy's absolutely a symptom.
Yeah,
he's a radicalized burnout. Who I already said earlier in the stream. People are like, "Oh, didn't what he did make sense?" It's like, dude, he had a bunch of money he made through Bitcoin or whatever, where he was traveling the world and got radicalized in France. Why didn't he fucking go to a political campaign and write a $2,000 check to a politician and own that politician? Why didn't he do that? I know why, because he's a fucking internet addicted NEET. That's why.
He thinks that it's all hopeless and there's nothing he can do.
Yeah. I think the most important thing, though, is the fact that he wasn't radicalized on the internet.
No. He's just a shut-in. He was addicted to the internet. I would wager that he was addicted.
I'm sure he was addicted to the internet, like, you know, internet culture as we all understand it. But like, I think it's important to note that he actually went to France and saw the extent of immigration, and that's what made him think, well, if not who, then, you know, if not me, then who? If not when, then now, then when? You know, it was literally going to France that made him think that. So it's like, okay, well, then that's something we now have to deal with, isn't it?
And this is the other one. This happened the other day, and this is one of several stories out of Nigeria. And it was crazy because I saw another article from some Christian website claiming this, where they said that only Breitbart covered this. I looked it up. It's actually true. Only Breitbart covered this story of a bunch of Nigerians, I think Muslims, massacring a shitload, like 100+ Christians.
Well, I mean, it was like the question was asked. Let me see, what was it? How are we going to tell the I asked, how are we going to tell the difference between a Muslim terrorist attack that's in direct response to this and just all the Muslim terror attacks that happen anyway?
What was the answer?
Oh, I don't know. It was sort of like a tongue-in-cheek question, but
yeah, I'd legit like an answer to that, to be honest.
Yeah, but it will be. I mean, they happen all the time.
Yeah.
It happens all the fucking time. These attacks happen all the time. Christians are slaughtered all the time by Islamists, and nobody bats an eye.
Yeah.
And some loser goes into a mosque and shoots people, and it's this world-changing, earth-shattering, inconceivable event, and New Zealand literally starts turning into a fascist state because of it.
I see people in the chat saying that it was 140 in a week, and that this is like a continuing problem in the last like week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever. I know that there's an article I read from the Daily Beast from 5 years ago that said the exact same thing: 100 Christians killed in Nigeria. This is literally the same story from 5 years ago. So I thought I mentioned this just because, like, this got a lot of traction on the right because it was a legit story. This is not fake news. Only Breitbart and a bunch of other like kind of Christian weird websites, they're the only ones that talked about this. They're the only ones that covered this. When this is like, it seems like it kind of appears to be like a genocide. It's sustained.
Yeah. I can totally believe it is. I completely believe that Islamists are intent on genociding Christians out of the Middle East.
What's interesting is that if you go to Google and type in Christian terror victims, you're going to get Christian terrorism, the 2011 Norway attacks, Christians hand out flowers at Birmingham Mosque.
That's Google. That's Google.
Yeah, we should stop associating Islam with terror as the fourth thing that pops up.
I looked up.
Okay.
If you look up Islamist terror or Muslim terror, something like that, there's a bunch of like the first responses are like Vox article. Oh, this is a fake narrative. Blah blah blah. Go Google it right now, like Muslim terror, Islamic terror.
Yeah,
It comes up with
believe it.
like Vox articles and shit, basically saying, no, this is a narrative, this is a lie. Believe us. You know, Arabs are innocent. And the question is like, why are so many progressives so hell bent? Even corporate progressives, why are they so hell bent? Is it like Saudi investment? Is that it? Like, is that what they're looking for?
It certainly is on Twitter, isn't it?
It's also at Fox. One of the biggest investors in Fox is a Saudi prince.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Amazing.
So I gotta say that it seems like I would say honestly at this point in Western culture, maybe more so in Europe than in the United States, Islamophilia is probably more of a problem than Islamophobia.
Oh, totally. Totally.
There seem to be more Islamophiliacs or Islamophiles than there are Islamophobes.
Look at the Prime Minister of New Zealand, mate.
Yeah.
And it kind of looks that way, doesn't
Hasn't the Prime Minister or whatever of Sweden worn a hijab? Let me look
I
that up.
don't know, but I wouldn't be shocked at all.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Look that up. Because I've seen a bunch of fucking politicians in hijabs.
Oh yeah, Justin Trudeau's probably got loads.
Oh
of
yeah,
stuff.
here's a bunch of them. Here's a bunch of politicians in fucking hijabs.
Oh yeah. If I was one of those chicks, I would have been like, "Fuck no, I'm not putting a bag over my head."
Oh man.
Yeah, I would have principled opposition to that.
Be my.
I would be
Oh,
like,
look at this! Look
no
at this!
way. Oh my fucking god! Walk of shame is right.
Oh
God.
man.
Imagine just submitting to this fucking.
Yeah, that's
fairy
what it is. Oh my god! Look at this. Oh no, that isn't her. I was gonna say that's
Is
that's
that Merkel now?
No, that's this guy right here is the head of Iran. He's not the Atol.
I meant the woman. I thought it was.
No,
Merkel.
I don't. It might be his wife or something. Look at that. Oh. So I mean, Islam it literally means submit.
It's so progressive though, Louis. You're such an Islamophobe.
Oh man.
I was like, I'm shocked at how unironically pro-Islam all these supposedly super progressive people are.
She was the one that declared her administration to be a feminist administration too, if you don't remember that.
Yeah, I remember that. Jeez. There's like, you understand what goes on in the Islamic world.
I think honestly the problem that she's having, at least with Sweden, I can't speak to every female prime minister, I think she's just never encountered a man that's ever told her to shut the fuck up. I think that might legitimately be the problem. Because it seems like feminists, fucking Jordan Peterson made a point about this forever ago, and I think he's right. That I think a lot of this is just women that are just desperately searching for a man to, speak against them, tell them no.
A man to tell them, bitch, get back in.
It was like they always say that they're being told no, but they are never
It's
actually
a lie.
told no. They've never actually been told no. And so the idea that they have in their head is what they think the reality is.
The only person telling a woman no is a guy that's a white collar dude in business. A woman's coming to him asking him to mentor her, and he's like, no.
No, you're gonna meet me in a few months.
Yep.
That shit.
Those are the only guys in Western society telling women no. Because they're deathly afraid of being Me Too'd.
I remember all the articles that came out when that sort of thing was in the cycle.
Uh-oh.
All the ladies were like, oh, fuck, Me Too is dragging us all down.
There's Theresa May with some Saudis.
At least she hasn't got a fucking.
Well, that's but then I think it's in the UK though. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up.
Well, she'd wear a hijab if it was the EU.
I'm gonna look it up. Oh,
Yes,
there she is.
Oh, fucking hell, Teresa.
Oh, look at that face. Look at that face.
Oh, it's like in that feminist thing. Didn't they have to use like the women's side door?
Mm-hmm,
Yep.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They sat in the balcony. No, they sat in the balcony.
I can't.
Yeah, but they had to go into the mosque through a side door because fuck
Women
women.
are good enough to sit with men, and don't give me the separate but equal bullshit.
Oh, you're seeing another one. You're seeing another hijab right here.
Gosh, she's a big fan of these cats.
God, I hate to say it, but man, she is an old crone.
Yeah, of course. But again, notice how. In fact, do me a favor. Look up on Wikipedia the Prime Minister of New Zealand and see if she has children.
Oh, are you kidding? No, she does.
I'm not kidding.
She does. That was one of the famous things about her. She was pregnant when she was in office, and they had a big fucking deal about that. And I'm surprised. I'm surprised they didn't pressure her to abort it. Unironically, I'm not even a conservative, and I'm like quasi pro-choice still. And it's like I'm surprised she didn't abort it, and they didn't pressure her to abort it. But yeah, I remember that. New Zealand, that was like her big thing. Oh, she's pregnant.
Wow.
Let me find it. Oh my God.
What?
Oh my fucking God.
Did she call her kid Mohammed?
Oh my fucking God. No, look at this. Look at this.
New Zealand's prime minister is unmarried, pregnant, and going on maternity leave.
Fucking hell.
She is a legit single mom politician.
Okay.
So strong. And the whole nation
Brave.
clapped.
Empowering.
So brave.
We're so glad that she's been draining our resources and is now going to drain more.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I like, it's kind of amazing to me. Can you imagine the American president who goes on maternity leave? Like, I'm going to take a break from running the fucking world in effect.
Trump were doing it.
Yeah, it's fucking, I'm sorry. It's like, you know, what was I going to say? The former head of the UK, a conservative, famous Tory. What's her name?
Margaret Thatcher?
Thatcher. Imagine Thatcher doing that. I know she was too old by then, but imagine.
Well, she wasn't too old when she first came into office.
Oh, wasn't she?
No.
But imagine, do you think in a like any kind of world she would have done that?
No, God no.
Going on as the head of state, on maternity
she would doubtless have been against
maternity leave.
Well, no, just single parents.
Yeah, single parenthood. Yes, I would undoubtedly she would be as a conservative. Yes, at least I would. I mean, back then, yes. Today, who knows?
Oh, she's just not ideal, is it?
No, the West is really going down the fucking shitter, mate.
I like, this is the thing. Is there a man in New Zealand who could say to her in a weird semi-Australian accent, like, bitch, get a man, don't run for office? Like, where's the dad of this fucking kid?
Every Shayla needs a bloke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
New Zealand, what are you doing? Why are you electing pregnant single mothers to office? Like,
honestly, it's a legit question, New Zealand. Why?
I would defend a pregnant woman running and winning on the basis that she's not, like, especially with the head of state, okay? Executive office is
don't you have a job to do?
Even with legislative, I'm taking a maternity leave. You're my fucking representative. How do you take a maternity leave?
I'm kind of tired of representing you now, and you know, I've got other things that are just on my mind. Family things.
I'm eating for two. Like, ma'am, the number 2 is as big as your thumb. I'm sure he's not going to take that much.
You've been eating for two for 30 years. I mean,
so you vote twice.
Hold on, I gotta catch up with the super chats because they've been going for a while. Mitch says, I'm lobbying for me and Baczynski to join the stream. Well, Baczynski already said that he's going to get in here and spam Portuguese gibberish at us, and no. Waiting for that eureka moment says, for all the acceleration from the establishment left, it makes me wonder, what the hell is that FISA that's got him so scared? What the hell is... Oh, I think he's talking about the Mueller report.
Right.
Too awesome for you. Too awesome for you. Except for it's spelled weird. Time for a freedom crusade for our God Emperor. Darth Faggot says, it's a shame Malcolm X never got to finish his redemption arc. Yeah, I agree with that. I unironically agree. He was on a redemption arc when he got assassinated. He was still fascist, though. Yeah. Kingslayer Damocles says, police are a gang. Changed my mind. Not really.
No.
I don't know.
Not really. They can't, like, if they work, Okay, there are, I will say, there are departments that are like a fucking gang.
Absolutely, yeah.
But they're the ones in like fucking Chicago and St. Louis and Baltimore. They're the gangs. But bro, they're in urban warfare. Unironically, that's the environment they're in. I feel like I don't endorse the acting outside of the law, which they undoubtedly do.
Yeah,
I don't defend that. But I can understand when you act like a fucking like lunatic asylum because you live in one and you operate in one.
I'll take the occasional crooked cop over a society that has no police in it.
Yeah. I'll take a crooked cop over being permissive of fucking gangbangers, dude.
Oh man. Yeah. But this idea of the people out there who are like, well, some crooks are, or some cops are crooks, so that means just shut it all down. Like, fuck off.
Yeah, fuck off.
No, I like being policed out and about.
I've already said, and Sargon have talked about this like numerous times, is that the foundation of any civilized society is order, and that starts with law enforcement.
Yeah, you got
everything else comes after that. Everything else comes after that, and the idea that fuck the police, fuck this, it's like.
That's something criminals say.
You're basically saying, like the foundation of our society that's holding up all the pillars, everything else, fuck that. It's like you might as well, like you and I need to go down to the courthouse because you might need a guardian. You might actually be retarded.
That's actually legit, like the progressive opinion on the family at the moment. Like, I mean, thinking about the family is the pillar of all of society. And the progressives are just gleefully attacking it.
I don't know if it's the basis of society. Or actually, no, it isn't. It isn't the basis of civilization.
No,
but
you say that, but can you think? But it didn't have family?
No. I'm trying to make it more specific because the family predates civilization.
Well, of course, yeah.
So the question is, like, what in the osmosis or the what would it be called?
Well, I mean,
the archaic pool of humanity. How old is the family? And it does, in my opinion, predate
recorded history.
It does predate civilization itself.
Animals have families, have family units. I mean, that's something that we had before we were sentient.
True. Yeah. I would imagine so, based on the behavior of similar species.
Yeah, we know that. Yeah, I mean, apes and other primates, for which we are primates, they have family units. They have hierarchies and structures, and
it's so sad. Like when you consider how retarded we are, like, oh man, we're all blank slates, and we're like, no, we're all slaves to our biology.
yeah, we're all fucking monkeys. Shut up.
Yeah, we are. We really are in many ways slaves to biology, and like,
just be the best monkey you could be.
I honestly think out of all the ideas that have come from mankind, blank slate theory might be one of the more retarded ones. It's up there because it's like it's so unequivocally untrue. It's so pathetically untrue. Like,
and it's such wishful thinking as well. It's such obvious wishful thinking. It's
whatever. Yeah, sure. When you look at in sci-fi, when you look at like humanity, like we ruined everything, like it's the dystopian world, we're all retarded. Like I love The Fifth Element for that reason. Like it's a comedy, but it also looks at like how ridiculous everything is. Like there's like a subcontext to that movie that I really like of like how fucked humanity is, and it's very true for a lot of sci-fi movies, and how like evil we can be, and the rest of it. It's like that comedy is more true. It is more true on a fundamental level than anything that's being spewed out by the constructionists or the fucking blank slaters. Or who was it that coined blank slate? Tabula rasa. Who coined that again?
John Locke, actually.
Yes. Wasn't it somebody else too? One other person that expanded upon it?
It was John Locke.
I thought there was somebody else. Somebody in the chat.
Well, there might have been, but it was a common idea at the sort of birth of the Enlightenment.
Yeah, that unfortunately, one of the problems with that is that the further we go on as humanity evolves, technology evolves, as we've left the modern era and we've moved into the information era, and things are starting to spin out of fucking control in many different ways, especially culturally. It's like it's that single truth that keeps just bearing through everything, is that we are just still monkeys, or apes, I should say, but we are still primates. We are still pathetically biological. Like the people, you can just paint the rosiest, most utopian picture you want to about humans, and it is so just pathetically invalid. It is so pathetically inaccurate. I really do think that one of the undervalued realms of political philosophy is social Darwinism or realism. It's undervalued, honestly.
Probably is.
Because like people bring up the Darwin Awards, although they've kind of been subverted by the progressives.
What a fucking surprise!
Like I honestly think that it's tragic in many ways. Like I'm not trying to make light of tragedy that befalls stupid people, like walking in front of a train, or doing because you're looking at a phone, stupid shit like that, or hanging off of a building and taking a photo on Instagram but falling to your death. That's happened like dozens of times.
Yeah.
It's like, despite like the rosy picture, like, and the thing is about like art, like even like with people like people mentioned in the chat earlier, Andrew Ryan, the whole philosophy behind Andrew Ryan and art is something that I ascribe to, which is that art should be the human in its ideal form. It should be romantic. I absolutely agree with that.
Yeah,
but the fact is, in reality, no matter how great of art you can manage to scrape together and create, humanity is so beneath it. It's so pathetically beneath it that but as an individualist, I always look on the optimistic side and say that we can do better. We can be better, as Michelle Obama would say. We could be better than we are currently, and I think that the best way to move forward is to abandon progressivism, abandon social constructivism, abandon intersectionality, and all the other horse shit that has come out from collectivist French thinkers.
Well, I can't argue with that.
Let's see. Somebody already said in chat, Rocky Desert Flower already said Islam versus feminism / LGBTQ, who will win? We already know.
Yeah.
Well, we know who won the first round. Who knows what it'll be in the next country over?
Okay, who's gonna win? LGBTQ, whatever, blah blah blah, feminists, whatever, or Islamists and drag kids?
I think
who wins?
I think when it comes to Islamism as part of that thing, I think eventually they will have to wisen up and be like, we can't let them win. I don't know. There's just like a survival has to kick in eventually.
Maybe.
Yeah, you'd think that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, surely, eventually, they're going to get to a point where
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that was pretty much the edge of the thought.
I'm probably going to get chided for doing that most of this stream, but
right.
That's the nature of my streaming. Let me find it here. I think I saved that article somewhere. Oh, hold on. I got it in my email. Let me bring this up. So I brought this up early in the stream. This, like, CPS, Child Protective Services in New York, investigated Desmond Is Amazing and his parents. Yeah, they did. They were like, it's like Iraqi Bob or whatever the guy's name is, like, nothing to see here. Everything's fine. Even though in this article, based on the reporting, the mother lied and said that because what happened was Desmond Is Amazing went to this gay cabaret club in New York and danced on the stage while like gay guys threw dollar bills at him.
Really? Nothing weird about that.
Yeah.
What do you dig it?
I'm bisexual. I find that if I was at a gay bar and I saw that shit, I would leave. I'd be like, this is fucking disgusting.
I've already said this based on my understanding of the Ferber Standard. People are saying in the chat earlier because they see my videos. Under the Ferber Standard from the Supreme Court, if you were to take a picture of Desmond and proliferate that show, like leaflets of "Come see Desmond Is Amazing" at this gay cabaret club and watch him dance, that might unironically be a violation of the Ferber Standard and not covered by free speech.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you put your kid into that kind of position, I mean, if you put your kid into a position where they're not allowed to be photographed, Like as a, I mean, if I was a parent,
Anyway,
I think it's fucking disgraceful. It's
I think it's
dereliction of duty by the parents.
I do think this
That's
is
because I'm the parent.
I've already condemned. I've condemned drag overall. I don't give a fuck. Say whatever you want to about me. I've condemned drag. I've condemned it. I think this, and everything says this. This is a byproduct of it. This is ingrained in drag because the biggest names in drag, the biggest names, all of them have endorsed this specifically. They've endorsed this and advertised drag kids. So I'm condemning the whole fucking thing.
I don't want anything to do with it. It's so unappealing and distasteful to me.
So, Mr. Bisexual, I'm holding you to account here.
No, I'm a demographic, not a community. Fuck that.
You're getting lumped in. You're getting lumped in. You are a collective, sir. You're
Absolutely
getting lumped in here.
Absolutely not.
She says no clothes came off my child. That is a demonstrable lie. The video shows that he stripped as he came out on stage. That is a demonstrable lie. 2, okay, here you ready for a fucking red pill bordering on a black pill? Are you fucking ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
Addressing concerns that it's abhorrent for her 5th grader son to be parading around on stage in front of gay men for money, the mother dismissed her critics as homophobic.
Of course.
What other possible reason would we have?
Think about what that means.
We just don't like gay people. And cross-dressing doesn't mean you're gay. It just means you like to cross-dress, too.
Some of you might be missing this. He danced on the stage in front of an audience of gay men. She's calling criticism of that homophobic. Are you saying that part of being a gay man is enjoying striptease dances of male children?
Are you saying the context? Not?
Yeah, well, in Islamic culture,
that's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about. Like, is this actually not just part of drag shit? Is this part of gay culture? Flat out, is this part?
Is it not?
Well, that's the question. But this is the thing. Is it popular for gay men to be sexually interested in young boys?
I can only speak for myself, but that's going to be a no for me, Chief.
Like, if I was a Christian, like these crazy Christians that are flat out believe that gay culture is just a gateway for pedophilia, I would be ready to go down.
This sort of thing fits that bill.
I would be ready to go down to City Hall in New York City and self-immolate. Because Jesus Christ. This kid went to a gay cabaret club in New York City, dressed on stage, stripped on stage, to cheering men who toss dollar bills at him, such as it is with any fucking cabaret/gentleman's club. The same thing.
I mean, when you put it that way, I am pro-crusade.
I'm just saying that I'm reading this and I'm going, do you understand what you're saying by calling this homophobic?
Yeah.
Do you understand what you're implying with this? You're flat out saying that if you think that having a kid strip on stage is gross and wrong and should not be permittable,
you're a bigot.
You're specifically against gay men.
Well, you're linking that directly with what it is to be homosexual.
That's what she's doing.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is what it is. This is what it is to be gay. You throw dollar bills at stripping children. That's what being gay is.
Man, I'm feeling a lot of homophobia in this stream.
It's like, Jesus Christ, I read this article and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? So I've already said it. I've already said it before that any lesbian that exists out there right now has to be on a moral crusade, unironically, for lipstick lesbianism and no other form of lesbianism. And if you are gay as a man, you need to be reining in this shit.
That's why I've said in videos that
gay men
stuff is so counterproductive.
Gay men have to unironically and legitimately basically align through whatever way they can and say that they have to basically disown transvestites. And I mean that. Like, I'm not even joking, because
I know.
Transvestitism is a fucking sexual fetish.
Yeah. I don't disagree.
And this shit is all of this. Like I things were so bad back in the day, even in 2015, that I wasn't like, for my entire life, at least politically, I was always under the assumption that it was a moral good to see gay marriage legalized.
Yeah.
And in June 26, 2015, that happened in the United States on a federal level. It was legalized through the Supreme Court. And since then, it has been a fucking clusterfuck. It has been nothing but an increasing amount of degeneracy and sickness in our society. None of this shit is healthy. It's all sexual. It's all perverse. It's all degenerate as fuck. And it's just...
And you have to point it all out. Sorry.
Well, it's... Bro.
I agree. I agree, but it's really frustrating because we can't really do anything about it.
No, because it's like the Christians forever were saying that there was so much baggage along with it. And it's like, everyone said there wasn't, and it was true. The Christians were right.
Who would have thought?
It's just so amazing to me. But the thing is that, like, basically there needs to be, for gay culture, there needs to be a pope. There needs to be someone like, there needs to be an imam that has a fatwa that says lipstick lesbian is the only acceptable form of lesbianism.
A fatwa?
Yeah. There are, like, queers out. Specifically the gender queers out. Gone. There is no LGBTQ. Q is gone.
I tell you, I'm all for making Louis the Pope of homosexuality.
Good. I'll do it. I'll fucking do it.
Good. I think you should. I honestly want to see that.
We need an unironic cultural crackdown on gay culture.
Well, look at there's so much push. Like, did you guys ever see that? Aiden Paladin made a great video about like transgender stuff, and the studies and the services and all that stuff that relates to, like, encouraging people to be trans and all that. And there is especially, and I see this in the furry community too. When I dip my head in every once in a while to see what's going on, it's like virtuous to push people to being trans. Like, that's a good thing to do. Like, you should do it. Like, consequences be damned. You should definitely go for it. If you feel it, do it. To hell with the consequences. To hell with what it might do to you later in life, with the repercussions. Like, it is good if you go forward.
There was a black pill article from a trans person in the New York Times where it was called, like, I'm going to chop off my penis and I'll still hate myself, like something like that. Like, legit. That was in the New York Times.
Jesus, it ain't even going to make it any better.
And it was basically someone who was, like, on the verge of suicide, basically explaining that they're down the rabbit hole. There's no turning around. I'm just going forward. And it's like, it made it, like, and I know this is definitely not true for all trans people, but it makes it look like being trans is it's like hell.
It's people try to make it fashionable, and then once you get people to go into it by presenting them with this idea of what you want it to be, oh man, that's somebody else's life you could potentially be ruining.
Potentially be ruining. That's a gentle way of putting it.
All I know is that the T has, in the LGBTQ, the T has so many serious questions around it that I've always segregated it as its own issue.
Yeah,
because there's so much going on with it. The Q,
I don't think it's the same.
The Q, in my opinion, should be totally disowned. If people are calling me Father Louis in the chat, and if you anoint me, I'll fucking do it. Give me all the fucking activist money in the world. I'll be the fucking Pope of gay culture. And I will fucking crack down. I will crack down on all this shit. Because there are some aspects to it that are totally fine. Like I said, lipstick lesbianism, to me, it's traditionalist. It's absolutely traditionalist. It is women. And do either one of you know what lipstick lesbianism is?
No, I was actually about to ask.
Lipstick lesbianism is basically lesbians, women, that intentionally maintain their femininity. They go out of their way to maintain and celebrate their own femininity. It is incredibly traditionalist.
A woman who likes to fuck women.
A woman who likes to fuck women, but specifically, but distinctly segregates themselves away from
like the butchy types.
The bull dykes is what they're called.
Yeah.
Like, unironically,
I think they're incredibly unattractive. Yeah, I mean, a woman who gives. I mean, I think it's one of the reasons why people liked Wonder Woman so much, because she was not because she's a lesbian, because she was feminine.
Yes.
She kept her feminine traits that were appealing and desirable and admirable. She didn't just say, fuck it, any femininity is weakness and I can't have it and I need to make myself just be butch and strong and manly and fuck all of everything and all of my maternal traits that I have as part of my feminine nature, they have to go by the wayside.
Yeah. And the other aspect to it as well is the fact that with lesbianism, there is lesbianism, which is just the attraction to the same sex, and there's political lesbianism.
Oh yeah.
Political lesbianism is just man hatred.
Julie Bindle.
Yeah. It goes way back, all the way back to the 60s, and among the bull dykes, it is just common philosophy. And that's one of the aspects of being that's the segregation of I'm the bull dyke. It's not true for all, I imagine, but many bull dykes are political lesbians, along with being lesbians, and that is just collectivist Marxist cancer.
Well, I don't like really feminine dudes. I think that's an immense turnoff to me.
You'll have to debate that with Scrump.
Okay. I mean, that's my thing. Like, I'm fine with traps. It depends on how they act. It's a mixture of things. It's not just appearance. Like the really airy, light voice and the lispy sort of. Fuck that. Ugh. Nasty. Yeah. I don't like it at all.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how I feel about. I guess the only I would say that I don't like soy boys because they're weak.
Yeah. I don't like weak people. Like
You're probably like me. Like your inner social Darwinist comes out. I think that's what it is. You instantly recognize them as weak, and then they go down it is a moral thing.
Yeah,
it is a moral thing. You view them as less than.
Well, they are. I mean, like the soy boys particularly are deliberately self-abasing. I mean, they go out of their way to be unmanly, not necessarily feminine, but just to specifically avoid becoming masculine. I mean,
I'm fine if you have like a line where if a guy likes to have no facial hair, generally keeps himself shaven and smooth looking. That's one thing, but like and it's not just like in the sexual aspects. It's as the way they talk, the way that they gesticulate, the way that they walk around.
They speak like Valley girls. Yeah,
that's incredibly unappealing to me.
Yeah. Well, my thing is that I think one of the big problems is, and I know that what's his face, Gavin McInnes, before he was censored off of everything, one of the things he was talking about, and I think it's legit true. Like, this is something that needs to happen. Once I become Father Louis, Pope of gay culture, we need to bring back social shaming. It needs to come back.
It never went away. Jesus, it's just now it's social shaming for fucking soy boys.
Just being normal.
I think that unironically, we need to get back to the day of where you don't lose your job if you're off the clock and you run into some soy boy and you call him a faggot.
I agree.
Because and the thing is that it doesn't mean that he has to change or do anything, but unfortunately we've lost that. Yeah. And that all that is and this is the thing. It's not just for that. It's, in my opinion, this is one of the biggest failures for why immigration is such a problem. Is that everyone, you go instantly viral every time you have some random white woman or white guy boomer be like, hey, this is America, speak English. They go viral every fucking time.
He's like, are you saying that people who come to this country should speak the predominant language, you bigot?
I guess I'm kind of racist that way.
The thing is, like, that person might be a jerk. Society needs assholes like that.
Yeah,
I agree.
Because there is no normal without people that are willing to pressure people to be normal. There is no normal.
Well, that's what they want. That's the goal.
Well, that's what they want. They want there to be no normal.
Well, that's why when the video I did recently, the Riley J. Dennis one, where she was talking about all the Super Smash Brothers characters are queer, and this is her fantasy, her headcanon, her little. This is her dream is to have all these characters, and none of them are straight cis. Characters, like in her head, that's her fantasy, is that nobody is normal. Everybody is some kind of different,
special,
abnormal thing. Yeah.
Autistic.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I mean, I don't know what else to say. It just
Like everybody's trans, everybody's some kind of gender queer, non-binary something or else. It's like it's bad to be normal.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that there's a big thing. I've been seeing this for a while now, and I do think it's true. I believe it more and more that I see it. People who are mixed race are insanely insecure.
Mixed race. I'm not insecure.
Please, Mr. 8% or whatever the fuck. One drop.
25. Thank you very much.
It seems like there's a
look. I'm more person of color than Elizabeth Warren.
Devin Tracy, I think he's the one that pointed this out. Devin Tracy, I think he pointed this out. That
he's probably more person of color than Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah, probably. But that mixed race people are like insane. Like you'll see them. They're the most insanely insecure people. Not all, obviously. But like some of the most extreme radical identitarians are mixed race.
Really?
Yes.
I never really saw that.
It's really weird. And the thing is, this is why I think it is that no one has ever said to them, shut
You're
the
not
fuck
your
up.
race.
No. Shut the fuck up about race. Race isn't a big deal. No one has never.
Everyone says you are your race.
Yes.
That's what people tell them. It's like, no, you're you.
Yeah.
You're you. You're not your race. You're not your gender. You're not a representative of anyone except just you, the person. That's you. Focus on that.
Back in the 80s and 90s, the hegemon of culture was overwhelmingly saying in comedy and media and everything, race doesn't matter. Yeah. Race doesn't matter. And even if you had controversies like, Juice, OJ, with his murder and his case and all that shit. Oh, by the way, that's Alex Jones just put it on a show. That was another thing. A drag queen just went down for child porn or pedophilia.
Well,
the jury was homophobic.
Yeah, or was previously convicted, filtered in, infiltrated, and then was thrown out. It was either that or the other. And yeah, and that's what's his face? Jeremy exposed that in that card game.
Magic Gathering, yeah.
There's like a bunch of pedos and convicted sex offenders. Everywhere.
Working as judges.
Yeah, and he got and they banned him for it.
Yeah,
because they're pro pedo.
Coincidentally, there's also children everywhere. Coincidentally.
Isn't it funny how this all works out?
Oh, it's just a coincidence. And with drag, more and more, there's drag kids everywhere. Just a coincidence, I'm sure.
I think you're just too paranoid. I think you think this through too much.
I'm glad I was raised in a conservative household before I accepted my degeneracy. It tempers it.
But both of my parents are Union Democrats. They don't know what the fuck's going on.
Mine were both are still both fairly socially conservative, Catholic, middle class, white. That's kind of how they are. They kind of fit the bill to most degrees. But I think a lot of shockingly, a lot of good came out of that.
Sure, you grew up normal.
I grew up like a normal person, and they never beat identity politics into anything I did.
Well, I don't know what it is. I mean, nowadays, I would hate to be a kid nowadays, man. Everything is cancer. Like back in the day, in my overwhelmingly white high school, and I've said this many times, the biggest comedian of that era was fucking Dave Chappelle. There was no one bigger. Everyone loved Dave Chappelle.
Will Smith, man.
Yeah, sure.
Who didn't fucking love Will Smith?
Well, The Fresh Prince was a great show.
Yeah.
It wasn't a black show.
No,
it was a family show.
Yeah, it's a show about a family who was black.
Yeah.
It wasn't a black show.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even remember them going on about being black all the time.
No.
I never do. It was just...
There was probably jokes in the show that referenced that. But even with Will Smith's or the character's uncle, who was a judge.
Yeah, he was amazing.
He was like a wealthy guy, and that was
the Cosby Show.
And there wasn't even any memes.
He was a doctor.
Yeah, sure. And there wasn't even any memes like, "Oh, you're a rich black, her. That's so weird." There was none of that.
No one said anything. It's just, they're black. They have money. Yeah.
And
the thing they made fun of was how stern he was. Like that was the joke.
yeah.
He was,
But it's
and
like,
he was
he's a
giant
judge.
fat guy as well.
Yeah, he was a judge though, so it's like
Yeah.
I don't know. There was something about the late '80s, the '90s that I think was very healthy for society.
Well, there was like a period in there where it's almost like we got over it and we were actually progressing. Like my parents never talked to me about race. Like it never even was a thing. We never talked about it because it just wasn't an issue. Like I when I was growing up,
to say about it?
Yeah, I was like when I was growing up, I was just like, some people are black, like some people are short, and some people are tall. I don't even like growing up. My best friend was a Blasian, and it wasn't even strange to me. It was just like people are different colors, like they just look different, and that was all it was to me as a kid, and that was it. And no one made an issue out of it. So as a result, I didn't grow up to be racist and focusing on race all the time.
Z-Star said it in chat. And this is true. Fresh Prince focused far more on class than race, and that's true.
Yeah.
Especially with that friend of Will Smith.
Oh, Revolution Now.
Yeah. The ghetto one that kept getting chucked out, physically removed from the house.
Yeah, him. Yeah, that was a big class thing. With the butler too.
Yeah. That was a good point. Yeah.
So,
well, the butler was the one who had the hoity-toity accent that was kind of like quasi-British, and he's spoke in a very high society kind of tone.
Yeah, but if I remember the show right, that was demonstrated to largely just be fake.
Oh, yeah, it was just like he was supposed to be the posh butler.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There's some good news from the Guardian here, right? the Mary Rose, which was Henry VIII's flagship that sank. It's been recovered, and guess what? The skeletons of the people have been recovered. Guess what that means? It was diverse.
Oh no, you gotta be fucking shitting me.
Oh no, the Guardian's like the skeletons of the Mary Rose Review. How multicultural was Tudor England? You mean how multiracial? That's what you mean.
Yeah.
Talking about the culture, you're talking about the race. Apparently there was a Moorish bodyguard, which means open the borders, you bigots. Fuck me.
I don't know. I'm honestly waiting for them to come to like they've already done it before with like Battlefield and other things. Like I fucking hate it. Is the basically they denigrate the idea of like, oh well, the people that fought in the Second World War weren't overwhelmingly extremely white.
Yeah, I mean Battlefield 1, we had black Germans.
Well, there actually were a handful. There were a handful.
Like literally a handful.
There were four. There were four. Congratulations.
There were four.
You read a fucking Wikipedia article? Congratulations. You knew that. And it's just like, yeah, like I guarantee you the Negroes weren't the bodyguards of Adolf fucking Hitler. Okay.
This'll
and a lot of them, if I remember correctly, about the black German soldiers, they were like World War I veterans, and that's why they were actually given some kind of accommodation, is they were already veterans, and that was one of the big things with Hitler and his whole club of I don't even know how you describe them, fascists, whatever. A lot of them were soldiers, former World War I veterans. A lot of them in the beginning.
So I've just been skimming through this article, right? So they found 8 of the hundreds of skeletons, and half of these 8 skeletons were not white English.
Multiculturalism now.
So there were 4 non-white English people on there. And that means basically England's never been an English country.
It's always
stop
been
being
very
bigger.
diverse, yeah.
The gentleman was probably indeed from southern Italy, so not white. The carpenter, Mediterranean, definitely not white. The archer, part of the king's elite bodyguard, likely from somewhere along the North African coast.
I got your solution. I know what to do about the United Kingdom. You need a despotic, non-white king. That is what you need. Basically like a despotic right-wing.
Oh, so a caliphate.
Well, not like that. Well, I mean, he actually has to be
asking for.
He actually has to be English, though. I don't mean like an Islamic takeover. I mean like an actual English king who takes power, jails all the progressives, and then basically showcases that like being not white is not a virtue by itself. And then maybe they'll get it.
I don't think there is anything for them. I don't think that they can accept that. I think that
at least then we wouldn't have to hear them.
Yeah, but they're never thinking of individuals when they say these things. So any one individual that you pull out and say this is a bad person, they'll say, yeah, but he's just one guy and the rest of them are great. And then you got the next one, this is a bad person. And it's the same answer. And it'll keep going.
You can't conflate progressives with multiculturalism. Like you can't inflate ISIS with Islam.
Louis can watch him.
They're two completely different things. No overlap whatsoever.
I just think honestly that certain countries, I look at it like there was two comparable Greek tyrants back when the Greeks had tyrants. There was like the kind.
Well, they're still in the EU, right?
Oh yeah, that's
Carry on.
They I don't remember their names. I'd have to look this up because it's been a while since I read their names. But there was multiple, many different tyrants, and one was like a reformer who was good and did some evil shit, but it was in the nature of trying to better Greece, and he was earnest and he was humble and all the rest, and he tried to serve as a statesman, and he was like a nationalist and that sort of thing, a statesman of Greece. Mm-hmm. And then there was like tyrants that were just despotic fucking assholes. They didn't give a shit about anyone or anything, did whatever the fuck they wanted and served themselves only, and no one would question shit, and if they did, they'd have their head fucking lopped off or something equivalent to that. Mm-hmm. And I just honestly think that in some nations, that's what needs to happen.
Well, why do you think it did happen back in the day?
Well, the reason it did happen.
I'm gonna go get a cup of tea.
Okay.
I'll be back in a year or two.
Okay.
Force is the ultimate authority from which power flows.
Yes. Well, that to me is the thing. That's why I say that, is I think that things are out of whack and people have forgotten that.
And that's why you have people who go out and shoot up mosques, because at the end of the day, if someone is fucked up enough in the head, they know that they can always turn on to that. They always know in their back pocket at the very end of the road, they can be violent.
Yep. I agree. That's the real danger we're facing here. And that's why I say he's a symptom and not the source. Is the guy...
If you don't let him talk on the internet, if you don't let him listen to the people he wants to listen to, if you don't let him express his opinion or try to change things in his own peaceful way, regardless of how despicable his opinions may or may not be, he will eventually get to the point where all other opportunities have been exhausted. And he's left with no option.
I hate to say it because I know that the thing is, I have a very poor view of a lot of people on the image boards and like the
do you
2chan, 4chan, 8chan, Kiwi Farms, the rest of it. I have a fairly poor view of them, but it's because I see them as like they do see themselves as better than everybody else.
A lot of them do. I'm absolutely certain.
And they think that being cool is basically being a retardedly edgy douchebag.
Yeah, that is like if you're cool, then you don't care about anything, and you don't think anything can be changed, and you don't have any principles, and you don't try to, like all of the things that you should be and you should be concerned about. That's all crap and awful and terrible, and you shouldn't be those things.
But my point in bringing this up is to say to them that, like, I do honestly think that most of them, it's unfortunate. I think one of the consequences of censorship has been a lot of these people being put in an echo chamber.
Yes, with people exactly who tell them that, yes, that's right. That's absolutely correct.
When all I can say is this guy, the shooter, he could have changed. He supposedly had money. All he had to do was take a check down to a political rally, cut a check to a politician. Boom! He has influence, and yes,
money's power.
Is it a harder path than shooting a bunch of people? Yes, but guess what? You can change society in a lot bigger ways than becoming a fucking eco-fascist burnout faggot. And now you're about to go get pounded in the ass by a bunch of Muslims in jail for the rest of your life, dude. That's going to be the rest of your life.
Honestly, I think he's going to kill himself.
Maybe so.
I think that in a little bit, after the high is worn off, after the limelight is subsided,
once
he's going to be stuck, and it's just going to be at night. He's going to be stuck with himself, staring at the ceiling. And
I would wager he either poisons himself, or bashes his head against the wall, or hangs himself. Yeah, my money's on hang.
Yeah, I think because he's only, how old was he?
20. Or no, 27.
27. So he's my age. Like he's still very young, and there's there's going to be a point, I think, where it sets in that he has just wasted his one life.
I would say if it doesn't happen early on, and this is what I've seen based on my anecdote of researching and stuff, if it doesn't happen early on, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I think once the attention subsides from him, is when it's because he's been doing it all for attention, and he wants the spotlight on him. He says it's not about that.
He's going to be put into a. I don't really know their correction system there, but in the United States, you would be in a maximum security prison.
Yeah, he'd be in a hole.
Yeah. And I've been to maximum security prisons before. I've been to Attica twice.
Yeah, what'd you do?
It's just toured it. And it's fucking hell.
Oh yeah, I couldn't.
Fucking hell.
Oh man.
This is specifically true, and it happened to me, so I can't say it to everyone. When I walked out of the prison the first time, I literally caught my breath.
Yeah,
like it
you
literally
were just visiting.
I literally felt as though that I just stepped out of a hole in the fucking ground. It was so unbelievably claustrophobic. And I normally don't feel that way. I normally don't feel that way anywhere. It's the only time in my life that I ever stepped out somewhere was loose on my toes. Like I had to take a step and I had take a breath. I was like, holy shit. So yeah, man, Attica is something else, man. And that is not even the worst of the worst fucking maximum security prison anymore. That's it's fucking prison or it's summer camp for old gangsters right now. This isn't even those hardcore fucking prisons that got out west and are in Baltimore and shit.
While he's getting a drink, I'm gonna grab a drink too real quick.
All right, I'm gonna read super chats. Will says, if that's homophobic, I'm pretty sure most gays are homophobic. Christian says, Pope irate the first, Louis Le Vau, and I agree. Anoint me Pope of gay culture, and I will fucking correct it. Sojlink the Great says, for 50, whatever the SEK is. Who the fuck is that? One of these guys are gonna get muted if they keep it up with that noise. He says, fat dorks. Rogue Crusader says, drag queens are just clowns with effeminate makeup. Save the clowns. No, that's not true. They're transvestites. Patrick says, all good. It's a fetish. Patrick says, all the good legislative things Trump did happen in the first year. Now he has mostly neocons running the show, except for the people running trade. I mostly agree with that. Not entirely, though. The guest says, Louis, do you think Terry Crews' comment on fathers comes from his role on Everyone Hates Chris? I don't really know Terry Crews' career that much, so I can't comment on that. Remember shows like Family Matters where the picturesque American family was black? What happened? Yeah, I don't know. That is true. There was plenty of shows like that. Very much ironically with Bill Cosby and The Cosby Show. Will says, I bet he has a plan for his death too. I bet he'll try to become a martyr or something. Yeah, I would wager my money's on he tries, he fails, but he ultimately hangs himself. I would put money on it because that's the most common suicide that I see in prisons is hanging for however they do it. It's just something they manage. I'm sure people in the chat were all bitchy about what I said about the image boards, but you should take that criticism. You really should, because I think that there's way too many black-pilled fucking neats on the image boards that honestly that are being too overly pessimistic about politics. When if you got the money, if you're a Bitcoin fucking billionaire, go down to your county Republican rally and just literally sign a check. And they will take your number down and they will call you. I've seen it. That is how you politic. It's not difficult. Stop being a basement dwelling neat. If you got money, go to a political rally. Boom. You got influence. Cut a fucking check. I'm probably going to get people trying to fucking send me pizzas now because I said that. This guy isn't cool, man. He's not a wannabe nihilist. Send him some pizzas. Send him a dildo in the mail. But yeah, I mean, the thing is too is that by all appearances, like on the image boards, if I were to say
I'm
this,
back.
and maybe Rags, you'll agree with this, there appear to be
Huh?
quite a few on the image boards. There appear to be quite a few intelligent people.
I don't really go there often, but yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure that there are. It's a shame that they aren't more motivated.
Yeah, that's where I would.
Yeah, I mean, there
isolate
really
them.
are intelligent people out there who don't. I guess they either maybe part of it is motivation, maybe part of it is they just don't. They're just not. They're just generally apathetic people. But it is a kind of a shame to see a lot of potential brightness just being wasted on internet holes. Said
Yeah.
Rags.
Yeah, really. So,
No,
by the
I
way,
didn't say.
I meant to ask, do you do YouTube as a job now?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay.
I like it though. I'm glad. I'm very happy.
Yeah, unfortunately, with me, I basically asked myself this: is if I ever can see things really heading in a positive direction for my channel, because the growth has just been so fucking stagnant. And the best thing that I could possibly do for my channel is to basically show my face.
And no, I'm telling you, man, pick an animal and go for it.
I don't know. I already got the pseudonym. And I don't want to attract the furry crowd. No offense.
Oh yeah, they're hit and miss. They're honestly
they
pretty hit and
seem
miss.
to be kind of like fanatical.
Well, once you get off Twitter, it's a lot better.
Well, I honestly, I go on Twitter practically every day, and I need it for like the
updates and news and keeping up. I might make an account for that.
It's my lifeblood.
Well, now I have enough people who bring things directly to me, but I only see it now as a utility. But I didn't my quality of life and my emotional health did not exactly get worse when I was kicked off Twitter.
Yeah, right.
Like I felt more bad for my audience that they couldn't see the tweets they said they liked from me. But honestly, it's Twitter is a shithole. Twitter really is a shithole.
It is, man. I think honestly, Twitter is like, if people talk about the addiction of like social networks, the only one that I'll ever concede to is Twitter. It's the only one.
There's something about it. Watching your likes, watching your retweets
dopamine hits.
And it's like a weird min-maxing RPG.
Yeah. And I'll tell you this, that the people that are the most addicted are the fucking leftists and the journos, dude.
Well, that's because it's a circle jerk on Twitter for him. I like people like Tim Pool's right when he says he says it all the time. Twitter is not reality. Absolutely true, but they think it is. These crazy lefty types think that Twitter is a representation of the real world.
Yes.
No.
Totally mistaken.
Oh, you go out into the real world and do your crazy shit, and people are gonna give you the brow and they're gonna look at you like you're a weirdo.
Yeah, definitely. There's like I can't remember what it was exactly, but there's a few different memes of like people acting like retarded in public, and just like a boomer looking at them like, what the fuck?
Yeah, when you bring internet culture to the real world where real people are busy doing real world things. They're just being productive and normal. They don't care about your internet culture. They don't care about your cringy fedora memeing.
Yeah.
And I love internet culture, but you gotta go outside every once in a while. You gotta walk away from it.
I agree. I absolutely agree. You gotta go. Yeah. This is the thing that I've honestly had myself where I've just taken the time to just talk to random people.
Oh, like,
I'll go into a store, go into a gas station, just start talking to a random person. Because most people, especially if they're working there, they'll talk to you for sure.
Yeah, they're probably glad. They're probably glad someone's just like having a little bitty chat with them. Nothing too long, but just like a normal chat.
And that to me is another thing with the image boards is that they're not doing enough of that. It's why
you need to remind yourself that the real world is the real world, and yes, the internet is an extension of the real world, not the other way around.
And it is on the cutting edge of culture and things.
Yeah, it really is.
but there's a lag that's built into that and how it bleeds into the reality of things. And if you don't remind yourself about that, you can trick yourself into the misconception that one follows the other and not the other way around.
Yeah, I know that people have been giving a lot of grief to Tim Pool after he did that like Black Pill, there's a Civil War coming video. He's gotten a lot of grief for that.
Yeah, I don't believe it. I think there's too many normal, reasonable people. I'm generally an optimist anyway, but I think that it's I think people trend towards, especially nowadays, a more freedom-based thing.
The situation that would be required for there to be an actual civil war, at least in the context,
it would
like
be,
if we're talking about France, okay, maybe France, the way things are going, but in the United States,
yeah, but revolution for them is a pastime.
Yeah, it's unfortunately what happens in a collectivist shithole. But in the United States, the circumstances that are necessary, like I'm still scared that it could happen. I'm not saying it couldn't.
Yeah, I'm not saying it can't, but man, it's going to have to take way more than this.
Yeah, it would require it would require Democrats in all three offices, a majority in House, Senate, and White House. That's step one. Step two is they'd have to pass really draconian legislation that would go against conservatives, like just fundamental conservative.
Yeah, it would have to be a blatant. I mean, it would like a Second Amendment repeal.
Sure. Second Amendment repeal, First Amendment repeal, like legislation against the family, like all the corners of Christianity, stuff like that.
Yeah,
all the
religious freedom, something like that.
The fundamentals of conservatism and just your basic bitch conservatism. If they started to just go down the line and just regulate against all of those things, that would be the path in which there would be a civil war.
And I think the leftists need to understand which party has all the guns.
Yeah, I don't even think there would be a question if it actually came down to a civil war. It would be goddamn quick and
very quick. It would be a battle, and then people would wisen up.
I love the way we're down to civil wars already.
Well, we're basically trying
to the theoretical.
We're being political realists in this. In all earnesty, I mean, because the capacity in which that there could be a civil war in the United States is not big. In France, yes. United States, no. And I think I'm sort of chastising Tim Pool here to say he's being a little bit hyperbolic in what he's saying about the civil war is nigh. He's being hyperbolic because, like I said before, Sargon just touched back. It requires the Democrats to control all three, Senate, House, presidency, and to systematically, one by one, go for all the big things that revolve around your average Republican or conservative: guns, faith, family, traditionalism, etc. Like they'd have to hit everything. And if they went down that line, then there would be the potential for an actual civil war. But the thing would be, man, I'll tell you this: if there was a fucking civil war, man, the biggest bloodbaths would be in the inner cities, and it wouldn't be from any combatants. It'd just be riots.
Yeah. And I think one thing too is like you hear people talking about, the race war. It's like black identitarians a lot of the time talk about calling for the race war and things like that. And they don't understand, you understand the vast majority of black people wouldn't be on your side, right?
Well, the thing is, one, black men, which would be who we're talking about as the combatants in large part, would be 6% of the population.
Yeah.
That's
and 90% of them wouldn't even be interested in being on your side. So you're fucked.
A heavy percentage of them would not be interested because a lot of them would just be like, "Yo, nigga, look at the math."
Yeah, they're just like, I just want to live.
So that's a Boondocks meme. So I did the math. That's a Boondocks meme.
Oh, is it?
And it's like that's all it would be. It would be like, "Yo, we would never win. Yeah. We would just get genocided. That would be it."
Like, let's not give them a reason. Please.
Not to mention, especially with the breakdown of the cities. Yeah, in some of these inner cities, it would be legit the black cops against the black rioters.
Yeah, they don't understand. Not all the black people are going to be on your side. They just want to live in a peaceful society and raise their kids and not live in fear.
And the thing
race
is, as time is going on, there seems to be more and more, especially black men, that look at other black men or just the black culture, black community as it's called, but I'm not going to call it. They look at it with total with loathing would be the best way to describe it. They can't stand it. They're embarrassed by it personally, even though they're an individual and they're not
also race traitors.
They're not guilty of the sins of other people and the misbehavior of other people,
Mm-hmm.
but they realize that like it's I forget who said it. It might have been Jesse Lee Peterson or a black conservative, but they said just outright and they yelled it at somebody. Nobody's holding us down anymore. And that's a fact.
I agree.
If the only person that's holding you down is a police officer who's also black and is arresting you because you committed a crime, that's the person holding you down.
Yeah, well, he's in on it.
Yeah. Well, he is. He's an agent of the white supremacists.
He's an agent of the white supremacist, capitalist patriarchy.
Yeah, what the hell? Is this even a question?
Yeah, everyone knows that patriarchy and white supremacy go hand in hand.
What I love is that white supremacist capitalist patriarchy is it's a synonym for hierarchy.
Yeah, a hierarchy that we can't be at the top of, or we're not currently at the top of.
Yes, it's not even the matter of we can't be; it's a matter of we're currently.
Yeah, we're just not currently there.
Yeah,
because you can be there. I mean,
yeah, just run for office,
run and convince everyone you're right.
Ilhan Omar did.
I know she changed the whole rules of Congress. Day one, they changed all the rules for her, and this yes, with the fucking the hijab. That was a rule. She couldn't wear it, so they changed it day one. And the Republicans, and this is my big thing about conservatives and Republicans, people telling me to switch parties, they bent the knee. They just lay down, didn't say anything. If I was in Congress, I don't care if I was a one-term politician, I would have been down there saying...
Maybe politicians should only be one term.
Nah, I would agree.
You say no, but you know...
Not if you have vision. Not if you have vision.
Yeah, but you can't guarantee the person has vision.
No, of course. You're going to have fucking lazy, people who are in office forever. But then again, you look at Ocasio-Cortez, who kneecapped a guy that was in there for like 2 decades.
Yeah.
Primarying is powerful. But the thing is, I don't even want to get down the tangent of I'm not a big believer in term limits because I recognize the issue and the corruption and the problem. But the thing is that I ultimately think that if you ever get somebody in there who's a true statesman, anyone in there who has this true vision for America, they're going to get kneecapped because they're that bullshit.
Yeah.
That's how you get rid of visionaries, is you just have arbitrary limitations for how long they're allowed to be around. Or on the other hand, you get fucking Bernie Sanders, What can you do?
Bernie Sanders is a true visionary. I don't know what you're saying.
Well, he's an ideologue, but
I know.
I don't know. Do I have more respect for him or somebody like Nancy Pelosi, who's just a total hack, cynic, in it for the power?
At least I believe Bernie Sanders does it because he believes in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's nothing authentic about Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer or any of the corporatist Democrats. They're totally hollowed out, empty shells.
I believe you'd say that.
Kirsten Gillibrand too. She's another
nicest thing you probably ever
said. She just announced her campaign ad for running for president. It's a mosh up of social justice bullshit and nationalist propaganda. and it's like, get me on
national social justice.
Get me on it. Yeah, right. National socialism. Get me on a debate stage with Kirsten Gillibrand. Just me. And this isn't me bragging. I've worked for her. I could demolish her in a debate. She is pathetic. She is as charismatic as a shoe. And the only reason she became a senator in New York State...
I don't know. I got some pretty fly kicks.
The only reason that she's a senator in New York State is because she was a kiss-up and an acolyte of Hillary Clinton, and she's a woman. And yes, I will say that.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be demonstrably true.
Because this state is fucking pathetic. And, I've heard plenty enough women say repeal the 19th, and I don't know, maybe they have a point. I'm just listening to the women. Blonde from the belly of the beast, who's the co-captain of what's his face? Matt Christensen's podcast. She's unironically stated it, repeal the 19th, and she's got women coming on that show saying repeal the 19th. I'm just tipping my fedora and saying we might want to listen to women, and that landowner.
Who are we to deny the will of the fairer sex?
Landowning men might be the target demographic we need in a functional republic. That might be the case. Coincidentally,
Well,
I'm a landowning man.
Swap
Prove him
landowning to tax paying.
Well, I am a taxpayer. I'm paying.
I rent, so
One thing I couldn't believe when I got the house was I paid literally just one day. I wrote a check, 10 grand in taxes. That's nothing else.
well, fuck you for owning a house.
Right. Okay. Hey, I just bought a house. Okay, I'm the government.
Yeah, but where's my fair share?
Just give me 10 grand. And it's like, for what?
Well, if the government didn't make the road that you use to drive to your house.
No, but doesn't that come later? Why does it have to be up front? It's like the government telling me I'm renting the land from them.
Yeah, it's like
where's your money down? Where's your money down on our land? Says the government. Like I'm getting into fucking like Andrew Ryan mode here.
Well, it was extremely frustrating for me when I went to go buy my car, and a huge chunk of that was tax.
Oh yeah.
I'm like,
man.
what?
Thousands of dollars. Thousands of dollars in tax because it's considered a fucking luxury.
Cars? He's like, no, is everyone's got a car here. Everyone's got a car here in Arkansas.
It's hard not to become a conservative when you start buying shit. Because you just look at things like, yeah, I'm going to become a homeowner. Okay, how much money do I have to pay in property taxes? Like a school tax too? Holy shit. Like, yeah, I have to say, it's hard to stay liberal. I can't imagine being a socialist and thinking the government needs more of my money.
You just need to get a big tax cut, and then you'll understand how terrible you are.
I guess so. I'll just never understand.
That video was just amazing.
I would be so happy if I got a tax cut that fucking big.
I know, dude, I know. 13%
Oh my god, jeez. I haven't done my taxes for this year yet. I hope it's something nice.
I got fucked last year. I owed. Well, I owed federal, and then the state owed me, and I think I got like $300 back in the end.
Yeah, boy.
That's not much.
Nah,
for how much I just fucking paid. Oh man, last year I got raped by the government. It was a legit rape. The government raped me. That's the only time where I'm like, is taxation theft? Because I was just robbed.
As soon as I have to pay tax, it is.
Yeah. So that's the only thing that I'll concede to the people out there saying taxation is theft is that, like, man, it feels like theft sometimes.
I mean, memes aside, we live in a society.
Yeah. Roads,
emergency services, a military. I get what they're saying. I'm not saying all taxes is a great idea on everything that we've got.
And I gotta say, I might get the live stream might get banned for this. But those of you that don't want border control, who are Ben Shapiro open borders activists, go walk across the Mexican border and die.
Wait, Ben Shapiro's an open borders activist?
Yes, overtly. What? I talked about it in a video I just did recently. He says that he's in favor of a free flow of labor so long as they don't receive welfare.
That's the problem.
I say build the wall.
Yeah. Well, he deflects and says he's in favor of the wall, but it's only after he says he is himself in favor of open borders, meaning he says the free flow of labor, that's open borders. Yeah. That means you basically come in and work. That's it. That's not anything different to what we have now.
Well, Ben Shapiro is a man of the people. You just don't understand.
Oh, I see. It's not the man of the
He's a man of the temple.
Oh shit! Don't say that. We're gonna get taken down.
No, that's a term of endearment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Why doesn't it sound like one then?
What? You're not saying he's not a filthy heathen.
You know what's weird is that I've actually met Orthodox Jews, and this might be the difference between Ben Shapiro capitalist Jew versus Orthodox Jews. I unironically say this: I've met Orthodox Jews. They're not in favor of open borders.
No,
I don't know why
they're
would be.
Very conservative.
Like they are like
they're not in favor of LGBT stuff either. Or
yeah, like if you oh,
you take the good with the bad.
If you're like an isolationist conservative, go talk to an Orthodox Jew. You're not going to have too much difference between your beliefs. I mean, maybe some are open borders, but it's always the like nouveau riche, like
Did you say Jews. Did you say nouveau because
you were confusing
Nouveau.
oy vey.
No, nouveau
With-
riche. It's a French term for new
Yeah.
wealth.
All right, I'll take your word for it.
And it's the yuppies. And that's what Ben Shapiro is. He's a yuppie.
Oh, yeah. Totally.
I think he actually comes from like an upper middle class family anyways, but he's wealthier than his
Obviously
family
does.
is
He's
now.
Jewish.
Oh.
Hey, mate, I'm not.
Oh.
That's statistically true.
Just because like 90%
What,
of
you think
families
he was
are
a fiddler
ultimately
on the
wealthy.
roof?
Oh, that's a stereotype.
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
like
I'm
that.
sure he was up and down chimneys when he was a kid.
And-
Like
and,
some East London cobbler's boy.
Jews,
Yeah.
like it's like 4 different sections of ethnic Jews, like 4 different groups of Jews are all in the top 10 of the wealthiest groups in American society demographically. But I disavow.
I
Sargon.
like how there's so many people out there who think it's a more likely explanation. There's a conspiracy instead of they work hard.
Yeah, it's obvious. It's family values, education, and hard
Well,
work.
people wonder about like the entertainment business because there are a lot of Jews in entertainment, bro.
These are entertaining.
They worked
Change
from
my mind.
they worked from the bottom. Like in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, like the top comedians of the United States were like all Jewish. And it's like, I wonder if
They
that's a
probably still are.
conspiracy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I
Probably.
think it's kind of like Wayne now. Like the Jews you got now are like fucking Bill Maher, who hasn't done stand up in 20 years.
Sarah
and
Silverstein.
Sarah
or whatever it is.
Silverman, who was
Yeah,
a fucking
Silverman, that's
SJW. I mean, a lot of the Jewish comedians we have now are pathetic.
Yeah.
But back in the day, man, they were the edgy fucking comedians.
Oh, yeah,
back in the
yeah,
day. And then he said, I mean, look at Blazing Saddles with Jewish in starring it and directing it and writing it. Like, there's never been another movie like Blazing Saddles since it was published. Never, not a single one like it again. And it is still to this day. I watched it the other day, and I laughed my ass off, and I've seen it a million times. It's one of the funniest fucking movies I've ever seen, and it's all it
Mel
is.
Brooks, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's playing on stereotypes and racism and race differences. And
he did History of the World Part 1.
Mhm.
And they had the Jews in space bit at the end.
Yeah. Well, it's like the it's just this common thing that's said, like even in South Park with the aliens that were in charge of all the intergalactic entertainment, they were like they were Jews, but they were like hyperbolic, exaggerated alien Jews.
Yeah.
And they were super sexually perverse and all this like negative stuff.
Yeah, that was a parody of Weinstein. Wasn't
Yes. Because all of them looked exactly like Harvey Weinstein. That was actually whatever the Stone and whoever it is, the people that are the brain trust of South Park. That was them basically criticizing without saying it Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah.
And like the thing is that, and I've already said this about Hollywood, is that you can go ahead and get rid of Harvey Weinstein. The next day, there's going to be another licentious Jew that's going to be ready to do the exact same fucking thing.
I disavow Louis Le Vau and everything he's ever said about anything. Always.
No, it's true. It's been true for the last 120 years about
I have
it.
no comment. No comment.
Yeah, still disavow.
I can neither confirm nor deny the existence of top brass licentious Jews in Hollywood.
No, it's true. It's true, man. There's been licentious Jews in Hollywood for a very long time.
First the drag kids, and now the Jews.
Well, that drag kid, as far as I know, unassociated with the Jews. That's gay culture.
Oh, they get off the hook for that one, huh?
I don't know. If you talk to some image board people, they might connect them.
Yeah, I'm sure they can connect those dots.
Well, the problem, you know what it'll be, is that there's a bunch of people involved in drag that are Jewish. That'll be the connection.
The top, the funniest drag members that there are all Jewish.
A lot of them are black, so I don't know how true it is. Weirdly, I don't really get drag. I don't like drag. Like I said, disavowed.
I don't like it either.
Unironically,
I find it unappealing on the surface, and
well, dude, the deeper you dig into it, it's just pure rot. Like, if
there's no like, what does it teach you? How does it make you a better person? Does it like it like a skill you develop, or
unironically, part of it is a huge sexual component to it.
Oh yeah, I absolutely believe that. Yeah.
I've had people send me shit about it, and there is a huge component to it that glorifies being a whore, like a man whore. Like, that's a huge part of it. It's incredibly sexually perverse. and degenerate.
More.
So unironically disavowed.
What else can we disavow today then, Louis?
The whites.
Apparently, the Supreme Court denied a Hawaiian bed and breakfast. Hold on a second. It's a Supreme Court was due to discuss a bunch of LGBT-related cases on Friday, but docket shows they had this delay consideration of a new case on Baker refusing to make a cake for a lesbian couple. Oh my God! There's another case. Oh my
Take
God!
That cake, you fucking Nazi. Fucking bake it.
Okay, Supreme Court turns away Hawaiian bread and breakfast appeal over sanction for refusing to accommodate lesbian couple. So they refused to accommodate the lesbian couple, and they were sanctioned by the state.
Jesus. Wow. I'll teach them, won't it?
What? By what standard will they deny this case? By what standard? They already ruled in favor of the baker. They already ruled in favor. Dude, I'm telling you, this is why they're denying it. They're scared to death because the thing they don't want to talk about is the fact that this is going to completely unravel all anti-discrimination law on a federal level. Like I have read the case law. I've read the cases. They know this. They know this.
I believe it too. I wouldn't put it past them at all.
This is the second case. This is a carbon copy of the other case, the gay case that came back because the transgender person did the exact same thing, the exact same baker. They kicked it back down, and it settled.
It must be tough to be like a normal transgender person who's just trying to live a normal life, and you got all these crazy people trying to stir shit.
Must suck, yeah.
Yeah.
All I know is that the activists, like, they are their own worst enemy, and it's just like,
I think so. Yeah.
All you need is an activist judge on the Supreme Court. All you need is another Antonin Scalia, or somebody that just doesn't, like Clarence Thomas doesn't give a fuck, and I know that from reading his dissent in the hijab case when it came to Abercrombie, because he's the only one on that court that kept it real. In that case, everyone else was a virtue signaling collectivist faggot and can suck my dick and choke on it. He's the only one that kept it real. And all you need is another Antonin Scalia to replace Ginsburg for some activist conservative to get on the fucking court that doesn't give a fuck. And you have a majority bias on the court for conservatives, and you better kiss all this shit goodbye, activists. You are paving the road to your own undoing, and you're blind.
Well, when you're on Twitter and you're always surrounded by activists who are always liking or retweeting all your stupid shit, all the normal people who aren't there on your Twitter echo chamber, when you go into the real world, they might not really appreciate you destroying the image that they just want to be treated like normal people. That's why I feel the way I do about a lot of these gay pride parades and stuff, where people are walking around all tatted up with their breasts hanging out and their junk in these far too small clothes, and they're all dry humping each other and grinding and stuff. It's like that makes me look worse.
I got a hot take.
It's like that's really making us look worse, guys. Could you stop? Could you not do that ever?
Check out this hot take.
Read that. Here, let me put it. Michelle and I send our condolences. Jesus Christ.
Savage. That's fucking savage.
Is that Camp Delta 1? Is that Gitmo? Let me Google that. I think is that an Iraqi prison?
The fucking drone firing a missile.
Well, Orwell and Good made a good one the other day too.
Yeah, he's been on fire recently.
Yep, that's Guantanamo Bay.
Yeah, fucking Guantanamo Bay.
You never closed it. You never closed it.
I know, but I'm going to close it, you know. No,
he had more than one opportunity to close it, and he refused.
Yep.
And even besides Guantanamo Bay...
it was like they told him, Mr. President, you know who's in there, right?
And it's like, well, no, but neither do you.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. Because half those fucking guys, like, the Pakistan government's just like, yeah, this dude, take him. And we're like, okay. We had a massive intelligence failure during that campaign. Well, the multiple campaigns. It was a fucking disaster. George W. Bush, man, what a presidency.
The W stands for honesty.
Yeah. But with Barack Obama, dude, especially with the drone warfare, dude, he was like even Trump, who's like, yeah, I'm in favor of torture. He's not even doing anything anywhere near in terms of drone warfare that Obama did. Nothing. Like the worst he ever did was that strike on that Syrian airport, I think.
Yep.
Which was incredibly
I think there have still been drone strikes under Trump.
Oh, sure. I imagine so. But as far as I know, he hasn't killed any American citizens that I'm aware of.
Good job. Good job, Donald.
We've set the bar high.
Barack Obama's killed too.
That's true. Obama did.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
He killed a terrorist who never went to court, was never tried, and he killed the terrorist's son, who, as far as we know, had no connection to his father's terrorism. He was just there.
Okay, when Obama does it, though.
I guess so. I mean, my thing is, if you're gonna this is the whole nature of like evil versus lawful evil. Lawful evil, you at least have the trial. You do the trial, even if it's a kangaroo court, a trial in absentia. You still do it.
At least you're trying to show.
Yeah, because the entire legitimacy of capital punishment, of the state murdering its own citizens, is at least the guise of the judicial system.
It's trying to put up, at least it's putting up the pretense that it's done injustice.
But can you find me something more antithetical to the vision of the founding fathers than the state murdering a citizen with no trial?
What, you mean by Barack wedding crasher Obama?
Yeah, just fucking detonating a wedding and murdering a terrorist that's never been tried, that's going off of dubious evidence from the fucking CIA. The CIA, man. I mean,
it was good boys.
The CIA are the one that's being like, yeah, Russia got, Trump got pissed on in Russia. Same fucking crowd. We have what was the phrase they had? Something confidence. Something confidence was the phrase. High confidence. High confidence that the Steele dossier is true or says some legitimacy. High confidence, says the CIA.
Well, it's not even my place to judge people if they like to get pissed on by Russian prostitutes.
No,
I mean, you do your thing, man. You do your thing.
All the other shit he's done. Serial philanderer and adulterer. Who gives a shit?
Well, you see, Louis, my endorsement of Donald Trump was entirely based on the idea that he didn't get pissed on by Russian prostitutes. So
this is the axle of the wheel that is my support.
Here's the thing. Okay, in Nevada, prostitution is legal. Okay, it's already legal in one state in the United States to have sex with a prostitute, where there's no legal repercussions for it. Okay, so when they go, oh, prostitutes, blah blah. It's legal.
Yeah, it's legal
in a state.
Okay, but it's legal.
I can catch a red eye to fucking Nevada and fuck a prostitute.
Yeah, boy.
Like,
and what are you wasting your time here for?
Yeah.
What is your moral hand wringing going to do to stop?
He invites me. He wants brownie points with rags.
Well, no, it is. You are obviously correct on that. It's like there's no point hand-wringing over it if it's a fucking legal thing. What are you wasting your time on it for?
You want to hear something that would really piss me off with Tucker Carlson was he was on Bubba the Love Sponge in like fucking 2004.
Oh yeah.
And he's talking to this guy about this radical Mormon who was marrying like nearly underage girls and like fully grown adults. Like the big one was 27-year-old male, 16-year-old girl. Creepy, disgusting, kind of like a pederast. Yeah.
Yeah.
Legal.
In 12 states, yes.
Age of consent here in Arkansas, 16.
So it's like, oh my god, it's pedophilia. It's legal in like over a dozen states.
Yeah,
it gets worse when you go into Europe as well. If you want to know,
dude, in fucking Mexico,
or if you go into
12.
Yeah,
like cross the border, you can marry a kid. And there's it's somewhere in Central America that's below Mexico, right around the bottom of Mexico. It's under 11. Yeah. Under 11.
Double digit rule, baby.
It's like, oh my god, she's not like 24. And it's like, motherfucker, this was so unbelievably common. Like, not even 40 years ago.
Yeah.
I just can't stay. Like, it's the infantilization of adults is what it is.
Yeah.
Like, and right now the Democrats are unironically pushing for 16-year-olds to be able to vote.
That really fucked me up.
You can't even consent, yet you can vote.
No, but that's the thing. It's completely the other way around. And that just goes to show you, in principle, they are for like making things less available to children. You know, in principle, they clearly are. Otherwise, they wouldn't be arguing this constantly until it comes to votes. And it's like, oh, but we can present a very simplistic moral framework.
Handle anything, and they're wise and aged, and they know what they're old enough to vote. But what if they find a violent video on the internet? Oh no!
Seriously.
Like, which one is it?
It just drives me fucking crazy because it's like, because the thing is that Ben Shapiro, even though he defended Tucker, he goes, well, what he said was immoral, and it's like, you motherfucker, it's legal in 13 states or whatever. Half of them are red states, if not even more. Most of them are red states. Shut the fuck up. You
should come on to EFAP sometime. We talk about like objectivity and subjectivity, and a lot of the times in media, when we bring up like this is an objective flaw with a film, it literally doesn't make any sense in the established universe, and people say, "Yeah, well, I liked it."
Oh yeah, don't even get me started on objectivity.
It's the same fucking thing.
I think Mueller he has stumbled upon a no man's land where he is by himself, but he is fucking right.
Oh, he ain't by himself.
I don't know, man.
He was the first person. I think he was the person who really brought it into like the discussion spotlight.
Yeah.
But we've made a lot of connections and built a lot of bridges with people. But it's a thing we notice. We do happen to notice that a lot of the people who argue against us just happen to be rabid lefties.
Yeah.
Just an weird coincidence.
And they're also obsessed with subjectivity as well.
Yeah, they're obsessed with subjectivity. Yeah. Nothing's objective. You can't measure objectivity. And The Last Jedi is the best movie ever made, and they all just happen to be lefties.
I think social constructivism plays into that.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's a powerful force behind the idea that nothing's objective.
That's the basis of the philosophy.
Yeah.
I can even tell you how they reason it through.
Sure.
It's just because like none of your senses are objective senses. They're all very subjective.
Well, Christians
give us a different interpretation of the world.
No, like presuppositionalists use this argument to try and prove that there has to be a God, because how can you trust your senses?
Yeah. But it is, I mean, that's a true statement. That's the thing. It is true that your senses are subjective. But I think that there's probably enough similarity in people's senses generally to allow us to form what close enough for what we would use as objective.
Well, that's
it's not perfectly objective. Okay, yeah, it's not perfect.
How do you know you're not in the Matrix? And then they stop there and they're like, "Oh, nothing's true because we can't prove we're not in the Matrix."
Well, also, how then do you define? How then, other than the Bible, do you define heterosexuality as objective or the norm? Because they would define it as the norm. How?
Oh, yeah, good question.
It would just be the Bible.
I don't think their philosophies are necessarily internally consistent.
No, that's why the presuppositionist got fucking blown the fuck out.
Oh yeah, that's where apologetics goes to die.
Yeah, back when Christopher Hitchens was still alive, man, it was that was the rubber meeting the road, and oh my god.
I'm totally with you on that. You know, all I'm saying is this is their argument.
Oh yeah. That's the thing. Like, we've completely.
I don't agree with
the pretense that we actually can prove it. We're just saying. At this point, we're just gonna fucking
the leftists in many ways, in many different ways, are presuppositionalists. Absolutely,
absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of
look at a representation in anything. That is a presupposition.
We presuppose that diversity is a good thing and inclusivity is meritorious,
or that art should reflect its population in any way. Like that has any merit to it at all.
Yeah, it's like you ask them why, like really why.
Oh no!
Why?
Oh no! It's the NPC burnout mode.
Next video I'm doing is have you actually Louis, you might want to take a look at this. There was an EA survey about inclusivity on Medium. I'll send it to you.
I don't want to see it.
No, it's really
Leave me alone.
making a video about it. It's
Hey.
awful, but it's interestingly awful.
I already told you that for art, for media, just give up. It's over. It's over. It's done. Everyone's gonna cuck. Everyone's gonna cuck. Everyone that's singing the praises of CD Projekt Red and fucking Rockstar today, you're all there's no light. They're gonna cuck too. You have no idea. They're gonna cuck too, and then it's gonna be fucking nobody. And you're gonna be sitting there.
Black pills
No,
dispensed.
You're gonna be sitting there playing another shitty generic fucking Ubisoft sequel with more forced diversity and crap.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think so. That's the future of the fucking gaming industry. It's black. There's nothing.
No, I think it's black.
You're gonna play your fringe indie games that you and 10 other people are gonna fucking buy.
These are viable games that people are getting, and they're becoming more and more and more popular, and people are turning to them more and more.
Sure. There's some examples of that. There are, but then you have examples like, for example, Fortnite, that blew up in something crazy. It's like $1 billion corporation based on one game, and what do they do? What do they do once they have power? They just start conforming.
Make a shitty service, and then everyone turns against it.
No, they're still a billionaire. They're still $1 billion company. You could say that. You could say, "Oh man, Epic, we're gonna take down Epic." No, you're not. No, you're not.
It's not about taking down Epic. It's about its viability.
Everyone is gonna fucking bitch and moan about Epic and buy their games regardless on Epic. Gamers are full of shit. They're liars. Hypocrites, cowards. They will buy every time they go, I'm gonna boycott. They buy it anyways. They're full of shit. I'm black pilled on art.
So
I don't care.
Like Anthem and Battlefield 5.
Doesn't matter. They've still bought Apex Legends and saved the fucking company.
What's wrong with Apex Legends?
It's an EA game that just saved the company.
Okay. I don't want EA to die. I want it to.
I do.
You don't know how radical
How do you punish
is.
them? How do you punish them then? They don't give a shit.
You make them make good games, and then you buy them.
They're not going to.
They made it, but they made Apex Legends.
No, they didn't. The company that made it
They published it.
So what?
They're publishing good games, so buy the good games they publish. No, really, that's
Louis too much of a crusader on this.
No.
If they make good games, you buy the good games. The bad games, don't buy them.
I'm just saying, man. For gaming, man, it is a pit. And unfortunately, like you have no idea how many people were like railing against me when I first criticized Red Dead Redemption 2, and now it is commonplace to just say the online is shit and the single player is fucking overrated.
I thought everybody said the online was shit.
No, dude. I had a crusade against me in the beginning, and now everyone's like, "Oh man, well I always thought that." Oh man,
Louis, you're such a fucking hipster.
No, I'm not a hipster. I'm telling you that the way things are in the gaming industry is so bleak, and the developers are so fucking cowardly.
I'm very optimistic about gaming.
The developers are so, and the thing is true about comic books and film and everything else. The people that are making the art, the people that are creating everything, like writers, animators, or what would you call it? Would it be animators for people that do animation? Yeah, it would be.
Yeah, animation.
Animators, colorists, or the people that would create the landscapes.
Colorists.
Whatever. The people that are all the different developers that make up a team that create a game, it is ubiquitous in gaming. They are all cowards. You could probably name the amount of developers that have called out what's happened on like one hand, if even that. You wouldn't even a veteran who lost half his hand in the fucking war could count how many developers there are in gaming that have specifically spoken out against PC.
There are very few who like.
I'd say going out of your way and speaking out against it, and just not having that stuff in your games and ignoring it are two different things.
Ignoring it is a matter of time until you conform. Every company in the fucking industry, I know, based on even people that I know that work for them. I've had people based on working for CD Projekt Red that know there's SJWs, and at least one in CD Projekt Red, full-throated SJW with power in CD Projekt Red, There's SJWs in Rockstar. I have had an insider that worked there come to me and said, yeah, there's a bunch of SJWs that work there. And what they do is what they do everywhere. They bully everyone around them. And everyone shuts their mouths. Everyone puts their heads down. They collect their check. They go home and they produce shit. And they don't care because they're collecting a check. They're careerists and they're pussies.
Nah, I see way too many good games pop.
The whole industry, in my view, can go fucking hang. They're all a bunch of fucking cowards.
Sure there's a bunch of cowards out there, but I see a lot of excellent games and a lot of stuff popping up, and the increased viability of indie studios.
Well, yeah, that's
tell
true.
Me, hang on. Okay, so Louis, we've had the black pill interpretation. So I don't follow game industry drama. I just buy the games I want to play. I mean, to be honest with you, currently as we're talking about this, I'm playing Age of Mythology. The games I like playing came out like 15 years ago.
Well,
so
it's because you're a Gen X or a Gen X boomer.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Well, here's the thing. There's two groups.
This is a good game.
There's multiple groups of people, but you're in a group of people that are playing old games. You like old games, and you're not really too interested in the new stuff.
Suck, man.
Well,
if new games are any good, like,
you have your niche interests.
A lot of great games.
You fuck off.
No, there really are. There
No,
is
there's
a
not.
lot of great games that are coming.
Yeah, indie games, blah blah blah. Yeah, I know.
No. But the problem is,
games.
as far as so the problem, as far as I'm concerned, with the game industry, is that it's not willing to take any fucking risks anymore. And the only people who are indie developers.
Yes.
But often they're just not making what I'm looking for.
Yes.
Because a lot of what I was looking for was being quite well satisfied by a lot of mainstream game developers. It's just they suddenly started chasing after wider audiences, which meant dumbing down their games rather than making their games more complex and, in my opinion, more interesting.
Yeah.
So I would love to be looking forward to the new Rome title. Honestly, that would be the fucking best thing in the world. Except I know it's going to suck.
Yeah.
I know it's going to suck. And and so it's just like I just play the games I enjoy now. I just don't look for new ones, I suppose.
I just mean that like back in the day, there were companies like Sierra and many others, Maxis, many different companies that were innovating, creative, all sorts of things. Some things failed, some things worked. They were producing all sorts of different things. But it seems to me that AAA has contracted and contracted and contracted and contracted, and now
they're in trouble.
Well, there's like
models that they have are unsustainable.
What?
I disagree. Millions and millions and millions and millions buy the slop.
Yeah, and that's not enough for them.
It's not enough for the shareholders.
Yeah.
Let them fail.
Okay. EA's not going to fail.
It's okay if they don't fail outright. If they have to shrink and reevaluate.
Well, the problem is that, like, unfortunately, the example that I have is Sierra. Like, Sierra created a bunch of games that I loved, and they're fucking dead. They're never coming back. They're never coming back. They're dead. All their IPs are dead. Nothing's ever going to happen. There's no sequels. There's no nothing.
I mean, with all the games I play anyway, I mean, most of them are not AAA games. So they can go and do their thing. Like they don't have to, they don't really impact me in any way what I'm doing over here.
Well, my position is that I grew up with mostly AAA games. I played occasionally. I played indie games here and there that I liked, especially even more like walking simulators back in the day. There was a few around that I played. They were very good.
I think most of us would probably say the same, but I think back in the day, the AAA games were just better.
AAA was not like, obviously with like stuff like Madden, even back in the day, that was still formulaic and that sort of thing.
Yeah, but even you and I remember, like, there was a time when.
Well, I remember the original Halo. I remember the original Halo and how fucking huge that was. I remember the old school console wars.
Yeah, I mean, but that was a different time in a way. Like when Halo came out, it was like actually sort of a breakthrough thing for consoles, and I'm not saying it was the first before everyone jumps down my throat, but it kind of made it the big viable, mainstream marketable first-person shooter sort of thing.
I think honestly, if I were to pick an area in which I think gaming was probably already headed down the wrong track, was the Wii U. I think it would be.
The Wii U is the
Wii.
Well, the Wii was extremely mainstream. Everybody had a Wii.
Let me look up what year that was.
I think it was lightning in a bottle in a way.
2006. 2006.
Yeah, like my parents have a Wii on their TV. They don't use it anymore.
I think there's been a number of things that have revolutionized the gaming industry, and I think the last few revolutions have sent it down a path where they're constantly desperate for the affection and attention of investors. They don't give a goddamn about the customers, and they've continuously contracted and contracted and contracted. This was right around when the music games were big too. I remember that. And
and those were fun games
up until they fucking died.
Up until they died, yeah.
And
but it's not like they got to a point where they just weren't selling anymher.
I honestly, I think it was the party games. If you were to ask me, like right around when all the shit started to go wrong, it was right around when all the normie influx came in with the party games, and then the companies went from $1 billion to tens of billions.
What I love about this is you're literally saying the normies are the problem.
Yes, it is.
I'd say that with an asterisk. I think that it's an excellent thing that we have a lot of AAA games are like gateways for people to get into the hobby. And I think that the prevalence of indie AAA stuff is going to be there to satisfy all those people who get their foot in the water and then who want to branch out and do more stuff, which is why it's becoming more and more viable, more and more successful. And we have all these crazy, weird, out there stuff that's out there doing its thing.
I would say that it's got more money than ever, but I wouldn't rate the industry as healthy at the moment.
I think it's so.
Dude, I mean, put it like this: fucking EA is the largest publisher in the industry, and it just got, other than maybe you could argue fucking Blizzard and Activision, but EA just got saved by a single fucking game. I'm dead serious. They just got saved by a single fucking game.
Very possibly. It's still only been out for like a month and a half, but maybe it's very, very possible. Very possible. If they don't fuck it up, it will save.
Yeah, I would wager, unless they totally fuck something up,
but,
like with what.
But if you're at EA and you're like, oh, this game saved us, let's look at this.
No,
game
dude, they don't learn. They don't learn. They think that Battlefield 5 was a fucking success. They unironically, despite the shareholder saying that it was a failure, they think it's a success.
I'm curious how much of that is just putting up a face.
I thought so too for quite a while, but I can only assume that it's some sort of internal fucking monologue within the company that these games, it doesn't even matter if they're successful, we'll just say they are.
Well, I think they'll say it to us. They'll say it to the gamers. They'll say it to the audience. But when when they're in their back rooms and they're talking and having their internal stuff, they have to face the cold reality.
Well, you say that they've kept BioWare a company that has become the laughing stock of the industry and the staple point for mockery of a bad game. It is routinely.
If they're making money for them, is BioWare profitable for EA?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
I guess they feel like it's worth it to keep them on.
Yeah, but they closed Maxis, which at the time was making them billions.
Yeah, I don't even know what's up with EA. They're so.
They had two bad launches. They had SimCity.
I wish EA was just fucking greedy. No,
they're not. They're not. That's the thing. People like to write them off. They're not.
Yeah, there's always those things where you're like, if they were just greedy, then they would be like, oh, people like these good games we make. We're gonna keep making those.
Yeah, I would rather them be greedy.
Yes, it's three things. It's greedy. Part of them are greedy. Some people in the company are greedy, where they cater they're like, okay, we need to cater to the investors. That's the greedy. There's the incompetent. They're all throughout EA. There's too many incompetent people clearly in EA.
People. 3,
ideologues. They are the most ideological gaming company. They constantly sponsor activist groups that turn on them and then demand activism in their games, and they pander to, they concede to it every single time. So the only way that happens is if people in the board are saying yes. That's the only fucking way.
There's so many unknowns, who has the most clout up there, and which people are those specifically, and who answers to who, and things. It's just
that would be for the industry to fucking tell us, but they're all silent, so we'll never fucking know.
It's such a mystery what goes on.
And by the way, and here's a slight against Jeremy. The SJW in CD Projekt Red is in human resources. He didn't even want to say it. He knows who that person is. He never told anybody. And if you ever wanted to cut the cancer out of the industry, you'd name names. Because then we know who to fucking look out for. But as it is now, everyone's just getting bullied and everyone just shuts the fuck up. And because of that, nothing's going to ever fucking change. And these companies that are just producing slop are just going to be... And this is the thing, like people were unironically surprised that Anthem was a bad game.
Yeah, I don't get that. I mean, of course it was going to be at best.
Like, are you fucking retarded? Like, are you actually functionally retarded? Like,
Yeah.
I legitimately asked the question.
Mass Effect Andromeda.
Oh, here's the other thing. People are surprised that the Division 2 is a carbon copy of the first fucking game.
I've actually heard it's a lot better.
I keep hearing... So is Destiny 2, sure, whatever.
No, I'm hearing from everybody that Destiny or the Division 2 is a lot better than the first.
I played the beta and I don't agree. It appears to me to be a carbon copy slop. Just your generic fucking Ubisoft shooter. So I don't know. I just think that I really don't think that I am past the idea of liking first-person shooters, because the other day I downloaded Brink, which was a Bethesda game, a shooter back in the day.
Yeah.
I played the game on my wide monitor and it didn't look good and all that. And I used to play it pretty well with a friend of mine. We used to play it together. And I said to myself, this is a game that has an actual, like, not necessarily like breakaway revolutionary story, because it barely has any story at all, but it's provocative. It's provocative in a way that I think it makes it a worthwhile game. For me, it's memorable. I can remember it because there's aspects about it that I like, and it has like a different art style, a very gray storyline that's in the game. And it makes you question, like, okay, if this was an actual scenario, what would happen? Who would you side with? And like, it actually begs that question. And there's so little today that's actually like that. That isn't like some random, okay, it's fucking Pathfinder Kingmaker that you bought on GOG, or it's some, it's Frostpunk. It's some AA game here or there. Like, nothing the AAA industry is coming out with is anything that even... Like,
I mean, I'm fine as long as the good games are all out there and being made and stuff. I don't care if it's the AAA industry doing them or not. I just want them out there that are satisfying people.
The problem that I have is that the AA games always have a number of problems that are never really addressed or can't be addressed. And you see that even with like Pathfinder Kingmaker, if you go on GOG, you see a lot of fucking people complaining about certain aspects of the gameplay that they find to be dysfunctional.
Yeah, but we see that in AAA games anyway.
Sure. Well, you see, well, I don't know if I agree with that. A lot of people that complain that mainstream games are too difficult. I don't know about that.
Complains that.
I didn't say. Yeah, I've actually never encountered these people.
Yeah, I actually haven't either. Now that you
but that's what you're saying, Rags.
I
having a miscommunication.
I never mentioned difficulty one single time.
Well, what I'm saying then is that there's aspects of the game that are implemented that make the gameplay difficult, either in error or for the sake of making it more difficult. You're only going to find that in AA or indie games. You're never going to find that in AAA games. That's not like the thing in Anthem where you have to go fuck around for 3 hours in order to lengthen the game.
Oh,
arbitrary difficulty.
I mean, that's if I want like challenge. Generally, there's games I'll go to, but a lot of those are multiplayer games. Like that's where I get a lot of challenge.
Maybe so.
So
Sure.
I mean that multiplayer games are a huge, a huge part of it. If I want a challenge, then I'll go to a multiplayer game and I'll push myself there.
Usually for a challenge, I'll go to. I mean, I don't really play multiplayer anymore because I'm a fucking neat. But I play strategy games for a challenge because I'm probably not good at strategy games, but I
Terribly good, but I enjoy them.
I hate the fact that I'm not very good, and I'm like, well, I'm gonna fucking beat this. And it's what happened with me with XCOM 2, was that I couldn't beat it, the main storyline, and I got frustrated. I uninstalled it, and like 2 years later, I came back, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna fucking beat this.
Okay, so XCOM is actually a really great example of how modern gaming just kind of sucks. So the difference between the original XCOM and then the remake was the squad, right? You were always in mass you were always in mass numbers, and there were always hardly any aliens on a map, and your humans were frail, even when you had power armor, right? It wasn't like a guarantee, really. And now you've got like
they throw numbers at you. They throw numbers at you. And what's crazy is that in the expansion with whatever it's called, War of the Honored or whatever it's called, it's because they include zombies just for the sake of increasing the numbers further, making it even harder just based on numbers alone. Where it's like, listen, I only have so many shots in a fucking turn.
Yeah, that's why I'm very picky with my turn-based games.
Yeah, me too.
They the way that they go ahead,
but them are meh. Like I love Divinity, Original Sin 1 and 2.
I haven't beat it yet, but I want to eventually. I didn't like the first game, but I like the second game, but it's difficult.
It is difficult. It's got co-op. We should do a co-op game sometime.
Nah, I'm not really big on co-op anymore with my schedule. I can't do anything. I couldn't even meet my mother tonight. I was gonna have dinner with my mother, and instead I did this.
Yeah. Well, okay, so
you could have done if you hadn't done this.
Okay, then.
Maybe. I'm not too sure because she said she was going to be busy anyway. She's like going to the salon or whatever.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm gonna head off, guys.
All right. All right, take it easy.
Do some actual work rather than just chilling out. That's right. Thanks for having me on the stream, man. It was cool.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah. Take it easy, chaps.
Ciao.
Yeah, let me. I haven't read any super chats in a while, so I guess I should. Oh my God, there's a bunch. Jesus.
Well, I'm here. People just want to throw money.
Terry Crews, Martyr. Did you guys miss my last super chat? Just checking. Alex Jones said something spicy on illegally surveilling drag queens in public spaces. Plan to stop pedophiles publicly prying on children. I mean, the thing is that it's clearly a problem. And according to Child Protective Services in New York, after that stunt with, and it was only because it was filmed, of Desmond is Amazing dancing on stage, they had, it said, I think, a couple hundred complaints about that. And it's like, yeah, I didn't complain, but I would complain against it. It's disgusting.
Definitely not a fan. That stuff turns my stomach.
Because the thing is that if the kid's dancing on a stage, that's one thing. It's from the prompting of his parents. Don't give me this shit that his parents didn't groom him. Because, I have met kids that turned out to be gay that were not that femi fucking freakazoid at that age. If fifth grader is that much of a fucking weirdo, please. He was groomed. Let's see here. So there's those. Thanks for the support, classical positioning. Sorry I missed your chat. Cecil says the Prime Minister of New Zealand unironically said that it was sexist to ask how her being pregnant while in office would affect her job. She also said capitalism fails poor people. Wow. I mean, globalism has failed working class people. I would argue that if you're in the West, but not if you're anywhere else. A lot of people are no longer in poverty because of capitalism. Hooray.
Yeah, but not all of them are out of poverty, which means capitalism's failed us.
Yeah. Mr. PS4 Boy says, Louis, why do the Dems seem so intent on lowering the voting age to 16? Most 16-year-olds can't even drive.
Because this generation, they think they know who those people are going to vote for.
More votes. Why do you think they want illegals to vote?
Yeah,
More
because they
votes.
know who the illegals are going to vote for. The
Yep.
party that's going to give them free shit.
Yep. Christian says, if I buy a new Mazda, 6,000 euros, or is that pounds?
Well, if it's an E, it's a euro.
Okay,
If it's
euros,
an L,
then.
it's a pound.
Yep, it's a euros. It's kind of the YouTube version of it's weird.
Is it weird?
Of the price would be tax. Well, I would believe it because you live in Commie-land, Europe.
It's bad enough over here. I've heard buying
I
cars
know.
over there can be fucking insane.
I've
talked to Arch about it before. Oof.
My Jeep was 24,000 with like I think it was 2,000 or 3,000 in tax. Just up front, you had to pay that amount of money. It was fucking crazy. And the house was 10 grand. Where was I? Dean says, would you talk about these cases with Nick Ricetta? I don't know.
He's the lawyer. He's the YouTube lawyer guy.
I guess. I barely know who he is, and I would bet $1,000 he has no fucking clue who I am.
That's all right. Send him a message.
I'm not really sure what we talk about besides constitutional law, but I'm not really sure I need to talk more about it than I already do. It's not exactly a fucking winning views for my channel. Charles says, dude, things in New Zealand are really fucking bad right now.
I've heard,
it feels like they're setting up a pano. It's a word, I think, from what's it called? Orwell. I just put it in the chat. It's that word right there. Panopticon? Panopticon. I don't know. It looks like the next few years till I leave are gonna be hard. I guess so, dude. You basically live right now. Like, I don't see them.
Oh man, it's like I said before. It's like if there was a Fourth Reich, it would look a lot like New Zealand right now.
Yeah, well, they're cracking down on their own citizenry in the name of Islam, so it's kind of weird.
Quasi-caliphate, yeah.
Rocky says McAfee did worse. I think that's in reference to prostitutes. Patrick says, should Respawn just die because you hate EA? Yes. Yes. I don't get all these fucking people. Oh, what about this one particular developer I like? Well, I used to like BioWare and I used to like fucking Maxis. So
let's wait until the companies make bad games before we wish for their death.
Well, they're already making all the bad games from the companies that I care about.
What, Respawn?
I don't care about playing some generic shooter.
What, Titanfall 2? Titanfall
No.
2 is amazing. You should buy it. It's fantastic.
I'll get right on that.
No, did you play the 2016 Doom?
I don't remember.
Oh. Well, I think that the Titanfall 2 campaign is better than the new Doom. I think it's that good.
I
love Titanfall 2.
I played the first Titanfall. I liked aspects to the story, but I wasn't.
Oh, then you will. The Titanfall 2 campaign is fantastic.
I wasn't wowed by the
multiplayer is
gameplay.
great.
And in the multiplayer, I wasn't really wowed by that either. I played it with friends for a little while, but we all got bored and stopped playing it. I'm kind of done with multiplayer shooters.
And just buy it for the campaign. It's pretty cheap right now. You can probably get a code for nothing.
I'll consider that.
Yeah, really, you should really consider it. I think it's a fantastic game.
I'll take your word for it. But I'm not saying that every fucking studio, but Respawn's gonna get Maxis. They're gonna get BioWare.
Well, until they start making terrible, horrible, no good, very bad games, let's support them.
All right.
Let's wait for them to do it.
I guess in the meantime, we're gonna hand.
In the meantime,
give EA money and keep them afloat.
Yeah, if they keep letting good devs make good games, keep them afloat.
But I'm dead serious. If it wasn't for Apex Legends, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I know. If it wasn't for Apex Legends, EA would certainly be reaping what it sowed.
They would be in some serious fucking financial trouble.
Oh yeah, that's because that's because of the unsustainability of the kind of numbers that they want.
Yeah, well, that and the fact that they are releasing nothing but fucking bombs. Like,
Oh yeah, that's why their games just aren't
predicted
selling like they used to.
people predicted that Anthem was going to be like it was going to sell like 6 million something copies, and it didn't even sell anywhere close to that.
I don't know why people thought Anthem would be good. I don't know. I was hoping that Andromeda would be like the wake up call for BioWare to do crap, but apparently not.
No, it's over, bro.
My hope was never high, but there was always a part of me that was like, surely they'll understand that everyone hated their game.
I already knew before that, well before Max Payne 3, Mass Effect 3. That was when I knew that something was direly wrong. And I know this from an insider that worked at BioWare that emailed me, and I talked to him for a bit. That company's had more overhead than fucking Enron, like, or not overhead, but turnover.
Yeah, I can believe it. Enron, all the good people from the Mass Effect and Dragon Age Origins days and the Jade Empire, they're gone.
They're either gone,
fucked off long ago.
They're gone. They're ideologues, or they are just filling a role, like a Casey Hudson. Casey Hudson is just filling a chair.
Yeah, he fucked off after
Mass Effect 3.
Basically, yeah.
He took off after that because it was such a fucking colossal shit. And it isn't to say that the game is irredeemably bad.
Yeah, it's not a bad game, but after you play Mass Effect in Mass Effect 2, you're like,
I would say that if you took the totality of Mass Effect as a whole and you play the third game, it is like somebody shitting in your face.
Well, I'd say it's the weakest of the three.
Well, clearly.
But I wouldn't say it's bad. I wouldn't say it's bad.
I would say that because of the second half of the game and how fucking weak it is, I would say that, in my view, it is a bad game. Because the beginning of it, the first half of it, it's got bad aspects to it. Like, oh man, fucking the elusive man becomes the big bad guy. Blah, blah, blah. Oh my god. It's like, you couldn't come up with anything else? That's what you got? Like, oh, he's indoctrinated now. Oh my god, he's a villain.
I think the first Mass Effect is the best.
Sure. A lot of people. I would say my favorite is the second, but the first is probably
I can see why. Better. Yeah, a lot of people say the second one's better, and I can see why. I think the first Dragon Age is the best. I love Dragon Age Origins. Oh, that was the shit.
That's the most fucking. That is the most commonplace. Like, if this was fucking like 2010, dude, I don't think there would be anyone on Earth that would disagree with that statement. I
love Dragon Age Origins so much.
The only people on the face of this Earth that would say that, unironically, that Dragon Age 2 at that time would be better than Dragon Age 1.
Our fucking Call of Duty bros, man.
No. It would be Tumblr rights. Tumblr rights, yes. Yes. The third game, I don't even give a shit. The third game, I've never
played it. Never touched it.
I can't finish it. I swear to God, it's one of the games. It's the Dragon Age effect. It's the Dragon Age Inquisition effect. It's the Assassin's Creed Odyssey effect. It is taking a 10-hour game and then making it 200 hours.
I'll say that I liked Origins. I didn't play Odyssey. I don't have any plans to play Odyssey, but I did like Origins.
Odyssey is a good game that they made bad. They're like, okay, this is working. This is solid. This works. Okay, yeah, this is interesting. Yeah. Okay, now let's take this 10-hour story and spread it out over 200 hours of content that is just repetitive shit. It is a game that I challenge myself to finish at some fucking point in my life. It is so hard to finish. There's so much garbage you need to wade through.
Yeah, I think with as much as I did like Origins, a lot of it was setting based and just exploring the world, because I think the way they did Egypt was fantastic.
I am a fan of Greek history. I can't finish that game.
Well, yeah, it's eventually I just get like, oh, great, I've had enough of this game. It's like I never reach the point where I'm like, ugh. I'm just like, I've had enough. I think I'm done with this game now.
Something crazy. Nearly 2/3 of people that played Mass Effect 2 didn't finish it.
Really?
Yes, a 10-hour campaign, 12-hour campaign max. Nearly 2/3 of people didn't finish that game based off.
Surely it was longer than 12 hours, right?
With the DLC, maybe yes, but I could finish it.
I remember it being so much longer than that.
I could finish Mass Effect 2. I played it so many times. With the DLC, under 10 hours.
Maybe it's because I generally play games a lot slower than most people. I like to explore and I like to take my time. And
I tried that with Odyssey. Jesus Christ, was that a mistake? I was like, dude, I was like 150 fucking hours in. And I was like, I didn't even go to Athens yet, which is like one of the first missions. And I was like,
I get distracted. I'm like, oh, let's go over there. Oh, let's look at this. Oh, what's over here?
I have like another 100 hours of content. I'm 150 hours in. I can't fucking take this anymore. I was so fucking bored. I just couldn't take it anymore. I made the mistake going into it that I was like, oh, let me go explore the world. Fuck the main storyline. Let me go explore the world.
20 hours later.
100 hours
later.
I'm
still exploring. Fuck.
Yeah, but
I don't know. I never get upset I never find myself getting upset at Ubisoft games. I just kind of reach the point where I just feel like I'm done.
Yeah,
I'm just done. I'm just time to do something else now.
Yeah, it's been like that with me for. I didn't finish The Division. I didn't finish that game they did in that South American company, the drug cartel. What's it called?
Wildlands.
Wildlands. Liked it a lot. Couldn't finish it. Never finished it.
And it wasn't like, I think the thing is, like, the reason I could play Witcher 3 so much and just keep going back at it and finishing it is because I wasn't just exploring, but every time I found some place, it was like a little micro mini story that was interesting. And I was like bouncing around from, it almost felt like I was going from one game to the next game to the next game. It's like there was, but Ubisoft games don't have that. They're like, here's an interesting little location, but there's nothing actually interesting narratively happening here. So once you get done at looking at things, your gameplay is basically done.
Yeah, I even with a game like Mass Effect 2, I would defend it in that way. Like, there's a ton of iconic locations in Mass Effect 2. Like, Omega was a big deal. And it's still the rarest lithograph. And I know that just common off the cuff is that the most rare, well, outside of from the original game, there's a lithograph from Mass Effect 1 that's of Cerberus. Was that the name of the
organization?
No, not Cerberus, but it starts with an S. Cerberus, whoever the main antagonist is from the first Mass Effect.
Oh, Saren.
Saren, was that it?
Like the gas, yeah.
Yeah, Saren, the Saren lithograph is the most rare lithograph because there's only 75 that were ever made. The second rarest is the Omega lithograph, which was the first lithograph of, I believe, Mass Effect 2. And I don't have it. I have a huge collection that I should at some point make a video on. I probably have a collection that would rival anybody in terms of collectors. But that's one of the ones I never achieved. I think I didn't. I'd have to look. It's been so long. But there's a. Oh no, maybe it's not that. Maybe it's. I'm mixing the two. Maybe it's Ilium.
Ilium is the Asari homeworld. Also, speaking of Odyssey, Ilium is Troy. There's another name for Troy.
Yeah. I'd have to look. I don't know if there's anybody in the chat that's fucking this autistic that would ever know this kind of fringe information.
Well, remember back when BioWare made good games to the point where we can devote this shit to memory because we played those games so much?
Yeah, I said a long time ago that, and it's true, dude. I was a hardcore BioWare fanboy.
Well, yeah, at one point they were worthy of being a fanboy about. Now they're just like, oh yeah, they're still
they are a tragedy. And
they really are a tragedy. All the people left. They did.
And that's why I want them. That's why I want them to die. I want them to die so bad, and it is painful that they continue to exist because they and I've already said this, and it's absolutely true. They are incapable of making a good game.
I do think you're right. I think right now it's not just they won't or they're having problems with it. They can't. They don't have the talent. The talent's gone. They're BioWare in name, but all the talent's left. They can't make good games anymore. I mean, maybe if they wanted to focus on a small AA level game, they could make something that's good, but they can't make big games anymore. They don't have the talent for it. They can't handle the scale and scope of what BioWare used to be.
Yeah.
They're trying to fill shoes that they just can't have, that they just can't fill.
It's amazing because the person behind Mass Effect is Drew Carpathian. And if you actually read his books, he's not even that good of a writer. It honestly was a lightning in a bottle thing with Mass Effect. It really was, because they had to bring him back, probably pay him some ungodly amount of money to finish Mass Effect 3 for him after the faggot they fucking brought in for that co-wrote Mass Effect 2, like wrote some bit parts after he fucked it all up. And supposedly Casey Hudson took the blame for the ending to Mass Effect 3. I don't know if I believe it. Because him leaving right after that, I don't know. That sounds like just like I'm gonna take the fall. I don't know who came up with the ending for Mass Effect 3, but whoever the fuck it was, man, they shit the bed and they fucked that company. No, somebody said in the chat he didn't work on Mass Effect 3 at all. You're incorrect about that. He came back for Mass Effect 3. I remember that. He had to come back. They brought him back literally because they fucking didn't know what the hell they were doing. And that was the first sign that it was not going to be, in my view, a good game. Because man, that ending fucking just.
I remember when I first finished that game, and I was like, I was confused.
I was gutted, dude. You have no idea.
I was like, I was expecting more. And then it just stopped. And I'm like, it's the end.
Yes, dude.
I was like, oh, the game is not finished here. There's obviously more that we have to do because this can't end like this. And it just ended, and that was it.
It really did blow my fucking mind. It's one of the few times in my life where I've been shocked a few times, but that was one of the times where I kind of blown away. Like my jaw was on the floor. Like I could not fucking believe it.
I just had to process it. The same thing happened with The Last Jedi when I first saw it. I didn't think good or bad. I walked out and I was just confused. It's like this needs to be processed. I'm not really sure. Something's not right here.
I went there with a friend, and when we walked out of the movie theaters, him and I were like yelling at each other because we're like, why did they do this? Why did they do that? Like none of this makes any fucking sense. And I said, like, when the part of the movie, and Red Letter Media said the same thing. The moment in the movie where what's the guy's name? Kylo Ren. Kylo Ren looks to Rey and he says, "Fuck all this. Let's team up." That in the movie, it blew my mind when I watched it. I was like, "Yes, that's great."
Yeah, I wasn't. Yeah, yes. I'm like, that's an interesting idea. And then in the next scene, we see Kylo Ren, and
he's fucking up.
Yeah, he's like right at he's leading the First Order, just like nothing like that conversation never fucking took place.
Red Letter Media said it themselves in I think it was Plinkett's review, that if it would have ended there, it would have been an incredible ending.
Yeah, it still would have been a bad movie, but
yeah,
it would have
overall,
been much better ending.
Overall, it would have been incredibly dysfunctional.
Instead of shitty Hoth 2.0.
Incredibly dysfunctional. There was so like. Obviously, there's probably been more dissections of that movie than any other ever. But
yeah, Mahler and I and Wolf, we constantly say The Last Jedi is like the litmus test for good reviewer. Because there's so much wrong with it.
Yes, there really is.
Yeah, there's so much wrong with that movie on so many levels.
Even if you don't want to say like even just quality wise, put it aside, quality wise.
Yeah, we're talking about characters, story, consistency, writing, script.
On a structural level, it's completely fucking incompetent.
On an objective level, it is terrible.
Yes, I couldn't believe when I walked out of the theaters. I couldn't I had low expectations because I didn't like the whatever the fucking first one is. I thought that was just
Force Awakens.
Force Awakens was just generic Disney slop.
Yeah, it didn't make me angry. But it was just like, oh, it's Star Wars again. It's not like, but I mean, now Mahler's doing his big The Force Awakens stuff, and Jesus Christ, there's so much fucking wrong with that film.
Yeah,
but at least after The Last Jedi came out and Solo was released, it restored our faith in Star Wars completely.
Yeah.
It was so good, and they learned from all their mistakes.
Well, I would honestly say that Solo was just kind of pathetic.
I think it was too. I don't think it was good.
I didn't see it, and I don't really have any intention, despite the fact that like there's people in it that I actually like as actors, but it's like everyone just says like, yeah, this movie's trash. And
It's
like,
just yeah, it's.
Why would I see another crappy Disney movie? Like,
Yeah,
there's no
skip
point.
it.
But I've already said, despite people at least entertaining the idea of a boycott, I'm just going to go see the third one.
I will.
It's
I've
like a
invested
Band-Aid.
too much into
I'm going to
Star
rip it
Wars.
off. Let's get it over with. Come on.
But yeah, I mean, for our channels, I'm gonna have to see it for like my channel and everything.
You will. It makes sense for you. I don't think I've really talked about it much on my channel.
But honestly, I mean, we do not think that episode 9 will be good.
No,
we do not. We don't think
the only person they didn't kill is dead.
Oh man, it's. I think it's going to be really rough. But we're curious. We're very curious what JJ is going to do. But we don't think it'll be good. But we're
out
just
of all
curious.
the fucking people, why would you kill Han Solo? Why would you kill Luke? Why? They're the most charismatic people you fucking got.
But they're stealing the spotlight from our new shitty characters.
Exactly. I honestly think that was intentional. I think I think that was in a writer's room, and they just said, "Well, we need to fucking get rid of. We need to have diversity. Blah blah blah. Strong female. Get rid of Han."
Yeah, we got to get rid of the old characters people love because we want to have like a. I mean, and it's different from if you want to have a passing of the torch. Fine, that's okay, but just don't do it in a shitty way. Don't kill off and fucking humiliate and shame all the great characters we love. I mean, like Mahler and I, we were talking about a potential, what the potential Disney trilogy could have been, and we're do they understand the scale of Star Wars? Have it set 1,000 years in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Just go for that. Luke can that way. Luke can be a legend, but it won't be fucking 30 years after he took down the Empire.
I think I already talked about this in a stream, but my wet dream for Star Wars. Let's even put it in the same time frame as the what's the new series called?
Bullshit series of crap.
There's a name for it in the canon of after the original trilogy. It's called something. New Order. I don't even remember.
I don't either. Why we just call it the Disney.
Fine, the Disney era.
Trilogy.
Disney era. Okay, my wet dream is you no longer have the rebellion. You have the Republic. They've now been reestablished. They're now the dominant power in the galaxy again. And rather than it be the cartoonish shit that it is now, it's the true believer old guard captains of the Empire that reunite, coalesce their power, and launch the New Order or something equivalent to that.
We were talking about how it would be interesting if the trilogy was based off of how the Republic is reformed and they're hunting. Now it's the good guys are in the seat of immense power.
Yes.
And they have all the guns and they have all the manpower and they're kind of hunting down the bad guys.
The remnant or the enclave of the Empire. Yes.
Essentially.
I would call it the remnant. If I was going to call it like the organization, I'd call it the remnant. Because that's what it would be, the remnant of the Empire. And
because there's a whole, because in the 30-year gap between episode 6 and episode 7, that's essentially what happened. There's actually like a whole story there.
Oh, yes.
But the world building of episode 7 is so terrible. We don't know why there's a resistance and a republic, and how come they all just died, and why no one cares.
Makes no sense.
It doesn't make any sense.
Makes any sense at all.
It's terrible world building.
The brilliance of the Empire is not like the lightsabers and the Sith come into play. The brilliance of the Empire is the intelligent, monotone captains, the officers. They're the backbone of what makes the Empire a formidable force. And what I want to see is the Republic and some Jedi and the Empire with some Sith in an actual war. Like it would be like what's the one they do where they go for the Death Star plans? What's the name of that movie?
Rogue One.
Rogue One, more focused on the war, no SJW shit, Republic versus Empire. And rather than make the fucking enemy a bunch of fucking stooges. Make them a formidable force.
Yeah, that's
because you killed
that's
off
something we'd
all,
like.
you killed off all the shitty clones and all the fucking generic soldiers that you can kill in one hit. Now you have the elite of the elite that you're going up against.
Yeah, the First Order is just cannon fodder.
Yeah, they're just cannon fodder, and they don't make any sense.
Yeah, well, they make consistently tactically stupid things over and over to where they're not a threat. They don't feel threatening.
Here's how you have it make sense as it was in the lore. This was canon. Each planet.
This has turned into a Star Wars podcast.
Yes, each planet that was conquered by the Empire and through that the Emperor had a governor that was directly put in through the Emperor. The Emperor would appoint a governor. Every planet that was conquered had one. Yes. All you have to do is have the captains, like the most senior officer of those planets, the governorship. If they didn't, they kill the governor and become it. Unite their planetary resources, form the remnant.
I mean, there's so much you could do. Star Wars is so vast, and the history stretches for such a long period of time.
I completely disagree, because Red Letter Media says it's just some lightsabers and some shit.
That they said it was a small world, and I disagree with that as well.
I disagree entirely.
Like Mass Effect. You could do so much with the world. You've set up a world.
The lore, and this anyone that says that never read any of the books. I know that for a fact.
Even if you only just watch the movie, like you can clearly tell there's all of these species and all these planets and this vast galaxy. There's all sorts of stuff you could do with it. I mean, there was Star Wars D&D stuff going back decades. I mean, this is a big thing. It's just a shame that I like we said, go 1,000 years in the future, where the Republic that was set up by the events of the original trilogy are fracturing and splintering, and you have a good group and a bad group, but maybe they're not so good and maybe they're not so bad, and it's not so cut and dry, and maybe you have one protagonist from each side. Who knows?
The best way that I could put it is the best iteration, other than it would be the Old Republic universe. That would be the best version of Star Wars. And in my view, it's the closest that I think it's ever come to what I envision Star Wars to be. My vision of Star Wars, what I would like it to be.
I think of the Disney movies, Rogue One is my favorite. I don't really like it, but it's the best of.
I agree. Like I honestly didn't like it either. And you know who is my favorite character of that movie?
The robot.
No, Tarkin.
Oh, he doesn't count.
Tarkin CGI. He's unironically my favorite character of the movie.
Yeah, it doesn't count.
Because that's what I long for from Star Wars. That's what I like.
I got an evil, competent general that makes the enemy force look like they're actually a force to be reckoned with. Yeah, well,
and the other thing is people like Tarkin aren't just generic evil. They obviously have something in mind for why they're doing what they're doing.
Yeah,
in the Old Republic,
a case can be made for why the Empire is better than the Rebellion.
Because the Republic's terrible.
Yeah. And that could be the focus of an entire trilogy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and they tried to touch into that with the prequels a little bit, but I think that a series or a trilogy that focused around one side that is arising because of a, God forbid, populist movement that arises because the Republic is starting to become corrupt and maybe spread too thin, and they've lost their potency, and you have one protagonist from each side. And they both start out really, really stalwart in their convictions for their side, but then as time goes on, they get a little bit more. Well,
the way that I'll defend, people really shit on
prequels.
The video game, the MMO from
Star Wars Galaxies.
No, the Old Republic, the MMO.
Yeah.
They shit on that. That to me is the closest that the Empire's ever come to basically. You're explaining the politics of the Sith, the Council, the Emperor, all the.
Yeah, I've heard the stories in that MMO were pretty good.
It's kind of hit and miss, but the politics of basically each faction, how there's parts of the Republic that are awful, totally corrupt, no one defends. Even good guys are scumbags and are corrupt, but they think they're doing it for good reasons, so they're just corrupt. Like. There's so much about the actual lore of the game that is that's simple shit.
Yeah, it's and you can.
They didn't create that. George Lucas created that. George Lucas is the one that created that. Of the lore of what's wrong with the Republic and what's wrong with the Empire. But the thing is that the Empire isn't just the bad guys. They're the people that are that believe in like in essence a fascist state, a militaristic, very hierarchical society that conquers the world based on strength and the understanding of not just might makes right. That that's evil. The Sith. That's the Sith. That is the more the philosophical basis of the Sith is might makes right. But with the actual the non-Sith, the non-Force sensitive members,
stuff like that. Yeah, those were the days.
The basis of the Empire, or at least the old Empire, was that they were in fact more moral and better than the Republic for a slew of reasons. In that they didn't facilitate with the spice trades, they just killed them or jailed them. Like they weren't, at least in that way, they weren't corrupt like the Republic was. They just allowed slavery. They just allowed the spice trade and narcotic trade.
This was one of the things we were talking about when it came to The Last Jedi. The Last Jedi is so terribly written. They have a section in there where you have the kids who are basically slave labor, who take care of the space horses on Canto Bight.
Yeah.
And Rose and Finn show up, and Rose shows the kid the ring she has, and if you twist it, it's like a secret thing that shows you a symbol of the rebellion or the resistance, which is apparently a thing. But the movie wants us to, and then in the movie, the kid sees that symbol of resistance. He's like, "Oh yeah, I want to help you." Even though if this was a well-written story, the child would think that the Republic are the bad guys because it was the Republic who allowed him to grow up in a life of slavery and poverty.
Mm-hmm.
And he would hate the Republic with all of his heart. He would want the First Order to win. He wouldn't want the Republic to win because that's how terrible the world building is in this series.
The irony is that under the Empire, slavery is permitted, but it's because of the Sith. That appears to be the case, especially in the Old Republic. That's the reason why there's slavery in the Empire, is the Sith specifically.
Well, imagine a trilogy where the Sith and the Empire are not the same. They're not in cahoot. I mean,
the way that you could make it work is that this basic structure of the Empire in every iteration is, except for I think the one with the Empire because of the Rule of Two in Darth Bane or whatever that series.
Mm-hmm.
The structure of the old Empire was slaves, non-citizens of the Empire, citizens of the Empire, those participating in the military, which is essentially everybody. So civil servants and captains and all that. And the more prestige you have, is the more higher rank you have, the more prestige and influence you have in society, all the way up to the Dark Council, where the Sith begin. Or actually, the Sith acolytes are, I think, technically higher than they. I'm actually, that's one of the questions: is a Sith acolyte or apprentice would be higher than a military citizen, so a non-force citizen, because the Sith are ultimately higher than any non-Sith in the order, in the structure of the hierarchy. But one of the problems that exists in the lore of the Empire, in the old Empire, and they talked about this in the game, the MMORPG, is on certain routes of the game, the Dark Council would be routinely confronted by the fact that the Sith were just fucking shit up. They were way too out of control, and that they were constantly killing members of the military and killing competent members of the military. And this was I think I don't remember which route it was, but there was one route where you go into a meeting of the Dark Council where they're arguing about how they're being too oppressive towards the military class, and that the military class deserves to be respected. And then there's the question that gets ultimately dismissed of, should there be and it happens, I think, in the one route, that a non-Sith gets brought onto the Dark Council as a representative of the actual military.
Yeah, there's a lot you can do with the universe, and it's interesting. There's a lot of interesting stories to be told.
The way that you would make it work would be in the existing universe, because there were Sith other than just the Emperor. He had his own acolytes. That's in the lore, I believe.
Well, Starkiller is canon now.
Oh, okay. Well, the thing would be that it would basically be the old guard. My vision of what you do with the new series and in the current time frame, that whatever the one is now, Force Awakens time frame, is remnants of the old Empire, old captains, old admirals, and that are still alive, that survive, that still have their ships, and pulled their resources to create a fleet and have like home worlds that they govern to get resources from and maintain the fleet. And justify their existence. They're protecting the planets from invaders and that sort of thing. So they have their actual moral impetus for why they exist. Who basically, they have a communal sort of their own dark council, so to say, that is mixed of some Sith that are ideologically in line with them and the old guard captains, that they're both equal. That way you don't have the Sith just doing stupid shit. Because, I mean, the fact is, it wasn't the admirals, it wasn't the military that lost the fucking war. It was the Emperor. And fucking one guy, his apprentice, Darth Vader, that fucked the entire thing. They had the entire galaxy by the balls. So, and that's true for the Old Republic as well. The military didn't lose it, it was the Sith. The Sith fucked it up. And that would be my thing. That would be my perfect vision of Star Wars, where the Sith don't fuck it up.
You know, if we just had good Warhammer movies, this wouldn't be an issue.
Sure, Warhammer, if they weren't, I would have no confidence in how I would make. I would say my based on playing the game, I would say that I would like to see the Empire versus the vampires.
Empire versus vampires.
Yeah, where you have the different factions. Like I want to see where where it would be like the faction of like the von Karsteins, which is the original, like Vlad von Karstein, the original vampire, I think it is in the lore, and his wife, whatever her name is, versus Manfred, and have it factional. So basically, the original vampire, because it would be kind of boring if it was just generic vampires versus humans, because that's been done before. But basically, where in order for Vlad to fuck Manfred, he goes to the Empire. That would be awesome. That'd be crazy. Where it's like, you have like, I always wanted that for Lord of the Rings. I always wanted the idea of you don't just have good versus evil. That in some cases it becomes gray, and you have evil cynically for their own self-interest fighting on the side of the good.
Yeah, I mean, I would much rather have the story be on the focus of characters who are developing inside of factions.
Yes.
I think that's just a much more interesting way to go about it. But there's just so much room. And even Lord of the Rings, like, hell, go back to the Second Age. Go forward.
Oh, there's a lot of material. That's why I say Lord of the Rings. There's a ton of material to work with.
Oh, yeah.
But it would just basically be like, maybe it's post the original series, and the world's changed, and you've defeated the Eye of Sauron, you've defeated Sauron, you've destroyed the ring, blah, blah, blah. But the thing is, in that kind of setting, in fantasy, evil never dies. There's always another evil. There's always something else, and especially in Warhammer. But in Lord of the Rings, that kind of fantasy, high fantasy, there's always another evil waiting just for their time. And in my view, the death of Sauron, or he's already dead, but you know what I mean, the defeat of Sauron, creates a power vacuum where the factions that he was enslaving or suppressing, I mean, they no longer shackled by him or oppressed by him, basically go, okay, it's our time to shine. time to invade the human territory and the elven territory and earn our cut.
Yeah, you see him. Yeah, you see him. There's all the kingdoms out towards the east, and
oh yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah. There's a lot going on.
And it would just be the thing that the way that you would make it interesting and not just another we're good, oh they're bad. And I like the original trilogy. I don't really like the Hobbit movies. They're kind of
they're all right.
The third movie sucked ass.
Yeah.
The first one was okay, but by the third I was so bored.
I think the first and second were okay.
Yeah.
But the third was like, oh.
The original one, like there was so much, like even if it was long, like I liked like that battle that they have at like the whatever it is, the Twin Towers or the Twin Keep, whatever it's called.
You mean the Lord of the Rings trilogy?
No. The battle they had in the second movie.
Yeah, the second. Oh yeah, Helm's Deep. That was in the
Helm's Deep. Yes, that was fucking awesome. Even though it wasn't artistically or historically accurate.
Historically accurate.
You know, it wasn't at all.
Yeah, because Middle Earth isn't. Yeah.
Yeah, I still thought that was fucking great.
That was fantastic climax to the
and
thing.
the where they go through the dead dwarven city.
Moria.
Yeah, that was fucking great. I thought that when I saw that when I was young, I thought it was scary as shit.
Oh yeah,
I was totally immersed.
Fellowship is the best of the three.
I was totally immersed with that section of the movie, man. I thought it was great.
Well, as Wolf told me, he said those are his favorite movies, and I think the case can be made that they're the best movies made. I think there is a case, but we are lucky that all of the stars lined up with the funding, the directing, the artistic passion,
everything,
the acting, the costumes,
that's the difference. The guy that made it,
Peter Jackson was the director. Oh, yeah, he gave so much of shit.
He was so desperate. Like he's the guy that is given the ticket to the Willy Wonka factory and realizes what he's getting.
Yeah, he was the Charlie Bucket.
Unlike J.J.
Abrams. And
who doesn't give a fuck about Star Wars.
Yeah, you could tell Rian Johnson, he just shat all over Star Wars.
No, he didn't give a fuck either.
But we are so lucky that we had those three films, and today they remain some masterpieces of cinema.
Yeah, they are, and I own it, but I've actually yet to sit down and watch it. One of these days, I got to do it. One of these days, I got to sit down. And I gotta watch the director's cut, which is like all the shit they cut out.
You should, yeah. All the scenes are
they cut out so much crazy, like entertaining and like weird shit.
Yeah, but a lot of the stuff they cut out was it's really good. Definitely, if you watch them with all those scenes in them. Flesh out the world a lot, and I mean you're already in it for a long haul.
And there's meme stuff that they cut out too, like the necromancer or what's his name, the one wizard, the dark wizard. What's his name? Saruman. That's what it is. The necromancer, as they call him in the Hobbit movies. They didn't actually show his death.
I think the necromancer is because the Hobbit does a weird thing to try and tie it with the other ones a bit. At that point, Saruman was good.
Yes.
The Hobbit was
he was dabbling in the dark arts.
I can't really remember.
Or necromancer Sauron.
Yeah, I think that's
my mistake.
Called Sauron. I might be wrong. I gotta go back. It's just that the Hobbit movies don't stick with me.
Sorry, chat. I got that.
Yeah, the Hobbit movies do not stick with me like the Lord of the Rings movies do.
I apologize for that. I'm only somewhat aware of the lore. I'm only somewhat aware of it. But in the case of that, like I said, I think that the best case of with what they could do in the future, now that they've kind of with the Hobbit, they strung that shit out for 3 films, and they inserted a bunch of short stories into it as well, as far as I'm aware, of different Tolkien stories from that world. But I want to see like a new adventure given to a director and a writer that gives a shit about the content and his what he's the basis is in Sauron's defeat. Factions that he had suppressed come back alive. They gain strength and they invade the human realms. And basically, it's not just good versus evil. That you have one evil faction that has a character, one character in particular, that teams up or attempts to wins over the good guys, even though they're an evil person, obviously to the audience, wins them over. But they're basically I don't know what you'd say. They're the, I don't want to say chaotic evil, because I think that that's not the exact designation that's accurate. It would be, I guess, like lawful evil. That would be the designation in the sort of high fantasy realm of, these people want to destroy the world, and I want to help you defeat them. And that is how they win over the good guys to team up with them. When in reality, all they're trying to do, and this could be the basis of the 3 movies, is they defeat all the bad guys and then they become the bad guys. Is they work with the good guys to defeat all the chaotic, the ogres or whoever is going to come out of the woodwork, and whatever evil faction is going to come out. Because they had like the Eastern guys that they had in the last of the original trilogy, like the people that looked like they were Arab.
Well, you have with
the elephants.
Yeah, they were. They're the Easterlings.
Yeah, so maybe they rise up, after that initial defeat or whatever, and take it to the human lands or whatever the rest of the world would be, even though they are humans, just to be clear. But it would just be a matter of like, it is a lesson. Like the moral of the movie is that you should always be aware of those that you unite with. That just because you are political realists and you're allying with someone, the idea that they are, like, your initial reaction that they're evil is probably true. And I just think that would be entertaining. I think that would appeal to a lot of people, and it would definitely appeal to me. And it would be something refreshing to that that kind of content is, or that kind of world, or that genre. I think that would be the best way to say it. Would be that not all evil is just retardedly evil.
Yeah, it's not just. It's one thing if you have. Sauron is almost like just the concept of evil more than a character. Almost like a Lovecraftian demon sort of thing. But when you have like mortal players in a stage, just having them be like, that's why I think Thanos is a great villain. Sure. He, at least in his mind, he has logical consistency with himself as to why he's doing things. It's not just, I just want to fucking kill things and I'm evil, blarg. There's actually a reason for it. And remember, that's different from a villain doesn't have to be right. He just has to believe he's right and have reasons to justify to himself that he's right.
Yeah. I think the way to do it is to have a character that's the leader of a faction, and it could be male or female, that is basically like Wormtongue. Is that the character's name?
Grima Wormtongue is the guy who betrays Theoden and is Saruman's like henchman, basically. Yeah.
That kind of character, but more attractive and in a leadership position.
More attractive than Grima. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Just not like they make them intentionally more ugly.
Evil. Yeah.
Yes.
Just like
he has Oreos in his mouth that have stained his teeth, like that kind of evil. Someone who's not so obviously evil, but everyone, when looking at them, like you look at Tywin Lannister on Game of Thrones, you know he's evil. But it's just a matter of someone who is charismatic enough and reasonable enough that could convince the lawful goods of the world that he is an ally that's worth trusting. And the easy way to do that is the first battle. They say, no, you can't have your army help us. You can help us, though. That's the concession. So the bad guy goes with the new cast, the new ensemble of all the different people. They go into a battle with the enemy. They either barely win or they lose. And the bad guy basically is like an unstoppable killing machine, and he saves them. he performs heroic actions. And that's when somebody goes, hey, he just saved your fucking life. And you're still not going to, you're going to treat him like this? You're going to say this about him? It's that kind of thing. Like, it's
I want the villain to have a good motivation. Yeah, that's the thing.
Well, the point of the villain is just to win over the good guys for the sake of pursuing his own power. It's that kind of just pure power politics. And he knows that based on working with them, because that's the other thing about it, is by working with them, the good guys, he learns their strengths and weaknesses. It can exploit them. Like, it's something that could be easily done that unfortunately requires a writer that isn't fucking, you know, Disney slop.
Yeah, just whatever you pump out is just whatever we use, I guess.
But I do think that it could be an incredible movie that would be very akin to Tolkien, would teach the kind of lessons that Tolkien taught with his stories and you know, the things that they convey in them, because I think that they do have like a philosophical basis to them, and I think that that's the cultural content that is created that lasts the longest, that it almost always has something more than just your standard film or book. There's usually something more to it philosophically. And I do think that that's true for Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm.
And definitely Star Wars. There's a lot of philosophy in Star Wars.
Yeah, and Star Wars is one of those things where you can make it as action-y or as dramatic as
sure.
There's just so much room to do whatever you want with it.
Yeah, I would say that the best way, in my view, would to be to set up, like, let's say, a Star Wars movie in like multiple films you plan it on. One of the movies would be, in my scenario, Republic shows up, Empire shows up. The Republic go in thinking, well, we've already blown them away. We've already kicked their asses. You know, they're cannon fodder. We can kick their asses again in this. And it is just a quagmire. And it's just ground combat. It could be a serious portion of the movies, or even aerial combat, space combat followed up by ground combat. Maybe that's the two parts, the A and B plot. A plot's in space, B's on the planet, or vice versa. And it's just a battle. And that could just be the movie of the Empire is on a planet and the Republic has come to kick them off of it. And they think it's going to be an easy victory and they can't kick them off. And that's the movie. Because I think there's a lot that you could do about it. I think there's a few things that you can... Because the thing that I don't like about the Empire is the thing that I don't like about the Nazis is every Nazi is just...
Every Nazi is literally Hitler.
Yeah, every Nazi is just purely evil, and there's no one that's actually fighting for something that the other side isn't also fighting for.
Yeah, they weren't just dragged into this conflict and they don't want to be there. They don't want to just go home. They don't want to just survive. They're all evil. They're all not.
You know what it could be is the planet has some kind of vital resource that's used for energy generation or space fuel or something like that. And it's something that the Empire, the Remnant, needs.
Yeah, and they are basically keeping the whole planet economically afloat, and everyone would be starving and destitute if it wasn't for the Empire.
Yes, something like that. Something to give, like, they show up there, they see all these people destitute, and they think, holy shit, we need to liberate this nation. But it's like this planet is a total, like, backwater shithole that without this vital resource would have absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's like, we don't like the Empire, but they're the reason we're not starving right now, so that makes it pretty good.
And the Republic, because of the distance of the planet, it has no strategic value. It has no no strategic value in terms of resources or anything else.
Or the rebels are like, yeah, but we're going to have to, but it's going to be way, we're going to pay you much less for it.
Yeah.
Or it's not as valuable to us. And so it's just not viable. It's just one of those, you can make us the side that's fighting for the quote unquote bad guys to be doing it out of purely survival reasons. And and I think that's a really good one because that's something that people can, they can sympathize with.
Yeah, I think honestly that there's a lot that could be done there that could be challenging. It could subvert your expectations, but it would be in a way that is actually something that examines the politics and the actual lore of the Star Wars universe of why are there people fighting for the Empire? Why? They aren't all slaves. They aren't all programs. Like I hated we've all been reprogrammed. We've all been brainwashed to be soldiers. It's like, of course you had to do that, right? No one fights for the bad guys for a real reason.
Yeah, but what about the generals? What about the people making all the decisions,
Everyone's brainwashed.
Yeah, it's like everybody was brainwashed by the First Order. Everybody was captured.
All the officers, all the people working on the ships, all of them were brainwashed. Are you fucking kidding me?
I mean, apparently the Dreadnought has a crew of hundreds of thousands of people. And you're like, so the Republic just let this faction go around and steal hundreds of thousands of babies?
Yeah.
And they didn't do anything about it?
Yeah.
Fuck the Republic.
Yeah. It makes no, like, if they said, like, basically there was, like, the new order forms. It kidnaps a bunch of children, brainwashes them. That becomes the first generation of soldiers.
They become the generals that we see adult today.
Sure.
They grew up.
My point is, the new order steals all the babies. All these planets are like, all our babies just got stolen. Where was the Republic? The second generation, the new order then changes their identity, but the same organization then returns to those same planets and goes, yes, the Republic failed to defend you. We're going to defend you.
Yeah.
That would be brilliant. That would be evil.
They're only doing it to get power, but hey, at the same time, they need it. So
they need the troopers.
Yeah.
They need the people on the ground. They need the people to maintain order in their control. And even if they had to do something as evil as that to explain why people joined in the first place, is that they forced them in and brainwashed them. It's the matter of, well, what about the next generation? And what about the planets where they stole all those people from? Why don't they have any say? What do you, like, the Republic utterly failed to defend the people they kidnapped. And
the incredible impotence of the Republic is not ever really talked about at all in these films.
Yeah.
These new ones, it makes you just wonder that there's such a huge failing when it comes to world building in this new series. And it's really it's really such a shame.
The insanity. And I think this was done for a political reason. I think that they intentionally did not. Well, I think the SJWs behind the scenes dislike the idea of a republic, so they instead made the resistance because they're a communists. There you go. There's my conspiracy theory. That's why I think they never had Leia part of the Republic military, is because of the people behind the scenes are communists. That
militaries are inherently evil.
Well, they don't believe in the idea of a state, a military, or a republic. They just believe in the idea of anarcho-communist factions, which is what the resistance is.
Well, it's what the Republic essentially was in the film, because they're dead before. I mean, one strike and they're dead, and they have no allies coming to help. There's no structure.
Yeah,
it's almost like a hippie free love society was attacked, and they're just fucked now.
Yeah. Yeah, the regardless of which era it's actually in, the Republic has always been utopian and completely dysfunctional as a direct result. Let's see here. We got a bunch of super chats. I love how Sargon is mostly listening to Louis' rants like most of the rest of us. Lol. Did you guys talk about...
It is his channel.
Yeah, subscribe to PewDiePie is censored in the chat. It is seriously censored in the chat. People
That's fucking crazy.
I had moderators just approving everything.
That's fucking insane.
And it's still the same way. People did it like a couple hours ago.
Crazy.
Graham says, yes, we seem to aid entryism. It was a fad, yes. And I won't even say it was bad. I won't even say the Wii was bad. I played games on the Wii, and they were fun.
Oh, yeah, we had great games.
But but I do agree it was entryism. And I when Sargon was, or maybe it was you talking about AAA games, how they brought people in. I think gaming should be elitist.
It depends. As long as I'm totally fine with there being a casual segment of it, as long as there's like a separation. My problem is when the casual elements come into the places where they weren't before and dumb down things. But generally when that happens, a lot of the times games suffer as a result and they don't do as good. That's why games like Dark Souls have such like a cult status about them that they do, but they're so successful. And I think one of the casualization of a lot of games is one of the things we can owe to making the AA industry bigger, more profitable, more viable.
Yeah.
But you do have to. I think it's mostly positive to get more people into the door. It's just, but like with a lot of other things.
Well, I don't believe. I think that if gaming companies have already proven that they can rely on their existing fan base to make a lot of fucking money.
Yeah, and I think we're always going to have games that are difficult and niche and hard, but there is always going to be a casual side that is big as well.
Yeah,
but if you start people off as casuals and they become more nuanced in their tastes and more discerning in their in the games they play as they go. Because it's like with a lot of hobbies, you start off and you don't know much about it, and everything's easy, and you take it slow, and then as you get more into it, you start looking for more challenging things.
Well, the problem is that shit talk and elitism and discrimination has become pathologized in gaming, and it is basically
like shit talking
everywhere.
And now it's I mean, you're never going to get rid of it. It's a fool's errand for them to even try.
I think it has been pretty successfully quashed in many different games.
I mean, maybe, but
well, what's led because of that. What it's then turned into is griefing. Griefing didn't used to be like I remember griefing back in like 2006, 2007. It existed, but it wasn't fucking everywhere.
Because you just told them they're a faggot to their face.
Yeah. And then you'd shit talk to one another, but otherwise continue to play. But nowadays, in like games like even with Red Dead 2, I'll say, dude, griefing is fucking rampant. It is like I at first people thought they were exaggerating it, and then I continued to play the game, and I'm like, dude, there's fucking griefers everywhere. And it's you know why? They're bored. That's why.
Yeah, they're bored. They're trying to make their own fun.
And they keep trying to square the circle in Red Dead. Like every fucking 4 months they update the game and they try to solve that issue, and they just make it worse each time, and they add like one fucking game mode and think that that's gonna do it.
I mean, there were games, I mean, even recently with games like Dirty Bomb that didn't have huge player bases, and I'd recognize names and I would know that they're good. I mean, I'd be like, oh, I'm this motherfucker. I'm gonna try to play my best because I want to get one up over him. Fuck this guy. And I'd push myself to play better. Like if somebody griefs me in a game, like that just makes me want to play better just to fucking show them. So I don't even have to say a word to them. I'm just like, yeah, I'm better than you. Shut the fuck up. I don't even have to say a word to you because you know that I'm better than you, and that's all that I need. That's all I need you to know.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I don't really play much of shooters anymore. Is that the competitive element that I saw from a long time ago? I think it's fucking dead.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Or the games that they exist on are such slop that I don't play them. You know, I almost said Grand Theft Auto. Call of Duty is a good example.
Yeah, I don't play Call of Duty anymore.
There's probably still a competitive scene there, but it's
there definitely is. It's just for me,
swap.
It doesn't. It's just not a game that really appeals to me all that much. I'm not like anti Call of Duty. It just so happens that Call of Duty games recently just haven't really appealed to me enough for me to become a buyer and a player. The last one I played regularly and enjoyed was Advanced Warfare, and just because it was silly.
I did the beta to World War II.
I played a little bit.
And
no, I didn't. I didn't play the beta. I skipped the beta on that. I didn't even give a shit.
I played it and I was like, welp, it's another Call of Duty game, and it's in World War II. And that was it. That's as far as it went. To me, it's just a matter of there's just so little innovation that I've given up on the franchise altogether.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to, they can feel free to make a good game and earn my money whenever they wish. But if you're just gonna keep making this stuff, then I'm not gonna buy your games.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because, man, I remember, I don't want to get too much. I should continue reading super chats, but back in the day, man, Modern Warfare 2, bro, holy shit. I
That
was
was such a trash game.
I don't agree with that, dude.
I think that the reason I played it was because I was young and stupid and I didn't know better. That game was trash.
I played the shit out of that game, dude.
I did too.
And I was so fucking good. I was so fucking good, man. I used to run around. I would just pick guns out and just pick random stuff to fight with, just because like I could still rack up kills no matter what I was. The only shit
everyone died in 2 hits. So yeah,
I didn't fuck around with like the shields and any bullshit like that. My friends would fuck around with it for fun, but I would I did this unironically. Like I got like an insane kill streak. I don't remember which map I was on, but I got like an insane kill streak with just like a Desert Eagle. With one Desert Eagle, I just run around, or whatever the equivalent would be in the game. I don't remember what it was called, but I just run around, kill some guys with the Desert. Oh, it was
there was a 357 Magnum in it.
It was on. Oh, it was a domination map, and it's because that's what my friends and I at the time played religiously. It's all we played, and oh god, I'd have to look up the map name, but it was basically like a shanty town where there was like 3 bridges. It was like in a jungle. But that map, I think I went on just an insane kill streak. And I think I recorded it, but I don't have the footage anymore. I used to record myself playing, dude. I was so fucking good. I never could get as far as my one buddy could always get nukes. I could never get that far. But I would always go for the AC-130, and I would get it just routinely.
It was a very easily exploitable game.
I don't know. I mean,
it definitely was.
The kill streaks, you could definitely rack up a lot of kills, but
kills that you got with kill streaks got you to other kill streaks.
Yes,
which was insanely easy to exploit. That's why the game was a kill streak simulator.
Only when you were working on a team that didn't know what it was doing. When I played with my friends, you would have a UAV in the air. You'd have what was the plane?
There was almost always a UAV in the air.
Yes, 3 kills, but or 2 kills with that one perk.
The score streak one. Yeah, it's a very, very casual game. And it was very, very exploitable and very unbalanced. There's a reason why they changed things up afterwards.
Balance, there were some issues, especially with the guns in terms of power. Like the UMP-45 was insane. There were several guns that were fucking insane in that game and how good they were. They were also very easy to use. The UMP-45 was one of those. But I don't know, man. I just have such a positive. Like I used to get so frustrated playing it and I'd scream and swear and yell, but man, I just look at that game as the good old days of just playing with my friends and like doing so fucking well and just being unstoppable at that game. And doing one pub stomps is one thing, but going up against other groups, a full group of guys, even where we were a couple guys down, we had some randoms, and just fucking stomping them into the ground.
Well, yeah, when everyone dies in 2 bullets, yeah. It's not much of a disadvantage to be on the smaller team.
It
ain't like Halo or anything.
Well, true. No, that's a different game altogether.
Well, yeah.
But I think that I just recall it, and maybe you just have a negative attitude towards it because you have a different aspect of what makes a good FPS. But man, I'll tell you that back in the day, like watching somebody get an AC-130 in the air by whatever means, they got it in a care package, and then you got a guy in a team that just instantaneously shoots it down. Like the cohesion that I had back then with the guys that were playing with, man, it was never again in my life. The only other time was I played with 2 friends. we played APB, All Points Bulletin, the original when it came out. I don't know. Do you know that game? Rags?
Yeah, I know of the game.
When it first came out, dude, I played it with 2 or 3 other guys. And we, on the server I was on, we were the best people on the server. We were on a server of like 10,000 or more people. We were the best people playing that game on that fucking server at the time. We went up against professional clans with like 100 guys in it, and we would wipe the fucking floor with them. It was an amazing experience. That was the only time in my life where, when playing a game, I knew beyond a certainty that I was one of the best fucking people playing that game. And unfortunately, it has never happened again. And that's why I'm so put off by playing anything multiplayer again, is I will never replicate that. I'll never top it.
Well, one of the reasons I like Apex Legends so much is because I'm quite good at it. It definitely helps keep me invested.
I'm willing to look at Titanfall 2, but Apex Legends, with all their fucking woke bullshit and all
what woke
that
bullshit?
The diversity on the game. Oh, this character's gay, this character's minority.
Oh, I don't
blah, blah,
even pay attention. I wouldn't have even known if someone hadn't have told me.
I'm not interested, and that shit immediately puts me off.
All right.
And if I see something and I immediately detect quality, like with Red Dead 2, you watch trailer for Red Dead 2, you're picking up on some fucking quality. It's not hard to find in that game, even though I have my criticisms of Red Dead 2. But there's a certain level of quality to it that with Apex Legends, I don't see.
No, that's a shame. I think it's very high skill ceiling, lot to learn, a lot of little things, a lot of little mechanics.
Oh, I don't doubt it, sure. But the woke shit that's attached to it.
Oh,
and EA. I'm just tired. If you understand, I guess. I'm just tired of it.
I don't even know about the woke stuff. Just doesn't even enter into the equation for me because I don't see it in the game itself. It's just
also
it just isn't.
The comparisons, and I can't say true or not, to Overwatch scare me because I got burned by that fucking game.
Only in a very loose conceptual way, but it doesn't play anything like Overwatch. No, it plays like Titanfall 2. It plays like a Call of Duty Titanfall 2 sort of game.
Okay. I've seen gameplay of it.
Yeah, it's got a really good time to kill system that really emphasizes consistent aim, like Halo does. The way that you heal and the way that your movement is, it can really push you to be aggressive and encourage you to, press forwards on enemies if you see a good opening. Or
that's good.
I mean, it rewards smart, playing. But I think it's a really good shooter. It plays like a tedium game before a battle royale game, which is one aspect I really like about it because I'm not really a battle royale fan per se. I'm pretty lukewarm to the concept, but you're not like I don't think I've got about 220 hours in it, and I don't think I've ever died to the circle once.
Battle royale is an incredibly easy game mode from my experience because it's just a matter of you get the guns first, you know the map better than your enemies, you win.
I don't think so at all. Especially maybe in a game where it's really low time to kill, where whoever shoots first wins. That might be the case.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Like PUBG would be a good example of that. He who shoots first often wins because he just got the damage out faster.
Yeah, that's true for Call of Duty.
In Call of Duty, that's definitely true. But that's why I don't
even mind that, but I find that it's just, especially playing by yourself, it gets boring quick.
Yeah, definitely a game you want to play with friends. Big cooperative element in it.
But yeah, man, I remember back in the day playing APB, and it had the worst community out of any game I've ever played ever. And my God, man, did we fucking rock at that game. We were there day one when it came out. We were in the beta fucking wrecking as well. But after the game released, my God, dude, day one, we were fucking going crazy. And it was like the leaderboards of like clans with 100 guys in it, like the top 10. And we went up and up and up and up and up, and we were number one for like a month. And we got bored of the game. That's how we went out in the leaderboards. We got bored of the game. Oh man, the stories, man. The stories. One of the stories is, real quick, one of the clans we went up against was called Nothing Personal. And this guy we played with by the name of Tom, we were playing with him, and I haven't talked to this guy in a long time. We met him through APB, I think, that or Call of Duty. I can't quite remember. But we were playing the game, and we were up against the Nothing Personal clan, and we were chasing them around the map or around the server. Like, they kept changing instances. We kept following them and taking missions against them and stomping them to the ground. And it got up into the point where their members kept quitting, and they'd have to bring people in to fill the slots, but they kept quitting and quitting and quitting until finally the group itself just quit the fucking game. And as they were quitting, Tom said in the chat, in all chat, "Hey guys, it's nothing personal." It was the greatest fucking thing in the world because it was the top clan of the fucking server. It was 100 guys strong. We were like 12 people in total. And half the guys were not even on. It was like us 4 against them. And we forced them to quit the fucking game for the day. Oh, man. And we mocked them. We humiliated them on the way out. Oh, my God. Never again will something rise to that in my life. That was one of the greatest things I've ever experienced in a game, was going up against the top clan in the server, fucking humiliating them, like the upper echelon, like the leadership of their group, and them just quitting the fucking game. Oh, God. Oh, man. That was so fucking fun.
Yeah, think of all the women that you ruined gaming for when you did that, though.
No, but to me is the cornerstone of gaming. That is, to me, what
Schadenfreude.
Well, no, it's the power of merit in gaming.
Yeah, I say all the time that gaming's a meritocracy, and that's what makes it great. And when companies start fucking around with that,
it ruins everything.
Yeah, it really ruins that pay to win. That's why people hate it so much.
Yeah,
because it fucks with the meritocracy.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that was really the final straw for me, and at least multiplayer, was pay to win, because it's like, why bother, man?
Well, that's why whenever those games come out, they're instantly kind of going to fight an uphill battle from people, and why people like me don't even play them. Like, no, once a game turns pay to win, or if it is pay to win, I won't even put my foot in the door. And there's a lot of people who feel the same way, which is why pay to win games are the minority now.
Yeah,
the vast minority now, because you're going to have to really convince people that, oh yeah, we made a great game, but if you pay money, you get stronger. People don't want to play.
It would be the equivalent that I would draw would be back in 2007, 2006, that era. It would be like giving the company money to be allowed to cheat. That would be the equivalent back then. Of you just pay the company some money and you're just automatically better than the people you're facing, because
it's like paying off the government so that you don't have to follow the same rules as everyone else.
Yes.
Like, exactly. I'm better, and because I paid money for it.
Yep.
And that kills games, man.
Yeah, it does, and it should, because
here in the West, at least, it does.
Yeah, I mean, who knows about fucking
Asians are more open to the idea, which is fucking shame. Because I know people get called racist for it, but fucking China and a lot of their bullshit, man. Ugh.
Well, that's where a lot of the investment's coming from now, and that's what a lot of companies are now catering to, is they want Chinese investment. Because the Chinese just dump money like it's fucking nothing. They don't have a fucking clue what's going on. They'll just throw money at whatever. Hope they get a return on it. Because they're trying to fucking generate an economy. And it's true for gaming as well. I think there's a lot of gaming companies fucking shuffling to get Chinese investment money. I think it's a big thing right now. And I'd be surprised if it weren't EA, Activision, all the rest trying to play into that. Because all the mobile companies are doing that right now. All the mobile companies are looking for Chinese investment. They're
look
marketing
at
this shit.
Diablo Immortal. It's
Yeah.
that. Yeah, why do you think
think-
Activision and Blizzard's fucking in some trouble?
Do you think for like I'm not a Diablo player, but
I'm not either.
Do you think for a second that's for you or I?
Oh, fuck no.
That's for the Chinese mobile market.
It's for the Chinese mobile market. I mean, that people are fucking so upset, and they rightfully so they are.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not a Diablo player, but I've heard.
I'm not either. I feel sorry for them.
Yeah,
I
me
feel
too.
Sorry for them.
They are getting fucked. They are legit.
They are getting
fucked by Blizzard.
absolutely fucked. Imagine building up a company and being with them for years and years and years.
Well,
and
wasn't that one of the originals? Wasn't
that
that like the original big thing when it came to Blizzard?
Diablo? I think that was one of their big. It goes back a long time. It goes back a long time.
It was before World of Warcraft. I'm pretty sure it was.
Let me use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Turn on some lights in here.
Getting in the super chat. Andromeda's only saving grace was romancing a female Turian. ME2 is the best. The Geth, I don't even agree. Andromeda is cancer all around. Kevin Shu says, hey, Rags. He's currently taking a piss or a shit. Rocky says, the original Star Wars story was ripped from Akira Kurosawa's Hidden Fortress, maybe. All of Indiana Jones was all serials from the 40s that fucking George Lucas practically lifted whole cloth. There's a video that's around that shows all the old serials and the actual scenes from Indiana Jones. A lot are just lifted. Chris says, when you are a light side Sith Inquisitor, you constantly bring up how it's retarded, how they kill more of their own guys than more of the Republic. And that's the main reason why they lose all the time. Yes, it's more than just light side Sith Inquisitor. And I know that based on my own experience. Light side Sith Inquisitor and light side Warrior or whatever it is in as SWOTOR, they both want to reform the Empire, in effect. That's the light side of most of the light side characters in the Sith or the Empire, I should say. Most of them they actually genuinely believe in the Empire, at least most of them, not all. I think with the agent specifically cannot believe in the Empire, but is basically like, well, I'm here. What else can I do? But the Sith that you play in the game genuinely believe in the Empire, and they want to make it better. At least the light side version. You back, Rags?
I am.
Okay. Super chat. Someone said in the super chat, Kevin Chow says hello to you.
Hello, Kevin Chow.
Uriah says, what about Sith cloning Jedis like FU2? Force Unleashed 2?
I heard Force Unleashed 2 wasn't a good one, but I never played it. I played the first Force Unleashed, liked it.
Yeah, I haven't played any of those sort of games. I've always stuck to the, like, somebody said earlier in the chat, like, wow, Louis, you should play Knights of the Old Republic 2. And it's like, bro, who are you talking to? Yes, of course I have. Of course I've played it. Like, I have a bookshelf of Star Wars books. Like, you don't think I've played Knights of the Old Republic 2? Come on. But any of the generic shit like Force Unleashed and that Xbox console garbage, no thanks.
Force Unleashed was fun.
This is why I loved Battlefront 2 in brackets 05 campaign. I didn't play Battlefront. I was playing Call of Duty back then. Uriah, or I already read that. That was.
Well, to be fair, the Battlefront 2 maps from back in the day, those were just repurposed multiplayer maps, and they were just normal games. They just tried to put a narrative to them.
Oh, well,
they weren't really that great.
My buddy played the original Battlefront, and he said it was fucking great. So.
Oh yeah, the original Battlefront was awesome, man. Great maps, good classes, great combat.
But I never really played it, so I don't really know anything about it. I only stuck to the RPGs. That's really all I played. Patrick says, I'm desperate for a new looter shooter, but won't buy The Division because the dev went after PewDiePie. I didn't even know about that.
I didn't even know about it either. It's news to me.
All I can say about The Division is that I played the beta, and it bored me to tears.
Division 1 or 2?
Both. I bought the Division 1 by mistake. I shouldn't have done it. My buddy loved it, but I couldn't stand it. I was so bored by it.
I mean, I like the lootery, shootery, grindy formula. I mean, I'm playing Vermintide 2 right now, and I adore this game. It's all in the execution, man. Like, the gameplay has to be good enough to keep me back. It's like, I shouldn't be in the game for the loot. The loot should be the icing on the cake for amazing gameplay. That's high skill ceiling, and that keeps me coming back and back to try and get better and better.
Based on the fact that I've pretty much given up on multiplayer shooter games in particular, like, all I look for now is like RPGs. Like, that's pretty much all I give a shit about. Is like, okay, it's a shooter. Okay, is it an RPG? Yeah, okay, I'll give it a look.
Are you going to play the Master Chief Collection when it comes out?
Of Halo?
Yeah.
I've never been a Halo fan. I played it way back in the day, and I was never really good at it, but I liked it. I thought it was a good game. I've only played like one, I think, full, like the whole way.
You only played Halo, the first Halo?
I think. I can't even remember, dude. We're talking years ago.
Well, give it a look when it comes out, because Halo, I think the Halo games are really good. And even if you're not like serious about multiplayer, the multiplayer is great in the sense that you can do so much with the modes.
Sure.
And it's just like one of those, haha, funny, silly things you could just spend an afternoon playing with your friends.
Yeah. I consider everything that's put out now by AAA just because it's like, well, it's either obviously shit or it has potential. And in my opinion, for the Division 2, it falls in the former category. I played the beta and I was like, nope, not playing this, because it just feels like the fucking first game. And there's a lot of fucking vibrations that I get from it. And I've been told otherwise. I've been told, no, Louis, it's not SJW, but bro, I'm getting some serious fucking vibrations from that game.
The Division 2?
Yeah.
How so?
I'd have to think about it. Like, Mexico built a wall to keep out the Americans after the America fell apart. And it was promoted as a meme on the Twitter account for the Division. I found that to be just questionable. Not necessarily proof, but questionable of fuck America. That's what I took away. And I don't like it. I've had enough. I'm tired. When I start picking up vibrations, then I'm done. I don't want to play your fucking game. Go kill yourself. I'm just had enough. I'm sick of SJW shit. It's just ruined so much, and I've reached my saturation point. That would be a good way of putting it. Like, I am an alcoholic that has cirrhosis. I can't drink anymore.
Yeah.
Like, I can't take anymore.
Hmm.
And anything where I start picking up vibrations, I'm just not fucking interested. Go kill yourself. I hope your fucking dev team fails. I don't care about your game. That's it. And it could even be overall a quality game, but it's just a matter of, like, I just can't take it anymore. I'm sick of your shit. I'm sick of SJW crap. I'm sick of cowardly devs. I'm sick of bullies that are in the industry that no one stands up to. I just had enough of it. And I just don't want to participate in it anymore. Like, I look at gaming and then I ask myself, like indie scene, small companies, like the earnest, honest, innocent people that are not invested in any of that shit and don't do what other companies do, and they don't have the polluted culture that these other companies have. Like, I know from insiders, from more than one, and you could ask Jeremy from the Quarrying this as well. The worst, one of the worst developers to work for based on the environment from bullying is fucking BioWare.
I believe it.
It's been terrible for a decade.
I think, and they should be thanking their lucky stars that EA is keeping the lights on for them.
Yes, if it weren't for EA, they would be done. I've said it several times, and it's true. They would be out of fucking business because they don't know how to run a competent company anymore, and they're infested with SJWs. But yeah, I look at a lot of the gaming market, and my thing is, if you got SJWs at your company, tell them to shut the fuck up, and I'll consider your game. And right now, one of those kind of games is Rage 2. I'm considering buying Rage 2. But I know there's SJWs behind the scenes. But they should shut the fuck up.
As long as it doesn't make it into the game.
I don't really see anything in the game that it looks like a fun sort of game that's spoofed, that's fun and comedic and entertaining. And
we got the Outer Worlds coming out too.
And they've said outright that I got my eye on that too. But I'm looking, I'm waiting, I'm listening. I got my ear open. If I hear SJW bullshit, I'm walking away. I don't give a fuck anymore. I hear SJW crap, I'm done. Because if it's just gonna be me standing alone, then it'll just be me. But that's my new standard. Is that if I start hearing SJW rumblings and people telling gamers are toxic, fuck gamers, fuck the audience, fuck the fans. If I start hearing shit and diversity and all this shit we're putting it in our game, fuck you. I'm just not having it anymore.
Yeah. I got too many excellent games to play. I don't need to worry about you.
Oh, sure. There's a lot coming out. Well, not a lot, but occasionally there's a game that comes out from the indie scene or AA scene. That's fantastic. That's AAA level. Frostpunk was my game of the year last year. It is a AAA level game from a AA studio that made that other hipster game. Not The Last of Us. The War of Us or whatever the fuck it's called.
War of Mine?
Yes. It's a hipster game, kind of in my opinion. They made Frostpunk. It's a AAA level game. It is a fantastic fucking game. And it's one of the best games I've played in years. It is on the scale, on the quality level of a AAA company from a AA studio.
I mean, I think I don't play a lot of like new games a lot of the time because I still got so much to catch up.
I'm not anymore either. It's less and less now.
But especially AAA games. But I know, like, I think my favorite game of all time is Soma. That's an indie game. My game of the year for 2017 is
Hellblade. That military shooter?
Soma?
Yeah.
No, it's a horror game.
Oh.
People who made Amnesia made it.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay,
I think that's my favorite game.
What am I thinking of? What's the name of that game that was made by the Army?
Made by the Army?
Yeah, in part funded by the Army, the military.
Tops the Line?
No. No way. Are you kidding? The U.S. military backed that game.
I don't know. I don't know what game the Army was.
I don't know. Somebody say it in the chat. I don't remember this shit. Somebody in the chat shouted out, what the fuck is the name of that game that was sponsored by the military that was a first-person shooter?
Arma?
Arma! That's it. Arma. Or maybe SOCOM. America's Army, too. That was another one. Arma. Yeah. There's a couple, I think. That's why I thought you meant by the game that you referenced.
No, it's I mean that and BioShock and generally the ones
the original.
Yeah, the original.
As I was gonna say, you. By the way, I looked up I was reading the other night the story, the plot line to
Infinite?
BioShock Infinite. Yo, did you know this? That in Beyond or whatever is Beneath the Sea?
Yes, I did know
the DLC. Yo, they retconned. You know, the chick that was the head of Vox Populi. They retconned her shooting Fink's son in the DLC. They retconned that. And I'm like, yo, that is fucking Ken Levine backing that is him. That is a bias. He retcons it and has it though that Elizabeth convinces the woman that is the head of Vox Populi to do that for whatever fucking reason, for whatever inexplicable reason, but not to actually kill the kid. So it was a farce. According to the DLC, it never happened in the game. She didn't actually kill his son. It's like, yo, that's Ken Levine retconning that for the sake of his own bias. I think I'm convinced of that.
Yeah, Matthew Matosis made a fantastic video about BioShock Infinite, and it just really goes into all the reasons why it's just not a good game.
That even though I know you hate that game, The original game by itself, I would defend to some degree in some aspects, but
And if you said it was maybe average at best.
yeah, sure. But the aesthetics, I like the aesthetics, that kind of thing. There's aspects of that I could defend, but the DLC Beneath the Sea, it has to be one of the, if not the worst DLC I've ever played in my fucking life.
That's what I've heard.
That
Which is
DLC
weird, 'cause I've also heard that it's amazing.
Whoever says that is probably likes The Last Jedi. Put it like that.
Probably did.
That is the worst fucking DLC I've ever played in my life because it cops for the communists. It cops for them. And it kills Elizabeth for no fucking reason.
Spoilers.
It just oh fuck, I don't give a fuck. He when Ken Levine made that DLC, he ruined the fucking game anyways. Any chance that piece of shit had at being decent, he ruined it with that DLC. God, it's just every time I look more into BioShock Infinite and I read more about like what happened exactly that I don't see because the writing is crap in the DLC Beneath the Sea, because there's 2 episodes of it, it just makes the game worse. Everything about it.
Couldn't have just made the first 2 games and left the series with a good reputation. Had to go and make the 3rd one and make everything crap.
A lot of people dumped on the 2nd game, but I think
I don't get why, really. From a gameplay perspective, it's better than the first. So, I mean, it's a good sequel.
Yeah,
It's a better game to play because they just add stuff to it. They add mechanics to it, and they flesh out a lot of stuff.
Yeah, they flesh out things, but I
Definitely
prefer
the same. But
I prefer the more light, like the faster aspect to the first compared to the slow being a big daddy in the second. I think that had a drawback to it, but I do agree to the
slower. Like I think you
definitely were slower. I didn't like that. You were really bulky, and it makes sense for the context of the game, so that's fine. But I preferred the first game in that you're playing. There was a little bit more like tabula rasa, like you have no idea who you are stepping into the game.
Mm-hmm.
But in the second game, you know who you are. Right out of the gate, you know who you are. The only thing I think you don't know is your actual identity, precisely. But it's like everyone starts saying, what's the guy's name? Johnny Seaside. Johnny, what is the name of the character? Let me look it up. Johnny Topside. I didn't even have to look it up. Everyone starts saying Johnny Topside, Johnny Topside, Johnny Topside. Okay, yeah, that's you. You've never heard this in the lore before, up until boom, right then in the game. Okay, yeah, that's you. So yeah, so that to me was a little bit predictable. I remember when I first played the game, I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm Johnny Topside. I already know this. And it's because like it's just everyone starts dropping the name over and over again, including Andrew Ryan, and it's like, okay, yes, this is you. Why else would you be saying this if this wasn't you? So I would say I do have a few criticisms of the second game, but in terms of like the actual story development of the game, I actually like the second one a lot more than the first, especially at the end for how you influence your daughter. I actually like that a lot more than the first game.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you go evil and she kills you at the end because you're dying anyways. Spoiler. If you haven't played it by now, you're dying by the end and she kills you. And then basically she's going to go on to terrorize the rest of the world. I thought that was a great ending. I thought it was better than the first. But I think the aesthetic of the second game isn't as good as the first. It's a little bit too worn in the second game. I like Sophia Lamb and that aspect to it of the cults. I really like that, and of collectivism.
Yeah,
I like that. But because the whole first game is nothing but like basically going like lol, individualism is utopian bullshit, lol. Like that's the entire first game.
I don't know. I think in the first game they framed the problem as the plasmids were what brought down the city, not the individualism.
Yes and no. I think that one of the problems that it shows in the game was that a lot of scumbags followed them down, and that Ryan didn't really do anything about it. So, and that is the problem with individualism is you don't want there to be, like, in his aspect of it, the state should be as minimal as possible, and it's the ideal of humanity. The ideal is like the eternal optimism of humanity.
Yeah, but at the
where
same time, you have to have a way to temper the inevitable corruption.
right,
that happens in
exactly.
any system,
And
yeah.
with Ryan, he was a utopian, but he eventually became a political realist. And by then, he was almost as bad as his enemies. But in my defense of Andrew, it's his fucking city. He's the one that fucking built it with his own goddamn money. So he's not the equivalent to Frank Fontaine. I've seen people say that online. That's horse shit. He did evil shit and it was a hypocrite. Yes, he's still not Frank Fontaine, who's a fucking criminal lunatic.
And I was like, oh, he is a hypocrite. You ever watch the hypocrite thing that who is it a fucking Norm Macdonald did about Bill Cosby?
No, what?
Oh, it's a shame. He has a stand-up bit about Bill Cosby and is a hypocrite.
Oh, okay.
I just wondered if you'd seen it or not.
No, I haven't. What's the punchline?
He talks about how people say, "Oh, Bill Cosby, oh, that's a terrible thing. He's a hypocrite. He's the worst thing about Bill Cosby. He's a hypocrite." I'm like, I don't know if that's the worst thing about him.
Yeah.
I fucking love Norm Macdonald. He's one of my favorite comedians.
Sure. Yeah, there's a few good ones still left, but they're all fucking old. There's very few young ones as far as I can tell. At least prominent. Anyway.
I'll say Britain's got some good ones. That make me laugh. I watch a lot of 8 out of 10 Cats, those countdown clips, and they make me laugh quite a bit.
I don't really watch
Sean Locke and John Richardson and Jimmy Carr.
People are still testing out the chat, and they're being censored by YouTube.
Yeah, expect that to be that way for a while.
Hell,
that's fucked up. Like it's like they're saying it's like PewDiePie's fault or something. They're acting like
I know
PewDiePie is some sort of dog whistle to terrorism or something. But it's one of the most innocent memes you could possibly ever have.
What kind of retard is thinking back about? I get back to the super chats. Patrick talked about PewDiePie. Some dev at Ubisoft went after PewDiePie. I assume that's true because it's not the first Ubisoft dev that's a retard. Like. To me, what this is that action is what has been done in the comics, which is fuck the fans, fuck the popular people.
Fuck
I'm
what
a
people
dev.
want. I have a message to push.
And when that person isn't fired, all it does is it emboldens that person further, because that's exactly what happened in comics. At Marvel specifically was the devs or the comics there, or not the comics, but the writers, the illustrators, the people involved in making the comics. They just started saying "fuck the fans" one day, and no one did anything about it.
Yeah, and they're like, "Oh yeah, fuck the fans, fuck them. They don't pay the bills."
And it just became part of the culture, and it's destroyed comics. It's destroyed it. Like Ethan Van Sciver, who's in the industry for decades, and Zach or what's his name? God, I always forget.
Bullshitters.
No, Diversity in Comics.
Oh yeah.
I can't remember his name, but he calls himself Zach. Anyways, they're both blackpilled on comics. They think the industry itself is fucking dead.
I think that I mean, based on what I've seen from comics these days, it's like, why would anybody?
Yeah.
It just needs a renaissance. It needs a renewal. It's just got to die so it can come back as something completely different.
The only thing is that there's like a handful of writers and half of them work for DC. It's I bought his comics. They're actually really good. He had No, not Diversity in Comics. It was for DC. It involved the Joker. It was a Batman comic. The White Knight, that's what it was. White Knight. That was actually pretty good. I liked it. I bought the whole line, the whole series that he did. It was like I think 8 or 12, 9, something like that. And it was really good. I don't remember the name of that author, but it's like one that either the people that know more than I would, they just acknowledge, yeah, that guy's really good. He's like one of 5 guys of the whole fucking industry.
5 guys.
Yeah, 5 guys.
Oh,
watch out!
Oh. Misogyny detected.
Yep. Patrick says the incident with PewDiePie happened in December with that chick saying to end him. Oh yeah, I remember that. Oh yeah, she worked for The Division. That's the game she was working on. But the thing is, I already know why they're doing. That's the reason, is that they want to get away with it. They want to be all powerful. They want to become comics, which is just an enclave for progressives, and that's it. And everyone else leaves. That's what they want. They want it to be a club.
Yeah, it's a shame that nobody reads comics anymore because of it.
Well, people still do, but I mean, fucking Ethan Van Sciver's a millionaire now. He's made a lot of fucking money on his comics.
All those Nazis and misogynists who buy his comics, yeah.
His frog comics.
His
frog comics. It's like, I don't even think they would be, I don't think they're remotely in any way political. They're just frogs doing whatever.
Well, when I did my reviews for, because I do a review every week for Exclusively Games.
Okay.
And one of the first, I started off with Apex Legends. I was playing it a bunch, and that's generally, it's like, if I'm playing it, I'll do a review for it, talk about it, or if I think it's good. And people were saying, thank you for not talking about the diversity stuff in it, as I didn't even know that there was. They were just like, I just want to know if the game's good or not. People just don't care about that shit a lot of the times. Or I guess it was so minor that people just they didn't think it was a big enough deal.
I think that it can you can get away with it with that kind of game. You can,
if it's just a little bit, if it doesn't come into the actual game in any way, people might not even notice it.
Sure, but
if it's like Andromeda or something like that.
Yes, I was about to say RPGs. If it's there, it fucks it. It's not the only thing that's gonna fuck the game, but SJW nonsense in an RPG just ruins the fucking game.
It's like Soldier 76 is gay. He's like, okay,
because the thing about it is with Inquisition especially, like there is a video, I have not been able to find it again, but I know it's out there, of the developers for of Inquisition, where they're just going back and forth, going like, yes, it was important that the beginning of the game passed the Bechdel test. Yes, we had the scene in the beginning of the game. It was important that it passed the Bechdel test. Like 4 people in a room just going in a circle saying that over and over again. And it's like, it's where the phrase that I've coined is, you didn't make a good game, you just made the right game. It wasn't about making a good game. It was just about making the right game that checks all the boxes for progressives.
Yeah.
And it's a shit game. And so I have an increasing list of games that have SJW nonsense in them that ruin the fucking game. Because the developers behind them, like, they're just not interested in making a good game. They just, okay, we got to check this off, check this off, check this off. Okay, there's the game. And that's Andromeda, too. Andromeda's the same thing. Okay, Asari are uglier. Okay, a female Krogan.
Our missions are terrible. Our missions don't make sense. Our characters are bland. The writing's terrible. But there's a trans person you can meet.
There's a trans person. We've now completely retconned the lore around the Krogan. Like, to just go down the line. Okay, we now have female Turians fucking everywhere. Like, they just go through and retcon a bunch of shit, push a bunch of shit, and for no reason other than ideology, they make the Asari uglier. I mean, that's the thing of, like, that's the question I ask. Like, it was funny. Somebody posted the response video that I did to Chris Raygun on Chris Raygun's own Reddit, and several people go, Louis brings up suffragettes in Red Dead Redemption 2. Why does he ask that? No one answers the question. And it's like, yes, here's another question for you. Why are one of the only changes to the races for the Asari is that in Andromeda, they're specifically made uglier and more masculine? Anvil jaws that are stronger than mine. Why? Why that change? No one's interested in answering that fucking question. But what can I say? It's just, and that's what I mean about good games potentially. But man, when I sniff that shit out, unless I'm playing it ironically, like with Life is Strange 2, which I'm enjoying the hell out of, because one, it's goofy as fuck, it's dumb as shit, it's terrible, and I make money laughing at it. Life is Strange 2 is a fucking masterpiece for streamers. But any other game that I consider, especially RPGs, The minute I sniff it out, fuck your game. You're just another Andromeda in the making. You're just another Inquisition in the making. You're just another bad fucking. You want to be BioWare. That is all you are. And usually I'm right in that regard. I've skipped past several games for that reason, and it seems that I am missing nothing. Jack says the Helgast did nothing wrong, which I believe isn't that a
that's from Helgast are from that PlayStation.
Yeah. I played the sequel to that. It wasn't bad.
Resistance?
Let me look it up. Killzone. Yeah, I played the second one, and I didn't like the multiplayer, but I did like the story. The single player. I liked it. But it kind of says a little bit about it. I don't remember a fucking thing about it. Oh man, I can remember cheat codes I used in Grand Theft Auto 3 fucking however many decades ago. I don't remember the story of Killzone 2. William Sova says, we are now at the point that having a gaming mafia to tell these fools to shut up or else is preferable to these clowns running the show. 100%. Where is the gaming mafia? Fucking sign me up. I am ready to blacklist and blackball some fucking people. I am legit ready to. Because if the developers are going to be afraid of anybody, why can't it be gamers? Why can't it be us?
Well, you have Tim Sweeney coming out, and Tim Sweeney came out and said, like, it's up to developers whether or not. Here, let me see this.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, basically, it's not. Consumers aren't going to. Here's it. Epic Boss says developers will decide who wins the Game Store Wars, not consumers. Is like that. Is it? Fuck you. Fuck you. Like we don't want the consumers to decide what the best one is.
We just got a warning from YouTube that the live stream is going to be terminated in an hour.
Well, hold up. Is it going to be 8 hours? Because there's a limit for stream time.
Maybe so.
Going for.
I don't even know when I started. 3 o'clock.
Yeah, it might be. I think there's a limit. So.
Well, I guess we'll wrap it up.
Yeah, we've been going.
YouTube is telling us to wrap it up.
I said I would only be a little bit because somebody was gonna do something, but they had something come up and they couldn't do it. So I was just like, I guess I'll just hang around.
All right, well, I appreciate hanging around. I was pleased to have the Don show up, but unfortunately, we burned through that content pretty quickly.
Oh, things just turn into things, and you just run with it, and wherever it takes you is where you are. I don't mind the rambling. I mean that's what EFAP is. We just go on and go on and go on.
Well, I don't know if you want me on that because I don't think it'll ever stop. That'll be the episode where your own audience base is going to be like, "Yo, you had Louis on. We're done. We're gone. See you later."
Oh, our podcasts are normally 4, 5, 6 hours.
Oh yeah. Well, that's interesting. If you wouldn't mind, I mean, send me an invite because I don't really have like Mueller. I've only spoke to him, I think, twice.
Yeah, we try not to get too political, really. I
could try to contain myself.
We talk about we try to stick to like just the media we're covering, but that's really about it. Like we're fine with having political people on though.
I guess so. I do more than I guess politics sometimes. I've spoken more and more. I just got somebody on fucking Twitter that sent me the meme from Chappelle's show of Wrap It Up. Patrick.
Yeah.
Shout out to Patrick for the Wrap It Up meme. Yeah, I mean, sure. Email me or DM me or something. I'll go on that if you'll have me. I've had a bunch of people from my own audience state that I should reach out to Mueller. In my own defense, it's demanded of my own small audience. So if you could touch base with Mahler and just say, you know, would you mind having Louis on what EFAP? Is that what it is? EFAP?
Yeah. Every frame a pause.
What is it?
Every frame a pause.
What's that mean?
Well, when we cover videos and we are extremely detailed.
I got it. So you stop the video every frame. I get it.
Yeah, we stop it all the time and talk about it all the time.
Yeah, that's pretty creative. That's pretty creative. That's a good name.
We like that. We like EFAP.
Yeah. Because what the thing is with EFAP, you know, it begs the question. It is a name that or an acronym that begs the question of what does that mean? What do you mean EFAP?
And we wear it on our sleeve that we are very in depth about our commentary and we go into great detail. I mean, my Fallout video, which just
was a good video, by the way. That was a good video.
I liked it. It was kind of a one-off for me, I thought, but it just hit 1 million last night. And
good. You deserve it. It was a good video.
Thanks. It was a project, and
I would say though, I don't think you are the true long man bad though.
Oh, Mahler is
long man bad. He gets the trophy. Like if there's a contest, it is the Mueller trophy. It is in his name.
Goes, man. But like, it's good. I listen to it all the time. I listen to it all the way through. I don't care if it's long. I like long stuff. I just turn it on, and when I'm working or while I'm doing or while I'm just laying in bed, I just listen.
Niches. It's niches. It really is. You have your people that are watching very edited, very quick, like PewDiePie videos or even like I know you know Jeremy, so it's more like Jeremy's videos. Just bing bam boom. Just get in. What's the story? What's going on? Here's an end. Here's my opinion. Boom. Done. Next video. Like it's very I don't think that even with Jeremy, as big as he's grown, I'm still waiting for the day that he becomes consistent enough to where it's just machine. It's just freaking rapid fire. Because I think he's on the precipice of that.
I mean, if he wants to be a news thing and just make stuff and just get stories out there, I mean, go for it.
I think it's worthwhile for his channel, for what he does.
It's not the stuff I'm interested in doing. Like, I wouldn't do it for my channel.
Oh, sure.
It's not the thing that's for me.
Because it's difficult. It's difficult to fucking keep up.
It's not the content I want to make.
Well, I think it's a worthwhile thing because one of the most cited sources that I have and I read almost every day is One Angry Gamer. And because when it comes to the cultural aspect of gaming, man, it's fucking bing, bam, boom. Like it's getting everything. William Usher, I believe is the guy's name that's in charge of all that. He's just so on top of it that I don't think anyone could compete with him in terms of gaming and the cultural aspects of it and with the politics and that. But the thing is that with Jeremy, and I've seen people say things against his commentary style. Like somebody has to do that kind of news content. And with Jeremy in particular, I think that he is edging in. He's like close to, like, I don't like, and he'll probably admit this himself, that he's not, I don't want to say excellent because that comes off as wrong. I'll say excellent. He's good, but he's not at the level of excellence yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, a lot of it is just, it's especially the one take webcam stuff is tough to do.
Yeah,
be good at it because it's basically like doing a podcast where if you're doing it in one take, it's all got to be live and there's no error for if you mess up, you keep going. You got to fill that dead air, and it's not something a lot of people can do. It's its own skill.
No.
Like being a radio host or a radio, that's tough. That's a hard job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's basically you actually have to take the role of being like a newscaster where you're reading a teleprompter. Yes, although in his case, I don't think he usually is.
He's probably just he's using an article as a guide.
Yes. Sometimes he has a script based on what I can see with him. Sometimes he has a script. At least it's.
I wouldn't be surprised if he just has bullet points he writes before the video. Cover this. But just to make sure you don't miss the details. Yeah.
If he were to achieve the level of, here's what's happening. here's who's involved. Like you do the basic reporting thing, and you end with here's my opinion on it. I think honestly, he's closer to it than Tim Pool is, in my view.
And Tim's been doing really good.
Tim's been doing very well. So is Jeremy in his.
So is Jeremy, absolutely.
Yeah. Tim Pool. I like Tim Pool. I watched Tim Pool, but I swear to God, in terms of his mannerisms, and that I honestly think that he's a leg behind when compared in the monologuing, staring at a camera monologuing conversation. I think that Tim Pool is probably better.
Yeah, he could be a little more, I guess, entertaining.
Well, like for
engaging.
example, in Joe Rogan, he was just fucking firing on all cylinders.
Yeah. But I definitely think that the more, like, when it comes to Tim Pool, when it comes to Jeremy, like, they're getting really big doing this stuff, and there's definitely a market of people who want to have this. They want to hear news from because Tim Pool's not a lefty. You know,
he technically
he's left, but he's not like a leftist.
Yes,
and I really respect him a lot. And I think that people just want to hear from sane people without the ideological lens. You know, they just, I mean, like Sticks. Sticks is doing great.
Oh, sure.
I mean, people like him, because you're going in. Sticks obviously is biased in his way.
Sure,
but he can justify it. He has good takes on things. He's good at speaking. He's entertaining to listen to. He's knowledgeable.
I would say honestly that if I were to rate the people that I've mentioned, I would say Sticks honestly is in the realm of excellent in terms of
I think so too.
Monologuing, speaking. I would say that he is, because the thing that when you speak, the way that you are more professional and you're more charismatic and you carry yourself more with a certain kind of confidence, and you see this with Sticks, is you pause less, you don't say like, you speak in a more professional manner that is just
I don't know. I would say it's this. I think Sticks is the best of the three, because the way that Sticks talks, he talks as if you're physically in front of him and he's just having a conversation with you. With Tim and Jeremy, it's more like, let me give you the news story.
Yeah.
But with Sticks, it's very much like he's talking to you like he would talk with you if you were in the room with him and he was explaining something to you and going along with it. It's a more personable way of speaking. It's more, I wouldn't say unprofessional. It's more casual, more.
I don't know. I don't know if I'd agree with that. The word that comes to mind to me would be professor proforial.
Like he's a professor, like he's giving a lecture.
Yes, like he's giving a lecture. But
yeah, sort of, I can see that.
It's not conceited, though. It's merely someone trying to explain something.
Sticks doesn't come across as smug and full of himself, like he's an asshole.
No,
neither does Tim and Jeremy.
No,
but he seems like someone who you could definitely chat with and be buddies with, and he's got that weird culty thing going on that kind of just adds a little stuff. It just adds a weird kind of metric to it. But I think they're all doing great, and I think that the prominence of their growth, I mean, people
yeah, you don't even have to finish that sentence, bro. Like the growth of alternative media and people like Jeremy, and I mean Jeremy, man, I swear to God, he's definitely a good case for, like, he just came in. It was like, yeah, I'm going to start this channel, and boom, 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 it just blows the fuck up.
Yeah, he did it. He just did it. What video. He's putting stuff out there. He's picking topics people like to hear. He's giving you shit. There's not too much fluff in there.
Fucking Jeremy, criticize him all you want. He is a fucking workhorse.
Yeah, he absolutely is. It's really good to see that kind of thing coming out. And I'm glad to see them growing, and especially, and it's not just his videos, it's what he's doing with Exclusively Games. Like, he wants to make a site and he wants to have this all happen, and he's got the other channel he's getting brought up, and he's putting money into it. Like, he wants this to happen, and he's making it happen.
Well, what I love is that he brings it up occasionally. It's not common that he mentions it, but YouTube isn't even his full-time gig. He has
That's
a
what's so
job.
crazy.
Yeah, which
That's
is the
what's
thing.
so
That's why I
crazy.
call him a fucking workhorse. Because I can't. Dude, I have a full-time job, and it's like, yeah, I fucked around tonight, but I didn't have dinner, and I got shit I gotta do. I got a report to finish, honestly, and I gotta be up at fucking 5 a.m. tomorrow. But it's like, I'm fairly irresponsible. But with Jeremy, he's got like a wife, he's got a full-time gig, and he's also doing all this shit on YouTube. I don't know. He is in a different world. He has just more hours in the day, I guess. Although it's very likely he what's it called? Time management. He's probably an expert in that, I would imagine.
Yeah, he's always doing something.
Yeah.
For me, well, hell, for everyone it's different, so who knows? But
yeah. I would imagine for a lot of people they struggle with being not necessarily punctual, but
I've
effective.
actually got now that you made time. Speaking of time management, I actually have to go and take care of something.
All right.
Should have done it a couple hours ago, but I was just engrossed in the chat shits.
Well, I'll tell you what. Thanks for stopping by, and we got to do it again sometime.
Absolutely, yeah. Just message me on Discord is always open for me, so that's the best way to get in touch with me. But yeah, I'll pass that along. We'll see if we can get to an EFAP.
Yeah. See if you can talk to Mueller and see what he thinks.
Yeah. Until then, I'll see you around.
Yep. Later. So to finish off this stream, I'll finish the rest of the super chats. We got Bazinski we reached 7 hours of stream. We're approaching 8. Hey Louis, really liked your Fallout 76 vid. I didn't do a vid on Fallout 76. Keep up the good work. I think you mean Rags. Rags did the video on Fallout 76. But thanks for the support there, Solid Slug. Patrick said, Tim Pool is valuable, especially to the right. Yeah, I would say so. Tim occasionally has his bad takes, and so does Styx. Occasionally they have their bad takes. But it's pretty much like if you were to say, like, okay, who exactly is going to replace Styx? Who exactly is going to replace Tim Pool? Okay, find them. Where are they? Because as of now, I just see them. But yeah, we after 7 hours of streaming, I'm gonna have to go make myself like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Because I didn't eat dinner tonight, and I might just finish my report in the morning because I think I gotta go to bed in like an hour. I think I actually should have already gone to bed. Yeah, I actually should have already started to get ready to go to bed because I gotta get up at 5 a.m. But I appreciate everyone stopping by. And I like to thank my guests tonight, which is Rags and Sargon of Akkad for stopping by. And hopefully we can do something similar in the future because it's been quite a while since I've done one of these kind of streams. And I hope those of you that stopped by enjoyed it. And I'd like to thank everyone that supported me in the Super Chats. Big night tonight for Super Chats. A lot of people have something to say, and I appreciate that. But I'll end this by saying, be sure to support me on Subscribestar. Be sure to follow me on all the social media, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Gab, especially in Gab now with things expanding on Gab and Gab becoming more and more relevant as time goes on. And if I didn't, go to my affiliate links, JList and, JList and Play Asia. And I'm going to go get myself a beer. But yeah, I appreciate Mitch asked to come on earlier, but I have a rule about how many people are allowed to come on this. And once I got Rags and Sargon on and we were just going, I was like, all right, we gotta just go. So next time, Mitch, I'll bring you on next time. And Bazinski, you can come back too, but no fucking Portuguese gibberish. No Portuguese gibberish on here, all right? You're going to get banned from this chat if you come on here and start speaking that fucking foreign tongue. Start speaking tongues on this fucking stream. But next time. But yeah, thanks everyone for stopping by, and I hope you enjoyed it. And hopefully I can get you some more content in the near future.